Martial Peak. Chapter 4684, The Fated Time Has Come. When Miao Fei Ping was tested on his aptitude earlier, the platform also radiated a dazzling glow. Following that, he was revealed to have an aptitude of a dash, which was unprecedented in the history of Seven-Star Sect, instantly making him the center of attention. The top cultivators from other sects, as well as the onlookers, were all amazed. However, after Zhao Ye went on stage, the platform radiated an even more dazzling light for an even longer time. Right then, someone from the crowd exclaimed, "It's another person with a rank aptitude." Even the ordinary people who had never cultivated before could see that Zhao Ye had caused a greater commotion than Miao Fei Ping, who was revealed to have an aptitude of a dash. Hence, how heaven-defying must Zhao Ye's aptitude be? It was certain that her aptitude must be a rank, but they were not sure whether it would be A or A+. After more than a dozen breaths of time, the light finally went out, but the crowd remained stunned as they stared dazedly at the petite figure on the platform. It was as though they saw a new star rising into the sky. It wasn't until this moment that Zhao Ye opened her eyes. She appeared puzzled as she had no idea what just happened. As her eyes met with those of Zhao Yibai, she flashed a sweet smile at him. Before those from Seven-Star Sect announced the result, she was getting ready to leave the stage. "Wait a moment, junior sister." A cultivator from Seven-Star Sect hurriedly stopped her. "What's wrong?" Zhao Ye gazed at him with vigilance. The cultivator was already drenched in sweat as he suppressed his shock and put on a harmless smile. "Don't be nervous, junior sister. It's just that your aptitude is so exceptional that we're unable to make an immediate judgment. The result will be decided by the elders, so please wait here for a while." He was extremely polite, as though he was facing an elder or the sect master instead of a young girl who was only 7 or 8 years old. Given her heaven-defying aptitude though, there was no doubt that this young girl had a bright future ahead of her. Perhaps it would only take her a few years before she became someone he could only look up to, which was why this cultivator wouldn't dare to be negligent. If he said something wrong now, he would have no way to survive in the future. On the stand, the elders from Seven-Star Sect were flushing as they came together to discuss the aptitude of Zhao Ye using their divine senses. Meanwhile, Shang Guanji stared fixedly at Zhao Ye as he almost cried tears of joy. First, Miao Fei Ping came as a surprise during the disciple recruitment, and now there was Zhao Ye. He reckoned that their sect had been blessed by the Lord. Given the aptitude Miao Fei Ping had showcased, there was no doubt he would be able to make it to the Emperor realm in the future, and it was the same case for number 897, Zhao Ye. In the future, there would be 2 Emperor Realm Masters in Seven-Star Sect. Their sect would become peerless in the Void Continent. Soon, the outcome of the discussion among the elders was decided. Guan Qianxing walked up to Shang Guanji and spoke to him close to his ear. Shang Guanji nodded gently, then announced, "Number 897, Zhao Ye, 7 Stars Town. Aptitude, A+. Overall evaluation, A+. She had obtained a double A+. Miao Fei Ping, who achieved double A prior to this, paled in front of her. Still, there was a helpless smile on Shang Guanji's face. If Zhao Ye was evaluated properly, her aptitude would definitely be higher than A+. However, since A+ was already the limit, they were unable to give her a better result. All of a sudden, he recalled a rumor that there was a higher martial Dao above the Emperor realm. However, since his cultivation was still fairly weak, he was unable to confirm the truth behind such information. While Miao Fei Ping would certainly make it to the Emperor realm, Zhao Ye might be able to bring Seven-Star Sect to unprecedented heights. Shang Guanji couldn't help but wonder what the realm that was above the Emperor realm would look like. Perhaps Zhao Ye would be able to unravel the mystery for him in his lifetime. "Sect Master Shang Guan, I suppose this little girl hasn't become a disciple of any of your elders yet." When Shang Guanji heard the voice, he was shocked as the pleasant surprise on his face transformed into horror. While he was overwhelmed by ecstasy just now, he had forgotten about Xin Xing's presence. This person was already interested in Miao Fei Ping earlier. Fortunately, Miao Fei Ping had already been taken on as a disciple by Guan Qianxing 2 months ago, and was just going through the formalities by taking part in the recruitment tests. That was the reason Xin Xing didn't make things difficult for them, as he still had to consider his status. But now, Zhao Ye showcased an aptitude that far exceeded that of Miao Fei Ping's, so it was expected that Shen Xing would be tempted. Nevertheless, Shang Guanji would never be willing to let go of a young child who might bring 7-star sect to the peak of the world. At that moment, countless ideas flashed through his mind, but just when he was ready to lie to Shen Xing despite knowing that he would offend him, he was suddenly engulfed in emperor pressure. Regardless of how hard Shang Guanji tried, he was unable to tell a lie as he forced a smile and muttered, "No." The pressure then dissipated as though it had never been there. Shen Xing smiled and nodded. "That's wonderful. This old master believes he shares fate with this young girl, and would like to bring her back to my sect. Sect Master Shang Guan won't mind parting with her, yes?" Shang Guanji almost had the urge to curse. This shameless old fart seemed to share fate with any young child with exceptional aptitude. When he mentioned Miao Fei Ping just now, he still had the courtesy to ask Shang Guanji whether the latter was willing to give the disciple to him, but when it came to Zhao Ye, he directly demanded to get the young girl. He was basically snatching their disciple from them in broad daylight. Seeing that Shang Guanji remained silent, Shen Xing sported a dark expression. "What's wrong, Sect Master Shang Guan? Do you have no regard for this old master?" A middle-aged man who was seated beside Shen Xing spoke up at that moment. "Brother Shang Guan, it's understandable that you value such a talented young child, but 7-star sect is too small. On the other hand, Senior Shen's Southern Star Palace is one of the top forces in the Void Continent. Young Zhao you will definitely become very successful in the future, but 7-star sect is too small to accommodate her. Only a place like Southern Star Palace could truly allow her to shine." Shen Xing had practically tagged along with the sect master of Golden Spring Sect. Otherwise, he wouldn't have come to the disciple recruitment of a sect like 7-star sect. At this moment, Shang Guanji was resentful of the sect master of Golden Spring Sect. If this guy hadn't brought Shen Xing with him, all this wouldn't have happened. Despite his sincere words, he actually had ulterior motives. It was already giving him a headache that Miao Fei Ping was joining 7-star sect. If there was also Zhao Ye, the second-class great forces around 7-star sect wouldn't be able to survive. When these two disciples grew to be powerful one day, Golden Spring Sect would surely be oppressed by 7-star sect. Shang Guanji was aware that he wouldn't be able to keep Zhao Ye, but he still wasn't willing to give her to Shen Xing. With displeasure written all over his face, Shen Xing snorted. The sect master of Golden Spring Sect persuaded again by saying, "Brother Shang Guan, it's said that an ordinary man is innocent, but treasures make him guilty. Zhao Ye's aptitude is so exceptional that it is simply unheard of. It would be fine if 7-star sect was able to protect her. However, just like my Golden Spring Sect, your sect is just a second-class great force. This news will undoubtedly spread across the entire Void Continent in no time. By then, rather than making your sect thrive, this young girl will only bring disaster. Although Senior Shen has some selfishness in trying to take on this young girl to be his disciple, he is also indirectly doing your sect a great favor. Please think twice, Brother Shang Guan." To the side, Shen Xing stroked his beard and nodded as though he was really trying to help 7-star sect. A myriad of expressions came over Shang Guanji. Even though the sect master of Golden Spring Sect was acting maliciously, that didn't mean what he said was entirely false. Miao Fei Ping alone wouldn't prompt those first-class sects to make a move, but Zhao Ye was different. If he invited trouble to 7-star sect just because he wanted to keep Zhao Ye, he wouldn't be able to take responsibility as the sect master. The sect master of Golden Spring Sect declared firmly, "Brother Shang Guan, do you really want 7-star sect to be destroyed just for a moment's impulse?" Shang Guanji, who had been trying to act tough, suddenly became dejected, as though he had aged by several dozen years. He let out a sigh since he was unable to turn things around. Just when he was preparing to give in, he suddenly looked in the direction of Azure Jade Peak. At the same time, Shen Xing also lifted his head. They could see a figure strolling through the sky towards them, his voice echoing around them even before he even arrived. "The fated time has come. It was worth waiting for a few months." Shang Guanji was filled with joy as he hurriedly rose from his seat. The person, who looked like a descending immortal, landed in front of Zhao Ye and looked down at her with a faint smile. Without feeling fearful at all, Zhao Ye stared back at him. At that moment, she was only thinking that this person looked familiar to her as his figure was similar to that of Uncle Yang. When Yang Kai showed up in 7-star sect several months ago, he used a trick and changed his appearance in the eyes of others. Therefore, even though this soul avatar of his in front of Zhao Ye looked exactly the same as his true self, he appeared to be a different person in Zhao Ye's eyes. There is fate between us, young girl. Are you willing to be my disciple? Yang Kai looked smilingly at her and asked. On the stand, Shen Xing sported a dark expression. He had said something similar twice before today, but now this guy who appeared out of nowhere repeated what he had said. Was he trying to humiliate him? Shen Xing stood straight up with fury and scoffed. Who are you? It was expected that he was furious since the young girl was being snatched from him right in front of him. Shang Guanji was pleasantly surprised when Yang Kai appeared, but at this moment, he was suddenly worried. That was because he had no idea about what order of the Emperor realm this new ancestor was in. On the other hand, he knew that Shen Xing was in the second order Emperor realm. If the new ancestor was weaker than Shen Xing, this matter wouldn't be resolved peacefully. Even if the new ancestor was also in the second order Emperor realm, Shen Xing represented Southern Star Palace, so there was no way Seven Star Sect could go against them. Shang Guanji wouldn't even dare to think that the new ancestor could possibly be in the third order Emperor realm, because the number of such masters in the entire Void continent could be counted on one hand. Sit down. Yang Kai lightly commanded without even sparing Shen Xing a glance, and as Shang Guanji watched, Shen Xing really sat down as he was told. Shang Guanji widened his eyes as he saw Shen Xing's face go from red, to white, to blue. The man's forehead was beaded with sweat, and his eyes filled with a light of terror. Naturally, Shen Xing wouldn't act obediently in this place, so the only explanation for him doing as he was told was that he was completely overpowered by the new ancestor. The emotions in Shang Guanji's heart undulated as he had never expected that the ancestor who arrived at Seven Star Sect several months ago was actually a third-order Emperor Realm Master. He instantly let out a sigh of relief, thinking that they would no longer need to fear anyone with such an ancestor in their sect. Martial Peak. Chapter 4685. You're a bad guy. Greetings, ancestor. With Shang Guanji standing at the front, the elders and the protectors from Seven Star Sect, who were fortunate to have met and chatted with Yang Kai that night, saluted him in unison. The ordinary disciples from Seven Star Sect soon recovered from their shock and did the same. However, they were puzzled as they had never heard that there was an ancestor in their sect. Moreover, the ancestor seemed to have showcased a power that was much greater than that of Shen Xing, who was there to watch the disciple recruitment. Shen Xing was a second-order Emperor Realm Master who was from Southern Star Palace, and since the ancestor was stronger than him, it meant that he was probably in the third order. That realization made these disciples feel agitated. Following that, the representatives of the other sects rose from the chairs and saluted as well. With a third-order Emperor Realm Master present, they wouldn't dare to be impolite. Shen Xing was the only one who didn't get up. It wasn't that he didn't want to rise from his chair though, but rather that he simply couldn't. He felt as though a mountain had been placed on his shoulders, which made it impossible for him to even move a finger. From the looks of it, he seemed to be an arrogant person who remained seated, which only made more cold sweat drip from his forehead. He had faced the pressure of third-order Emperor Realm Masters before, but none of them felt anywhere near as intense as this time. Yang Kai could make him unable to move simply by commanding him. This kind of third-order Emperor Realm Master was much stronger than the ones he had come across before. Yang Kai waved his hand without saying anything, but everyone took a seat at the same time. The sect master of Golden Spring Sect wore a conflicted expression as he gazed at Shang Guanji with a bitter smile. Brother Shangguan, why did you hide something so important from all of us? You didn't even tell us that there was an ancestor in your noble sect. If you had informed us earlier, we would have prepared proper gifts as tribute. The reason he kept persuading Shang Guanji to give up on the young girl was that he didn't want to see Seven Star Sect, which was also a second-class sect, growing more powerful than the rest of them. Now it seemed that his persuasion was pointless. Even if they didn't have Zhao Ye, they already had a powerful ancestor with them, which ensured that they would definitely become a first-class great force. Golden Spring Sect was already incomparable to them. From now on, Golden Spring Sect would have to flatter Seven Star Sect to survive, so he naturally had to improve his ties with Shang Guanji. The face of Shang Guanji was glowing as he stroked his beard with a smile. It's not that we wanted to hide this from all of you, but rather that the ancestor prefers peace and serenity. That was why we didn't make an announcement. The sect master of Golden Spring Sect simply nodded. I see. Suddenly realizing something, Shangguanji said. The ancestor was traveling across the world when he suddenly visited our sect one night. He said that he felt some kind of fate with this place, so he asked to settle down in 7-star sect. After he made some calculations, he said that the time had not come yet. Now it seems that Zhao Ya is the one he has been waiting for. It seems the ancestor really can divine the future. The sect master of Golden Spring sect widened his mouth in disbelief. It wasn't until this moment that he realized the people from 7-star sect had practically gotten an ancestor for free. He felt disheartened as he thought that those from 7-star sect were so lucky to have a powerful figure to come over and become their ancestor, serving as the greatest support for the sect. On the other hand, Golden Spring sect was not so lucky. He then gazed at the man and the young girl on the stage with an envious expression. Presently, 7-star sect had an ancestor to assume command while there was a disciple named Zhao Ya who had exceptional aptitude. Additionally, there was Miao Fei Ping, who was revealed to have an A aptitude. It seemed that their sect's rise was inevitable. On the stage, Yang Kai and Zhao Ya were still staring at one another. Although Zhao Ya had no idea what was going on, she was an intelligent and observant girl and had a feeling that the person before her eyes was someone very important, and for some reason, he gave off a familiar feeling as though she had met him before. While she was in a dazed state, the elders of 7-star sect were flustered. It must have taken her some heaven-defying luck to be offered a chance to become the disciple of the ancestor. Even if the ancestor said the same thing to them, they would instantly fall on their knees and accept. A young girl that was 7 or 8 years old was supposed to do the same. However, this particular young girl didn't understand how lucky she was as she just batted her eyes at the ancestor. It was as though she had seen something interesting on his face. The anxious elders secretly spoke to Zhao Ya, encouraging her to accept the offer. Zhao Ya had never experienced anything like this before, so she just felt annoyed by the voices as she waved her hand. It was as though she was trying to chase away some flies. Yang Kai didn't urge her as he looked smilingly at the young girl. A moment later, Zhao Ya said, "I don't mind becoming your disciple, but Big Brother Yi Bai has to come with me." On the stand, Shangguanji and the others were shocked as they admired the young girl's courage. She didn't seem to be afraid of someone who was so powerful. Since the ancestor had personally shown up to take on a disciple, others would have gladly accepted it. However, this girl didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth as she had the guts to even state her own conditions. Moreover, they had no idea who this Big Brother Yi Bai was. Besides Shangguanji and the elders, the onlookers also didn't know who the Big Brother Yi Bai she was talking about was except for those who came from 7 Stars Town. Standing among the crowd, Miao Fei Ping looked helplessly at Zhao Yi Bai, who was extremely lucky to have such a chance. It was no different from suddenly having 10 million silver coins fall into your lap. "Who is Big Brother Yi Bai?" Yang Kai asked, despite being fully aware of who the person was. Zhao Yi turned her head and took a glance, whereupon Zhao Yi Bai emerged from the crowd and walked up to Zhao Yi before saluting the unknown man. "Junior Zhao Yi Bai greets Senior." On the stand, Shangguanji and the others finally recognized this brat as the Big Brother Yi Bai that Zhao Yi had mentioned. After all, his test only took place a while ago, so Shangguanji still remembered this young boy, who was only revealed to have an aptitude of C-, which was a far cry from Zhao Yi. Yang Kai took a dispassionate glance at him and shook his head. "His aptitude is too weak. He doesn't have a right to be my disciple." "Are you not going to accept him?" Zhao Yi stared fixedly at him. Yang Kai shook his head again. Zhao Yi said, "I'll not become your disciple then." Upon finishing her words, she took Zhao Yi Bai's hand and was ready to leave. Zhao Yi Bai remained unmoving though as he patted her hands to motion for her to calm down. He then glanced at Yang Kai and asked, "Senior, are you from 7 Stars sect?" "Yes." Yang Kai nodded. Zhao Yi Bai put on a silly smile. "There won't be any problem then. Xiao Ya, since Senior is from 7 Stars sect, we won't be separated after you become his disciple. He's a senior expert, so accept his request now." Zhao Ya shook her head. "No, I want to be with you." Zhao Yi Bai stomped his foot on the ground before flashing a helpless smile at Yang Kai. "Please give me a moment, Senior. My sister is a little obstinate. Let me persuade her." Yang Kai didn't respond to him. It was then Zhao Yi Bai took Zhao Yi to the side and persuaded her in a small voice. Despite his hushed whispers, The powerful cultivators at the scene could still hear him clearly. Zhao Yibai was heard saying to Zhao Ye, "Xiao Ye, did you hear that the people from Seven Star Sect called him ancestor just now? Do you know what an ancestor is?" "Well, I don't really understand it either, but I suppose he's the most powerful person in Seven Star Sect. If you become his disciple, you'll be able to walk sideways, and Miao Fei Ping would never dare to bully you again." I saw that Miao Fei Ping's master was also respectful of him. Moreover, we won't be separated after you become his disciple. We'll still meet every day since we're both in Seven Stars Sect. On the stand, Shang Guanji put on a helpless smile as he said to Guan Qianxing, "Even though this boy seems a little foolish, he's actually pretty shrewd. He already understands how the world works at such a young age. It's just that his aptitude is weak. Be careful not to let him offend the ancestor." Guan Qianxing nodded in response. However, regardless of what Zhao Yibai said, Zhao Ye refused to agree. Eventually, she squatted down and faced away from Zhao Yibai before burying her head in her knees and covering her ears with her hands. It was as though she was determined not to listen to Zhao Yibai, who appeared totally helpless. Sighing, the young boy stroked Zhao Ye's head before he turned around and walked up to Yang Kai. Upon stopping a couple of his steps away, he saluted him once more. Yang Kai said, "Regardless of what you say, I won't accept you as my disciple." Zhao Yibai nodded. This junior understands his aptitude is weak, so he has no right to become senior's disciple, nor do I even dare to think about it. Xiao Ye is lucky to have gained senior's favor, and I don't want her to miss this chance just because of me. So, I'd like to ask you to allow me to be a worker for you. Whenever there are any trivial matters, I'll handle them for you and make sure that you won't have to worry about them. Hearing that, Zhao Ye abruptly looked up while the people on the stand were stunned as they had never expected that Zhao Yibai would say such a thing. Appearing to be impassive, Yang Kai said, "There are indeed no workers on Azure Jade Peak. I won't turn you down if you're willing to go there. However, I won't teach you anything, so you must remember that from today onwards, you'll remain a worker on Azure Jade Peak until your death." Zhao Yibai was elated upon hearing that. "Many thanks for granting my wish, senior. This junior wouldn't dare to ask for anything else." "Big brother Yibai." Zhao Ye rushed over and took his hand before trying to drag him away. "I won't become his disciple, and you're also not going to be a worker. We'll go back to Seven Stars Town together." "Listen to me, Xiao Ye." Zhao Yibai gazed at her with a pair of eyes that were filled with determination. Zhao Ye's eyes reddened as she knew that Zhao Yibai was doing this for her. Although his aptitude was weak, he had still become a disciple of Seven Star Sect after he passed all the tests. He was supposed to be able to cultivate and become a cultivator just like he always dreamed. Nevertheless, if he became a worker on Azure Jade Peak, he would have no future at all. She then turned her head and glared at Yang Kai. "You're a bad guy." Anyone who bullied Zhao Yibai was a bad guy. She didn't care whether he was an ancestor or some kind of senior expert. Yang Kai grinned. "Do you want to beat me up to vent out the anger for your big brother Yibai?" Without hesitation, Zhao Ye nodded her head with a pair of ferocious-looking eyes. Yang Kai said, "It's simple. Become my disciple. When you become more powerful than me one day, you can beat me up in whatever way you please." Zhao Ye became startled for a moment, as though she had suddenly gained enlightenment. The next moment, she fell on her knees and pressed her head against the ground in front of Yang Kai. "Disciple Zhao Ye greets honored master." She then abruptly looked up and stared into Yang Kai's eyes. "Disciple will definitely cultivate hard so that honored master will have a taste of becoming a worker one day. Whatever big brother Yibai will go through, I'll make you pay 10 times the price." From that day onward, there was a female disciple on Azure Jade Peak of Seven Stars Sect in the Void Continent, who was determined to make her honored master become a worker. Everyone in the Void Continent found it to be strange when they heard the story. Marshall Peak. Chapter 4686. I heard you shared fate with my disciple. You'll have to work harder, for your honored master's cultivation is higher than the heavens. Yang Kai pointed at the sky with a smile. Shen Xing pursed his lips with disdain, thinking that Yang Kai could only fool an inexperienced girl like her. All of a sudden Yang Kai turned to look at him. "I heard that you shared fate with my disciple." Shen Xing's face instantly started flushing as he repeatedly said he wouldn't dare to. However, in his mind,
He thought that this ancestor from Seven-Star Sect was quite small-minded as the retaliation had come earlier than he had expected.
He was an Emperor Realm Master from Southern Star Palace after all, and he had to uphold his reputation. If he was humiliated in public, how was he going to show his face in public in the future? While he was furious, Xueqi was heard saying, "Young girl, go ask why that senior is interested in taking you on as a disciple. I need all the details. Otherwise, people who have no idea what has happened will think that I oppressed him today." Although Zhao Ye was determined to cultivate hard and make her honored master have a taste of becoming a worker, she was still pretty obedient. She then got up and ambled towards the stand. Upon reaching Shen Xing, she saluted him respectfully and said in a clear voice, "Greetings, senior. My honored master has asked me to."
Shen Xing hurriedly raised his hand. "Speak no further."
"Your honored master might have misheard me. I didn't say I wanted to take you on as a disciple. Rather, I just thought that there was a treasure in my collection that would perfectly suit you." Upon finishing his words, he fished out something that looked like a bracelet and passed it to her with a smile. "Here you go. This old master obtained it a long time ago and has always treasured it. Since it suits you, I'll give it to you. Just see it as a gift for having found a good master."
The elders of Seven-Star Sect and the representatives of the great forces on the stand gasped while staring at the ancient-looking bracelet.
That bracelet was apparently a defensive emperor artifact. Although they had no idea how powerful it was definitely expensive as it was an emperor artifact. They couldn't believe that Shen Xing was willing to give it to the young girl just like that. Instead of directly taking it though, Zhao Ye turned to gaze inquisitively at Xueqi, who placed his hands behind his back and looked up as though there was something interesting in the sky. Understanding what his gesture meant, Zhao Ye saluted elegantly. "Many thanks, senior." She then took the bracelet with both hands and wrapped it around her wrist. The bracelet, which was much larger than her wrist, suddenly radiated a gentle glow and shrunk until it perfectly fit her. The sight amazed Zhao Ye. With a smile, Shen Xing stroked his beard gently. "It does indeed suit you." His back was drenched in sweat though, as he thought that he had reacted pretty quickly. Otherwise, it would have turned out to be embarrassing for him. Zhao Ye looked at the new bracelet from different angles with joy. She was a young child who came from a poor family, so she knew nothing about accessories. With that said, young girls like her were naturally fond of such things. At that moment, she found Shen Xing to be amicable and generous, so she flashed a sweet smile at him. The sect master of Golden Spring Sect suddenly spoke up with a smile. "Since Senior Shen has given you a gift, it would be discourteous for me to not do so too. Here, this trinket is not as valuable as Senior Shen's gift, but I hope you'll like it." Following that, he took out a petite hairpin with a true-to-life red dragonfly that was made from jade on it. This was obviously another defensive artifact. Although it was inferior to the bracelet as it was only Dao source grade, it was actually the most expensive thing the sect master of Golden Spring Sect possessed. "Is it for me?" Zhao Ye was astounded. The sect master of Golden Spring Sect nodded with a smile. "There's really no need." Zhao Ye appeared bashful and hesitant, but despite her words, she swiftly took the hairpin and put it on her head. Since the sect master of Golden Spring Sect had also given her a gift, the representatives of the other sects naturally didn't have the nerve to not offer something. Moreover, this was a great chance to strike up a relationship with the ancestor of Seven-Star Sect. Hence, all of them fished out the most expensive items in their collections and gifted them to the little girl. Other than the representatives of other sects, the elders of Seven-Star Sect also did the same. She was a disciple of their own sect after all. Since outsiders had been so generous, they couldn't just watch the show and do nothing. Therefore, Shang Guanji took the initiative to pass a gift to her, and the other elders and protectors did the same. In the blink of an eye, Zhao Ye was covered in gifts. The items that had been wrapped around her head, body, and hands were all valuable and rare. Seeing that, Shang Guanji quickly gave her a space ring to store those gifts. Meanwhile, the onlookers were dumbfounded, thinking that the young girl named Zhao Ye would be a rising star from that day onward. She had already received so many gifts when she had just been taken on as a disciple. How successful would she be when she became powerful enough one day? "Do you see that? That's the difference between you two," Xueqi said in a small voice. Zhao Yibai, who was standing beside him, looked smilingly at Zhao Ye and nodded. "You and she are from different worlds. If she's like a phoenix in the sky, you're no different from a loach in the mud. She is still young now. However, when her mind is broadened as she grows up, she'll forget who you are. She'll only remember once in a century that she had a playmate named Zhao Yibai in the past. Yang Kai continued destroying his confidence. Zhao Yibai scratched his head for a moment before refuting. I'll be glad as long as Xiaoya is fine. Moreover, she'll never forget about me. Yang Kai stared intently at him, then said, I hope you'll still think so when you grow up. The disciple recruitment of 7-star sect ended on a positive note. The news that 2 disciples with a rank aptitude had emerged during the recruitment spread quickly. One of them was revealed to have A aptitude while the other achieved a result of a plus aptitude. The latter was truly a prodigy.
Moreover, it was said that an ancestor with inscrutable cultivation had appeared out of nowhere in 7-star sect, and he had taken on the young girl with a plus aptitude to be his disciple.
Rumor had it that Shen Xing, who was there to watch the show, didn't dare to be impolite in front of this new ancestor and had even suffered a small setback at his hands. Shen Xing was a second-order Emperor Realm Master from Southern Star Palace, and since he had suffered a setback, it went to show that the ancestor was truly formidable. That was the reason 7-star sect instantly became a household name. There were 1,008 steps on the stairs that led to Azure Jade Peak. 2 young children helped each other out and exchanged words of encouragement as they plodded up the steps. Just then, a gale gusted through them as they staggered and almost fell down the cliff. They hurriedly crouched down and hugged each other, shivering like quails in winter. When they finally reached the summit of Azure Jade Peak, they were exhausted as they lay on the ground and panted heavily. Yang Kai appeared and stood in front of them the next moment, looking down as he shook his head. You're too slow. In a lethargic manner, Xiaoya shot him a glare. Initially, she stopped loathing her honored master after she received a lot of gifts. Certainly, she knew that it was thanks to her honored master that those people were willing to give her so many valuable treasures. However, at this moment, she became resentful of him again, for she realized that her honored master was truly cold-blooded. Right then, Yang Kai extended his hand, whereupon the rings, the hairpins, and the bracelets flew away from the young girl and fell into his hands. Xiaoya was startled for a moment, then jumped up like a cat that got its tail trampled on by someone. Pouncing at Yang Kai, she clawed at him and snapped, Those are my things. Give them back. Yang Kai explained, It will only do you more harm than good to depend on external aids when you're cultivating. These things are no different from a burden on your shoulders. I'll keep them for you for now. You can have them back when you're able to use them. Xiaoya wrapped her hands around Yang Kai's arm and clung on with an aggrieved expression, gnashing her teeth in frustration. She felt that this man was more like an evil bandit than her master. Zhao Yibai persuaded her by saying, Xiaoya, he's a senior expert, you should listen to him. Yang Kai shot him a glance and sneered, Stop flattering this king. It's useless. Arg. Xiaoya directly bit the man's arm, but while Yang Kai remained unperturbed, Xiaoya felt her teeth almost falling off as her eyes were drenched in tears. It's very late now, so you should probably get some rest. I'll teach you how to cultivate tomorrow. Yang Kai flung the young girl off and disappeared. While sitting on the ground, the young children exchanged glances and fell silent. A moment later, Xiaoya sniffled and said, Big brother Yibai, I miss Auntie Lu, Grandma, and Uncle Yang. While helping to massage her legs, Zhao Yibai said, I miss them too. He then looked up at the sky. I suppose Uncle Yang has returned to the town to inform Mother and Grandma by now. They must be having sweet rice dumplings now. At the mention of food, their stomachs started growling. It was only then they recalled that they hadn't had anything to eat or drink since the disciple recruitment commenced this morning. Let's look for some food. Zhao Yibai helped her put on her shoes and pulled her up. Then, they shuffled towards a cluster of palaces. 1 hour later, they lethargically pressed their backs against a column in the grand hall as their stomachs growled. There wasn't any food at all in this place, not even a drop of water. Bad guy! Zhao roared in the spacious grand hall. Right then, Yang Kai appeared out of thin air, which scared the kids out of their wits. Zhao Yibai got up with difficulty and respectfully saluted him. Xiaoya and I haven't had any food for a long time, senior. Is there anything to eat here? Yang Kai gave him a dismissive look and said cold-heartedly, No. Do you want to starve us to death?
Xueqi glowered at the man. In that case, why did you even take me on as your disciple?
Yang Kai replied dispassionately, a bad guy will definitely not give you food, but your master might not want to see you starve to death. Zhao Yibai became startled for a moment, then secretly pulled Zhao Ya's clothes. It was then that Zhao Ya came to her senses. While hanging her head low, she balled up her fists and muttered reluctantly, I'm hungry and thirsty, master. Yang Kai nodded. Wait a moment. Upon finishing his words, he vanished into thin air. Following a gulp, Zhao Yibai looked around randomly and asked with difficulty, Xiaoya, could your master be a ghost? With her face turning pale, Xiaoya stuck close to the young boy. Stop frightening me, big brother Yibai. Martial Peak. Chapter 4687, The Disciple Has Come of Age. Barely a moment later, Yang Kai returned with a bowl of rice and passed it to Zhao Ya. After taking it, Zhao Ya looked up at him. There's only one.
Is it not enough?
Yang Kai frowned. Big brother Yibai has to have some food as well. Zhao Yibai hurriedly shook his head. It's fine. I'm not hungry. Zhao Ya looked pitifully at Yang Kai. Could you give me one more bowl of rice, master? No. Upon finishing his words, Yang Kai left the place.
What a stingy man.
Zhao Ya was furious, for not only was her master cold-blooded, but he was also stingy. With that said, they finally had some food to eat. At this moment, she was resentful of her master. If she had known this was what would happen, she wouldn't have agreed to become his disciple. It was ridiculous that an adult oppressed two young kids. After a moment of persuading each other to have the food first, the young kids then wolfed down the rice with pleasure. Although they were still hungry after finishing the rice, they had regained some strength at the very least. There were 4 seasons in the Void Continent and years slowly went by. Since Zhao Ya had an exceptional A+ aptitude, the elders of 7-Star Sect initially had high hopes for her. They believed that given her aptitude, her cultivation journey would be smooth sailing as it would probably only take her a few years before she made it to the Emperor realm. However, 10 years had passed, and she had only managed to make it to the true element boundary. From the bottom to the top, the martial Tao was divided into tempered body, initial element, Qi transformation, separation and reunion, true element, immortal ascension, transcendent, saint, saint king, origin returning, origin king, Tao source, and emperor realm. There were 13 great realms in total. Although it was considered swift that Zhao Ya had reached the true element boundary in 10 years, she didn't live up to her A+ aptitude. It had to be noted that Miao Fei Ping, who joined 7-Star Sect at around the same time, was now in the Transcendent Realm, which was 2 great realms ahead of Zhao Ya. When the news was spread, others thought that the ancestor from 7-Star Sect who lived on Azure Jade Peak was not a good teacher. Although he was powerful, he didn't know how to nurture his disciple. There was not a lack of such people in this world. While they were adept at cultivating, they didn't know how to teach. Those people felt sorry for Zhao Ya because her aptitude had been wasted after she became the disciple of the wrong master. As for the worker Zhao Yibai who settled down on Azure Jade Peak alongside Zhao Ya, he was forgotten by most people. Only the disciples of 7-Star Sect could see him getting swamped with work every day. 10 years had passed, and the young kids who were 8 years old in the past were now young people who turned 18 recently. After working as a worker for 10 years, Zhao Yibai had become a rugged young man whose eyes were bright. At the bottom of Azure Jade Peak, Zhao Yibai arrived at a river with 2 big buckets and filled them up. Before he could leave though, he saw a group of people striding towards him. These people were all disciples from 7-Star Sect. One of them was a fine-looking young man who was surrounded by a group of people, as though he was the moon while the others were stars. He was older than Zhao Yibai by a few years, and the folding fan in his hand added an aloof, noble air to him as he sauntered over. When Zhao Yibai heard the noises and looked up, his face stiffened involuntarily. The group of people reached Zhao Yibai and surrounded him. The handsome young man leading the group closed his folding fan and stuck it in the back of his hair before staring calmly at Zhao Yibai and asking, "Did you pass junior sister Ya the thing I told you to 2 days ago?" Zhao Yibai scratched his head. "I did." The young man arched his brow. "Did you personally give it to her?" Zhao Yibai nodded. The agitated young man asked, What did she say? Zhao Yibai replied, nothing. The young man was stunned, then went on asking, did she read it? Do you want to know the truth? Zhao Yibai asked cautiously.
The young man glared at him. Of course I want to know the truth.
In a straightforward manner, Zhao Yibai replied, she didn't read it. Instead, she tore it apart and told me to ignore you next time. The young man's hopeful expression instantly turned dejected. His face had even turned pale as though he was badly injured. Senior brother Lu, Zhao Yibai called out, I have to get these buckets of water back to Azure Jade Peak. I'll take my leave now.
The young man surnamed Lu came to his senses and said through clenched teeth, you must have bad-mouthed me in front of junior sister Ya. Otherwise, why would she tear the letter apart without even taking a look at it?
When he came across Zhao Ye the last time, she flashed a smile at him. If she wasn't interested in him, why would she put on such a sweet smile? Zhao Yibai quickly waved his hands. I didn't. In fact, I didn't say anything else as I just told her that this was given to her by you, senior brother Lu. She told me that she had no idea who you were though and…
How dare you still lie to me?
Senior brother Lu barked while waving his hand. Beat him up. As swift as lightning, Zhao Yibai crouched down and curled up his figure while protecting his head with his hands, not the face. His movements were so smooth that it was apparent he had done this many times before. With each passing day, Zhao Ye grew more beautiful and alluring. As a result, all the male disciples in the sect who had a chance to meet her were stunned by her beauty. Unfortunately, she led a reclusive life on Azure Jade Peak, and she wouldn't come down the mountain unless it was absolutely necessary, which made it impossible for these fellow brothers to have a glance at her beauty. As such, Zhao Yibai, who had to go up and down the mountain every day, became their messenger. In fact, Zhao Yibai had passed a lot of love letters to Zhao Ye over the years, but she would always tear them apart. Initially, those fellow brothers were wary of the ancestor who resided on Azure Jade Peak, so they didn't dare to touch Zhao Yibai. After all, this brat was a worker from Azure Jade Peak, so they had to be respectful of his owner. However, they soon realized that the ancestor really wouldn't care about Zhao Yibai's life or death, so they began acting more unscrupulously. As a result, Zhao Yibai had suffered a lot over the years. Fortunately, the attackers knew their boundaries as they wouldn't deal a heavy blow to him. Knowing that he was just a mortal who had never cultivated before, they only used a bit of brute force instead of their cultivation. A series of fists and feet landed on Zhao Yibai as the dust rose in the air, and he was soon covered in bruises. What's going on here? A person was heard bellowing all of a sudden. The next instant, a burly young man dashed out of the nearby forest and landed with a violent force which crashed into the male disciples around Zhao Yibai and dispersed them. Some of the weaker ones even fell to the ground. Senior brother Lu widened his eyes and exclaimed, Miao Fei Ping! The newcomer was none other than Miao Fei Ping, who also came from Seven Stars Town and joined Seven Stars Sect alongside Zhao Ye. Now, he was already a transcendent realm master, whose cultivation was far ahead of the others in the same age range. The elders of the sect had high hopes for him and granted him near unlimited resources. Even many senior brothers, who were much older, were weaker than him. Miao Fei Ping picked up Zhao Yibai and examined him before asking, Are you all right? Zhao Yibai put on a grin. I'm fine. These fellow brothers were just helping me work out a cramp. Miao Fei Ping scoffed. Since when does working out a cramp lead to being covered in bruises? How are you still in the mood to laugh? Am I supposed to cry then? Zhao Yibai pursed his lips. Miao Fei Ping snorted, then turned to look at senior brother Lu. You're a glorious disciple of Seven Star Sect, aren't you? Do you feel proud oppressing a mortal who has never cultivated before with so many people? Senior brother Lu and the others wouldn't dare to say anything. Their cultivation was lower than that of Miao Fei Ping, and they were also less important than him, who was a favorite disciple among the elders in the sect, so they wouldn't dare to talk back. If he was offended, they would be beaten up without the chance of getting their revenge as their masters wouldn't stand up for them. Wastes who oppress the weak but fear the strong. I won't dirty my hands by beating you all up. Although I won't deal with you all, there's someone who definitely will. Upon hearing that, senior brother Lu appeared elated instead of feeling frightened. An annoyed Miao Fei Ping waved his hand impatiently. Scram, scram! And so the crowd dispersed in a hurry. After they were gone, Miao Fei Ping turned to look at Zhao Yibai and rubbed his forehead. Where should I even begin? I told you not to become a worker on Azure Jade Peak, but you wouldn't listen to me. Is it fun to get beaten up every few days? Zhao Yibai just sported a silly smile. Take it. Miao Fei Ping tossed a porcelain bottle at him. Apply it on your bruises. It can help heal them. Zhao Yibai didn't turn him down as he took the porcelain bottle and started using its content. Miao Fei Ping let out a sigh. We were still just kids back then. In order to let little sister Yi become a disciple of the ancestor, you requested to be a worker on Azure Jade Peak. Many years have passed, and Xiao Ya is now in the true element boundary. Her future will only become brighter. So how much longer can you protect her? 100 years from now, Xiao Ya will remain the same while you'll have become an old man. Do you want her to face an old man every day and cry her eyes out? Zhao Yibai fell silent. Miao Fei Ping patted the other man's shoulder. Short-term pain is better than long-term suffering. Just sleep on it. Zhao Yibai replied in a small voice. I returned to 7 Stars Town some time ago and met Auntie Lu and Grandma Zhou, Miao Fei Ping went on to say. Zhao Yibai looked up. How are my mother and grandma? Miao Fei Ping replied with an odd smile. Don't worry, they're fine. What's strange is that grandma is getting younger instead of older as the wrinkles on her face have been reduced. Your mother has not gotten younger, but she hasn't changed one bit. I couldn't believe my eyes when I saw them. They have never cultivated before, so how do they keep their faces young? What about Uncle Yang? Zhao Yibai inquired. Miao Fei Ping replied, Your Uncle Yang left 2 years ago. Before he left, he told your mother to inform you that you must take care of yourself in 7-star sect. You can always return home if you're unhappy. Uncle Yang is gone? The light in Zhao Yibai's eyes dimmed significantly. He never had a real father before, but Uncle Yang was just like one to him. When he was a young boy, he always hoped that his Uncle Yang would get together with his mother so that he could call him father. However, whenever he voiced such thoughts, he would get a beating from his mother. He had heard from Grandma Zhou that Uncle Yang had several wives, so it wasn't appropriate for him to wander around in the outside world for a long time. He would have to go back sooner or later. Your Uncle Yang also said that he would visit you and Xiao Ya again one day, Miao Fei Ping added. It was then Zhao Yibai put on a smile. Got it. You should go back now, Miao Fei Ping waved his hand. I'll take my leave then, Zhao Yibai said and picked up the buckets filled with water before dashing towards the peak. The corners of Miao Fei Ping's brow twitched, thinking that even though this brat had never cultivated before, his strength was unusual. After all, an ordinary mortal wouldn't be able to carry 2 giant buckets of water and sprint up a mountain like a rabbit. Marshall Peak. Chapter 4688. Punishment. Zhao Yibai had no idea what was going on with him. As he grew older, he became increasingly stronger. He didn't feel one bit of pressure at all when holding 2 buckets filled with water. He had secretly tried it on a boulder, which weighed about 1,000 kilograms, and it was easily lifted by him using only one hand. Therefore, he had no idea where his true limits were. He didn't hide this fact from Xiao Ya. Since they had grown up together, there were no secrets between them. According to Xiao Ya, there were always talented people in the world who were born with abilities that others couldn't possess. Some people even had great innate strength for no apparent reason. Zhao Yibai believed that he was one such person. Moreover, since he settled down on the peak 10 years ago, he had never fallen sick. Although he would always be beaten, he just supposed he had really thick skin and strong flesh. Any bruises or cuts he got would all disappear after a night's sleep. Because of that, Zhao Ya excitedly looked for her master and told him that Zhao Yibai had an unusual physique. She pleaded with her master to examine Zhao Yibai's aptitude so that the latter could also become his disciple too. Unfortunately, after an examination, her master still said that Zhao Yibai's aptitude was ordinary, and he didn't have the intention of taking him on as a disciple. It had been 10 years since Zhao Ya started cultivating, so she was no longer a young girl who knew nothing. Knowing fully well that her master was exceptionally powerful and knowledgeable, she felt dejected over his judgment. She had secretly taught Zhao Yibai the secret arts and secret techniques that her master had imparted to her so that he could cultivate with her, thinking the result of his aptitude would only be clear after he started cultivating. What made her furious was that the obstinate Zhao Yibai never tried to cultivate. He said that he couldn't cultivate without the senior's permission. This made Zhao Ye infuriated. The young man dashed up the steps of Azure Jade Peak. While he held 2 huge buckets full of water, they didn't slow him down in the slightest. Instead, he only became faster as his hands were extremely steady. Not even a drop of water spilled out of the buckets. As his speed increased, layers of ripples were formed in the void around Zhao Yibai. However, the young man was not aware of these changes. He just loved to run like this, like a fish swimming in the ocean. It felt as though he was about to merge with the world. These 1,008 steps took the young children a whole day to climb as blisters formed on their soles in the past. Nevertheless, Zhao Yibai could now easily reach the top in less than an hour. When he reached the summit of Azure Jade Peak, he saw a beautiful young woman standing there waiting for him. The young woman's beauty was like a breath of fresh air, so it was no wonder that the fellow brothers from 7 Star Sect could never forget about her the moment they laid their eyes on her and did everything they could to pass love letters to her. Big brother Yibai. Zhao Ye put on a sweet smile. Zhao Yibai stopped in his tracks. While staring at the young woman in front of him, he fell into a dazed state as he recalled what Miao Fei Ping had said to him. Zhao Ye tilted her head. What's wrong? Nothing, Zhao Yibai shook his head. Have you done your homework? Why are you waiting for me here? Zhao Ye extended her hands in an attempt to take the buckets, but Zhao Yibai stepped aside to dodge them. There's no need for that. This is my duty. Senior will chide you if he sees you helping. She pursed her lips and complained. Master is too strict, always saying I can't do this and that. It's so annoying. Zhao Yibai replied with a smile. Senior is doing it for your own good. Humph. Zhao Ye slightly lifted her nose as she caught a whiff of something. As she sniffled, she looked doubtfully at Zhao Yibai. Before she could close in, Zhao Yibai ran off in an awkward manner as he shouted, You should get some rest, Zhao Ye. I'll call you when the meal is ready. All right. Zhao Ye replied as she looked smilingly at his disappearing back. When his figure was out of sight, the smile on Zhao Ye's face faded as her clear eyes burned with fury. That was because she caught a whiff of medicinal fragrance from Zhao Yibai. She then turned around and took a step forward. A few steps later, she was already at the bottom of the mountain. As usual, she arrived at the river. Presently, Miao Fei Ping was seated on a boulder as he was chewing on a stalk of grass he had picked up from somewhere. Upon hearing the rustling, he turned around and put on a helpless smile. You came sooner than I expected. Zhao Ye asked, Who was it? Her voice sounded so cold that it could almost freeze the river. Miao Fei Ping let out a sigh. This happens every time. Aren't you aware of the reason they do this? Those guys that you beat up were all happy being punched. They oppressed Zhao Yibai because they wanted you to stand up for him so that they could see you. They were still pleased even though they were beaten black and blue. Zhao Ye said through clenched teeth, I was too gentle back then. Miao Fei Ping suddenly had a bad feeling. What are you trying to do this time? It has nothing to do with you. Just tell me who they are. Miao Fei Ping shook his head. You can't defeat that guy this time. You're now only in the true element boundary 3rd stage while he's in the 9th stage. He's just 1 step away from making it to the immortal ascension boundary, so how are you supposed to be a match for him? True element boundary 9th stage? Zhao Ye muttered under her breath. All of a sudden, she closed her eyes as her aura rose rapidly. Miao Fei Ping was surprised as he had no idea what she was doing. However, his jaw suddenly dropped in disbelief. He wasn't even aware that the grass he had been chewing on had fallen. That was because he could feel that Zhao Ye's aura, which was stuck in the true element boundary 3rd stage, suddenly began rising and wasn't showing any signs of stopping. When it finally reached the peak, Zhao Ye suddenly achieved a breakthrough as a pressure wave spread out from her body. She was now in the true element boundary 4th stage. That wasn't the end yet. Just a moment later, she made it to the 5th stage and then the 6th stage. It only took her a short while to break through 3 minor realms. At the sight of this, Miao Fei Ping was flabbergasted as he thought that this was probably the power of a person with a plus aptitude. Achieving a breakthrough was as easy as eating food or drinking water to her. He also had rank A aptitude.
and his cultivation increased rapidly over the years, with his progress being far greater than that of his fellow brothers.
However, he realized he still wasn't comparable to Zhao Ye at all after witnessing what she had just done. It was the first time he discovered that one could achieve a breakthrough like this. Although the true element boundary 6th stage was still 3 minor realms below the 9th stage, the gap had been significantly shortened. The corners of Miao Fei Ping's face twitched as it was the first time he felt inferior to anyone. Seeing that Zhao Ye was burning with murderous intent, he stopped stalling and gave her a list of names. Zhao Ye extended her hand and summoned a silver spear before turning to leave. Miao Fei Ping felt his heart pounding against his chest as he had a feeling that something serious was about to happen. He thus hurriedly contacted his honored master, Guan Qianxing. Less than an hour later, the incident of an attempted murder sent a shock wave across 7-star sect. For some reason, a disciple named Lu Yi got into a conflict with Azure Jade Peak's Zhao Ye. They engaged in an intense battle, but surprisingly, Lu Yi, who was 3 minor realms above the other party, was powerless to fight back the whole time. If Elder Guan Qianxing hadn't managed to intervene in time, Lu Yi would have lost his life on the spot. Despite that, Lu Yi was so severely wounded that it would take him 3 to 5 months to recuperate. The battle stunned everyone in 7-star sect. There were naturally some fights between the disciples in the same sect over the years, and sometimes disciples were injured, but no one would attempt to kill their fellow brothers or sisters. However, Zhao Ye did just that this time. According to the onlookers, every move Zhao Ye made was filled with murderous intent, as she seemed determined to end Lu Yi's life. Zhao Ye's identity was also unusual, as she was the only disciple of the ancestor who resided on Azure Jade Peak. Although Zhao Ye's progress had disappointed the elders of 7-star sect, her identity and status would not change just because of that. If any other disciple had done such a thing, he or she would have been kicked out of the sect, or worse, their cultivation would be crippled. Nevertheless, no one would dare to do that to Zhao Ye. What's more, it was a battle between a true element boundary 6th stage disciple and one in the 9th stage. However, Lu Yi, the supposedly stronger one, was completely powerless to defend himself. It was rare that a weaker cultivator could defeat a stronger one, so it was hard to understand why there was such a huge gap between these two's powers when they fought. Lu Yi was brought back by his honored master while the elders of 7-star sect came together in the middle of the night to look into the matter and come up with a plan to clean up the mess. On the other hand, Zhao Ye stealthily returned to Azure Jade Peak, but as soon as she reached the peak, she saw her honored master standing there, looking impassively at her. Zhao Ye stiffened as she hung her head low and bashfully walked up to Yang Kai. While looking down at her feet, she called out, "Master!" When she was younger, she swore that she would cultivate hard so that she could defeat her master one day and make him have a taste of becoming a worker. However, after spending over 10 years with him, she no longer had such impudent and aggressive thoughts. Her master had treated her very well, and she regarded him to be a teacher as well as a father figure. "You broke through 3 stages?" Yang Kai asked calmly. Zhao Ye nodded cautiously. Upon hearing the reply, Yang Kai sighed. "Given your strength, you could have easily dealt with a true element boundary 9th stage boy even though you were only in the 3rd stage. You didn't need to achieve a breakthrough." Zhao Ye pursed her lips. "I didn't expect him to be so weak." Yang Kai said, "It's not that he's weak, but that you're strong." Zhao Ye looked up and flashed a bright smile at him. "It's all thanks to honored master's guidance over the years." Just then, Yang Kai turned his head and shouted, "Zhao Yibai!" "I'm here." Zhao Yibai, who had been hiding somewhere to watch them, ran towards Yang Kai. "What do you need me to do, senior?" Yang Kai extended his hand and grabbed the huge tank full of water from the kitchen before placing it on Zhao Yibai's head. A stunned Zhao Yibai wouldn't dare to move away as he quickly raised his hands to prop up the water tank. Fortunately, he had unusual strength, so it wasn't a difficult task. The average person would have been pressed into a patty by the weight of the water tank. "Since Zhao Ye broke through 3 minor realms today, you'll stand right here for 3 days. If 1 drop of water is spilled, you will immediately leave the mountain." Instead of feeling resentful, Zhao Yibai was relieved and replied solemnly, "Don't worry, senior. I'll not let a single drop of water spill." Although others didn't know why Zhao Ye, who had a plus aptitude, had progressed so slowly, he was fully aware of it. Zhao Ye had told him that Yang Kai had deliberately suppressed her cultivation. Otherwise, given her peerless aptitude, she would have made it to the Saint Realm already. Marshall Peak. Chapter 4689, A Wild Horse and a Rain.
Why do you always do this, master?
It's me who makes mistakes, but you always punish Big Brother Yi Bai instead. Xiaoya roared. It was only at times like these that she would talk back. She was normally obedient to Yang Kai. The same thing had happened over and over again since they moved into Azure Jade Peak. Every time she made a mistake, it would be Zhao Yi Bai who got punished. Initially, he wasn't allowed to have food and sleep, or he would be asked to bring 100 buckets of water back from the bottom of the mountain. Now, he would be required to prop up a heavy object for several days. Although Zhao Yi Bai was strong, he had never cultivated before. He might not be able to persevere holding up a tank full of water without sleep for 3 days straight. Not to mention that not even a single drop of water was allowed to spill over. Since you're aware of it, don't make mistakes. Yang Kai looked dispassionately at her.
I'm not convinced,
Zhao Ye said aggrievedly.
I don't care.
Zhao Ye's chest heaved for a moment before she walked up to Zhao Yi Bai and stood beside him. She then fell on her knees and said angrily, I'll also get punished then. Without saying a word, Yang Kai turned around and left. He always believed that only by punishing the person Zhao Ye treasured the most would she learn her lessons. Although she appeared to be obedient, she was born with a hint of ruthlessness. It might have something to do with the fact that she was abandoned by her parents when she was a toddler. Since she was a young child, the person she cared most for was Zhao Yi Bai. Even her master, who had nurtured her for 10 years, was not comparable to Zhao Yi Bai. This time, her murderous intent had been ignited because she wanted to get revenge for Zhao Yi Bai. That was the reason she got into an intense battle with Lu Yi. If Guan Qianxing hadn't stopped her in time, Lu Yi would have been killed. Zhao Ye was destined to be a wild horse while Zhao Yi Bai was the rein that had been wrapped around her. When Yang Kai picked Zhao Ye up from that mountain and dropped her off in front of Yu Lu's door, he hadn't expected her to have such heaven-defying aptitude. In the middle of the night, the growling of a stomach was particularly loud. Zhao Ye, who was kneeling beside Zhao Yi Bai, landed a slap on her forehead and got to her feet. Wait a bit, Big Brother Yi Bai. I'll get some food for you from the kitchen. I don't think it's appropriate. Zhao Yi Bai looked in the direction Yang Kai had left. I'm still being punished. Zhao Ye snorted. Master told you to stay here for 3 days and make sure that no water would spill. He didn't say you can't eat or drink. You have never cultivated before, so how could you not have any food or water for 3 days? Upon finishing her words, she dashed towards the kitchen. Fortunately, Zhao Yi Bai had already prepared a meal beforehand. After filling a pot with rice and gathering some other dishes, Zhao Ye stood beside Zhao Yi Bai and fed him with a spoon. If the fellow brothers from 7-Star Sect saw this, they would probably pound their fists against their chests and roar in frustration and dejection. Meanwhile, the young man and young woman exchanged glances with a smile as no words were needed at this moment. When some rice stuck to the side of Zhao Yi Bai's mouth, Zhao Ye would pinch it and stuff it into his mouth. Just then, a series of footsteps were heard coming from behind. Zhao Ye turned her head and saw that with Shang Guanji leading the way, the elders of 7-Star Sect had all arrived at Azure Jade Peak. When she saw a particular elderly man, she couldn't help but snort. Guan Qianxing scratched his nose and put on a helpless smile, thinking that he had supposedly never offended her in any way. He just saved Lu Yi from getting killed by her, but here she was giving him a look of anger. Things would have become really complicated if she had killed Lu Yi. However, from the looks of it, Zhao Ye and Zhao Yi Bai were being punished. The group of people quickly looked away as though they had never seen them before. They then moved past them in a hurry. They wouldn't dare to talk to her, for they would be the ones who would be embarrassed if Zhao Ye became furious. Upon arriving at a spot in front of the main hall, Shang Guanji bent his back and said, "Greetings, ancestor. Shang Guanji has come with the other elders to visit you." Yang Kai's voice was heard coming from the main hall. "I know what has happened. Regardless of who is in the wrong, all of you should discipline your disciples appropriately. If anyone dares to offend the people from Azure Jade Peak again, I'll personally deal with him regardless of who he is." Shang Guanji wouldn't dare to object to it as he bent his back again. "Yes, ancestor." They left this place as quickly as when they came while feeling relieved. Although it was Lu Yi who suffered a setback as Zhao Ye harmed her fellow brother, they were worried that the ancestor would be infuriated. It was fortunate that the ancestor only gave them a slight warning. Although Senior is a little eccentric, he'll still protect you no matter what happens, Zhao Yibai said in a muffled voice while having his food. Zhao Ye fell silent. You should apologize to him at a later time, and don't always talk back to him because of me. You're his only disciple, so he'll feel sad if you talk back. All right, I got it. Zhao Ye nodded repeatedly as she wiped the corners of Zhao Yibai's mouth with her sleeve. I'll get you some more rice. While Zhao Yibai had great strength, he also had a huge appetite. Fortunately, there wasn't a lack of food on Azure Jade Peak. If they were still in Seven Stars Town, their family would have become broke by now. Upon making sure that Zhao Yibai was full, Zhao Ye also had a little food and knelt beside him again to keep him company. As Zhao Yibai gazed at the young woman beside him, he couldn't help but recall what Miao Fei Ping had said to him in the morning. Those words were like a hammer that repeatedly struck his mind. 100 years later, he, who had never cultivated before, would become old and frail while Zhao Ye would remain young and beautiful. What should he do by then? It was said that the more powerful a cultivator was, the longer they could live. He could already envision the sight, after 100 years, of Zhao Ye crying her heart out in front of his grave. He couldn't help but let his thoughts and fears run wild. A long time later, Zhao Ye, who had been leaning against Zhao Yibai's leg, realized that something was off. When she looked up, she saw that his figure was slightly shaking and his physique seemed to have expanded a little. There was also a suppressed roar coming from his throat. Zhao Ye could faintly feel that there was something in this world that was streaming into Zhao Yibai's body, but regardless of how hard she tried, she was unable to figure out what it was. Layers of ripples started spreading from the place they stood, and as Zhao Ye widened her eyes, Zhao Yibai, who was supposed to be just beside her, seemed to be getting further and further away from her. Before she could say or do anything, Zhao Yibai suddenly vanished into thin air. The water tank that had been propped up on his head abruptly fell. Zhao Ye screamed and clenched the water tank with both hands before gently putting it down on the ground. Following that, she anxiously called out, "Big brother Yibai! Big brother Yibai! Where are you?" Right then, she felt a breeze whisking through her. She turned her head, then said in a frightened tone, "Big brother Yibai disappeared, master." She was on the brink of breaking into tears. Over the years, she and Zhao Yibai had always relied on one another, and they had never separated before. However, on this night, Zhao Yibai abruptly vanished right in front of her. Meanwhile, Yang Kai sported a solemn expression. Although he was already aware that Zhao Yibai had the potential to inherit his legacy when the latter was still in his mother's womb, he hadn't expected Zhao Yibai to be so compatible with the Tao of space. Over the years, he had deliberately suppressed Zhao Yibai's development by not teaching him how to cultivate. He had even turned a blind eye when the disciples at the bottom of the mountain oppressed him. The main reason was that he wanted to find out his true temperament. If Zhao Yibai turned out to be wicked and vengeful, Yang Kai wouldn't teach him the Tao of space regardless of how talented he was in it. Fortunately, Zhao Yibai had a good mother who always taught him to count his blessings and be kind to others. Regardless of what adversities he faced, he could always remain calm, collected, and positive. Over the past 10 years, Yang Kai had spent a lot of energy secretly improving his physique, which was the reason Zhao Yibai was so physically strong. While Zhao Yibai's foundation was solid now, Yang Kai's tests were about to end as well. However, Yang Kai had never expected such an incident to happen on this night. It wasn't certain what that brat was thinking about, but he had accidentally triggered the space Tao essence in Yang Kai's small universe, which was why he was abruptly drawn into the void crack. This void crack was sandwiched between Yang Kai's small universe and the outside world, so even he didn't have full control over it. "Master, please save Big Brother Yibai. I'll always be obedient to you from now on. Please save Big Brother Yibai." Zhao Ye stared at Yang Kai with teary eyes. She always believed that there was nothing in the world that her master couldn't do, so Zhao Yibai would definitely be safe if he took action. "Stop yelling." Yang Kai chided her while he darted his gaze around the void. The light in his eyes flickered as he was able to see things that others couldn't. His gaze seemed to have penetrated space and peered into the void crack that was nothing but chaos. A moment later, he suddenly took a step forward and extended his hand into the void. When he retracted his hand, he pulled Zhao Yibai back from the void crack. "Big brother Yibai." Zhao Ya's face was already covered in tears and she directly pounced on him and pressed him against the ground before tightly wrapping her arms around his neck. It was as though she was worried that she would lose him forever if she released him. On the other hand, Zhao Yibai appeared dumbfounded. Up until this moment, he still had no idea what had happened. Just now, his mind seemed to have gone blank. Following a moment of discomfort, he fell into a desolate and empty place before appearing back on Azure Jade Peak. In truth, it all just felt like a dream. What just happened? Zhao Yibai asked in shock. The alluring woman in his arms made him feel anxious. It wasn't until this moment that he realized just how much Zhao Ye had grown as a woman. Meanwhile, Yang Kai was staring coldly at them. With his face blushing, Zhao Yibai patted the woman's back. "I'm fine, Xiao Ye. Get up now." They were indeed in an indecent posture, and Yang Kai was watching them. After they got to their feet, Zhao Ye was still sobbing as she looked fixedly at Zhao Yibai. She was still reeling from the shock because just now, she truly had a feeling that Zhao Yibai would leave her forever. "So, what happened just now?" Zhao Yibai asked in a small voice. In a choking voice, Zhao Ye intermittently told him about the incident just now. As she spoke, she grabbed the man's arm as she seemed determined to never let him go. Zhao Yibai scratched his head. "I felt like I was having a dream." With reddened eyes, Zhao Ye gazed at Yang Kai. "Will the same thing happen to Big Brother Yibai again, Master?" Yang Kai replied, "He'll be fine as long as he doesn't trigger that kind of force again." "Many thanks, Senior. I'll be careful in the future." Zhao Yibai nodded seriously. He had no idea what kind of force that was, but he didn't want Zhao Ye to feel anxious for him again. "Do you feel there's anything wrong with your physique, Big Brother Yibai? You must tell Master about it. Is there really none? Check on yourself again carefully." Yang Kai flicked his sleeve and left. He seemed to have aged by several hundred years by watching the young couple fawn over each other. Marshall Peak. Chapter 4690, Unusual Talent. "You're such a blockhead, Big Brother Yibai." Zhao Ye knelt beside him with fury. While holding the water tank with one hand, Zhao Yibai stroked the woman's head with his other. Without refuting her, he just let out a hollow laugh. Since such a major incident had happened, he was supposedly able to seize the chance and get some rest. However, Zhao Yibai said that since Yang Kai's punishment wasn't over yet, he decided to prop up the water tank again. Left with no choice, Zhao Ye knelt beside him once more, but this time, she stuck close to his leg as she wouldn't allow him to leave her again. In the middle of the night, Zhao Ye suddenly heard some snoring coming from the side. When she looked up, she realized that Zhao Yibai had dozed off. Looking at the face she would never get tired of, she put on a sweet smile, for only Zhao Yibai had such an unusual talent. No ordinary person who had never cultivated before could hold up a water tank while being sound asleep. He was probably the only one. Big Brother Yibai is indeed the most amazing. At the break of dawn, Zhao Yibai slowly opened his eyes. For some reason, he furrowed his brow while being hesitant to speak, but he didn't say anything in the end. The next day, he tried his best not to fall asleep, but for some unfathomable reason, he became extremely lethargic when darkness descended upon them. After talking to Zhao Ye a little, he dozed off again. The same thing happened on the third day. When he awakened, he suddenly had a feeling that his body was a little different, but he couldn't point out what the changes were. When he turned his head, he saw Zhao Ye staring at him with a pleasantly surprised look. "What's wrong?" Zhao Yibai asked in puzzlement. "You broke through to the initial element realm, Big Brother Yibai." "What do you mean?" Zhao Yibai was perplexed, but he soon became shocked. "You mean that initial element realm?" He had been a worker who did manual work on Azure Jade Peak for the past 10 years, and he had never cultivated before, and no one had taught him how to cultivate. However, he had been staying with Zhao Ye for a long time, so he was naturally aware of the categorization of the different martial Dao realms. The initial element realm was the second great realm. After sensing it for a while, he realized there was indeed a force in his body that had never existed before. The force was passing through his meridians and flesh, which made him feel elated. This is the initial element realm? Zhao Yibai fell into a dazed state. When he was a young child, his dream was to join Seven Stars sect and become a powerful cultivator one day. Nevertheless, 10 years ago, in order to make Zhao Ye agree to become a disciple of Yang Kai without any worries, he practically cut off his own future by requesting to become a worker on Azure Jade Peak. Over the years, when he went down the mountain to get water and saw people about his age who had become successful cultivators, he was naturally envious of them, but he never regretted his decision. He was way past the best age to start cultivating, and as he grew older, he stopped thinking about his childhood dream. He felt more than happy to see Zhao Ye growing up and getting stronger by the day. Hence, he had never expected that he would be able to set off on his journey in the martial Dao one day. Is it because of the incident that took place a few days ago? Zhao Ye asked. No one had taught Zhao Yibai how to cultivate, but he had suddenly made it to the initial element realm. It was obviously not normal. Zhao Yibai shook his head. No. I suppose it has something to do with the fact that I kept falling asleep over the past few days. Xiaoya, when I fell asleep, there was a voice that never stopped talking to me in my mind. Initially, I thought it was just a dream, so I didn't pay any attention to it. However, the same thing happened day after day. What kind of voice was that? Xiaoya asked worriedly. I can't describe it clearly. Zhao Yibai shook his head. But I remember everything the person said. He then went on to tell Zhao Ye everything he had heard in his dreams. Upon hearing that, Zhao Ye covered her lips with her hand. It's a very profound and abstruse secret art. A secret art? Zhao Yibai was stunned. How could it be? On the other hand, Zhao Ye was elated. This is wonderful. You don't have to worry about anything anymore. Big brother Yibai. There was a worried look on Zhao Yibai's face, however, as he muttered, Senior has never allowed me to cultivate. If he finds out about it. Zhao Ye placed a finger on her lips and made a shush sound. She then looked around stealthily and said in a small voice, Master will not find out about it if neither of us exposes this secret. He has only treated you as a worker as he has never taught you how to cultivate before. Now that you've gained such an opportunity, you must treasure it. Have you forgotten about what you said when you were a young kid, Big Brother Yibai? One day, I will become the most powerful cultivator in the world. I will build a big house so that Mother, Xiaoya, Grandma, Uncle Yang, and I can all live together happily as one family. At that moment, Zhao Yibai was tempted, but he soon shook his head. I can't do this. I must tell Senior about it and see what he has to say. If he allows me to cultivate, I will. If he doesn't allow me, I won't. Moreover, we don't even know whether there's anything wrong with this secret art. If there is a problem, I might become an evil person in the future. Upon finishing his words, he gently put down the water tank and shuffled towards Yang Kai's palace. You're so stubborn, Big Brother Yibai. Zhao Ye stomped her feet on the ground with fury, but she couldn't stop him. A moment later, Zhao Yibai returned with a puzzled look while scratching his head. Presently, Zhao Ye was facing away from him with fury. Unlike a typical lady, she was directly seated on the ground while grabbing some strands of grass and ripping them into pieces. All of a sudden, she turned her head with an incensed look. What did Master say? Zhao Yibai was still scratching his head. Senior chased me out without saying anything. Zhao Ye batted her eyes, then leapt to her feet with ecstasy as her eyes radiated a glow. Since Master said nothing, it means that he's allowed you to cultivate. You can cultivate now, Big Brother Yibai. You can cultivate now. She kept jumping up and down as tears almost leaked from her eyes. Seeing how elated she was, Zhao Yibai also couldn't help grinning. Miao Fei Ping's words made him feel heartbroken. However, since he was able to cultivate now, all his worries blew away with the wind. As long as he worked hard enough so that his cultivation could keep up with Zhao Ye's, he could accompany her for a very long time. Your smile looks silly, Big Brother Yibai. Zhao Ye wiped the tears from her eyes as she joked. All of a sudden, Zhao Yibai asked, Xiaoya, do you think it's possible that it was Senior who passed on this secret art to me? Zhao Ye became startled and fell into her thoughts. Given how abstruse the secret art was, a commoner like Zhao Yibai, who had never cultivated before, shouldn't be able to comprehend it. In the entire seven-star sect, perhaps only her master was able to teach a secret art to someone in his dreams. However, would her cold-blooded, petty, and stingy master really do such a thing? Xiaoya wasn't sure about it. After all, Zhao Yibai had been a worker here for 10 years and her master never went back on his word as he had never taught him anything. Nevertheless, when Zhao Yibai informed her master about it, the latter directly chased him out without saying anything, which went to show that there was something off about it. In that case, you'll be my senior brother since you're also a disciple of master, Xiaoya said with joy. With a helpless smile, Zhao Yibai shook his head. My aptitude is too weak, so I have no right to be senior's disciple. He supposed that was the reason Yang Kai made use of his dreams instead of personally passing on the secret art to him. He then bent his back and bowed towards Yang Kai's palace and said, Don't worry, senior. I'll cultivate hard so that I won't disappoint you. Zhao Yibai's aptitude was indeed weak. It took Xiaoya 10 years to make it to the true element boundary because Yang Kai had deliberately suppressed her cultivation. However, since Zhao Yibai obtained the secret art that came as a surprise, he went on to cultivate hard for the next 3 years, but only managed to make it to the initial element realm 9th stage. He couldn't even break through to the next great realm. It seemed very accurate that his aptitude was revealed to be C in the past. His talent was among the worst in the entire 7-star sect. With that said, Zhao Yibai was pleased with his progress. That was because he had embarked on the martial Dao, which was unlike in the past. As for how far he could go, it would depend on how much effort he was willing to put in. What's wrong, master? Zhao Ya, whose white dress made her look pure and refreshing, stepped into the main hall. She then respectfully looked at her honored master, who was seated with his legs crossed. Yang Kai opened his eyes. You've reached the true element boundary 9th stage. Zhao Ya replied, I achieved a breakthrough 2 days ago. Yang Kai nodded. I've suppressed your cultivation over the years so that you'll not achieve breakthroughs too quickly. You and Miao Fei Ping joined the sect at the same time, but he's now in the Saint realm. Do you ever have any complaints about it? Zhao Ya shook her head. Honored master must have a good reason for doing this. It's thanks to your careful nurturing that this disciple has such achievements. Why would I have any complaints instead of feeling grateful? I'm glad that's how you feel. Yang Kai nodded gently. One day, you'll understand why I've done such a thing. However, your aptitude is indeed extraordinary, so a prolonged suppression will harm your foundation. Since you've made it to the true element boundary 9th stage, you should get ready to break through to the immortal ascension boundary. I'll start cultivating in seclusion then, Zhao Ya replied respectfully. Yang Kai shook his head. I don't want you to cultivate in seclusion. Instead, I want you to go out and experience the outside world. You've stayed on Azure Jade Peak for 13 years, so don't you want to see what's out there? I remember that you were only 8 years old when you became my disciple. I'm not interested in the outside world. Wherever Zhao Yibai was, that would be her home. It will only benefit you by venturing into the outside world to broaden your horizons. Yang Kai spoke in an unquestionable tone. Yes, Zhao Ya replied. Can big brother Yibai come with me? Do as you please. It was only then that Zhao Ya put on a smile. Many thanks, master. She then turned around and dashed out of the hall, her steps as light as the wind. Venturing into the outside world? Zhao Yibai widened his eyes as he appeared pleasantly surprised. Zhao Ya nodded repeatedly. Master told me to experience the outside world to prepare for my breakthrough to the immortal ascension boundary. He has agreed to let me go with you? Zhao Yibai couldn't believe it. Yes. Zhao Yibai suddenly had a feeling that pie had fallen from the sky into his lap. It had been 13 years since he settled down on Azure Jade Peak, and he had never set foot outside of 7-star sect since then. Now that he was allowed to leave, he still found it hard to believe. Give me a moment. I have to prepare some presents for Mother and Grandma. Oh, let's not forget about Uncle Yang. Upon finishing his words, Zhao Yibai bolted into his room to get prepared. Presents. Zhao Ya dotted her gaze around. All of a sudden, she recalled that when Miao Fei Ping looked for her and Zhao Yibai previously, he said that there was a spirit fruit tree on the spirit peak where his master Guan Qianxing resided. It would take the spirit fruit tree 10 years to blossom, 10 years to bear fruits, then another 10 years before the fruits matured. The fruits could help cultivators improve their cultivation. As for the ordinary people, the fruits could help prolong their lives. The fruits should have matured by now. Marshall Peak. Chapter 4691, Spirit Fruits. A young man and woman were standing alongside one another at the entrance of Seven Stars Town. As they gazed at the streets that were filled with people, they fell into a dazed state. It had been 13 years since they left this place, and in that time the town had transformed beyond recognition. The town had gotten much bigger, and it was now bustling with noise. Seven Stars Town was built to be a satellite town of Seven Stars Sect.
In the past, Seven Stars Sect was just an average second-class sect, and while it was pretty famous in the surrounding 1,000-kilometer radius, it was basically insignificant beyond that territory. However, after the disciple recruitment where the appearance of the ancestor sent a shockwave across the entire world, Seven Stars Sect directly became one of the first-class sects in the Void Continent. Since the sect was famous now, it could attract more people. As a result, Seven Stars Town became more prosperous. The young man took a deep breath as he felt somewhat nervous. Although he had asked Miao Fei Ping, who would go down the mountain from time to time, to send some letters to his mother and grandma, and he was aware that they were fine, he hadn't personally seen it for himself yet. He was still a young boy when he left home, but he was now an adult who had set off on his journey in the martial Dao. He wondered if his mother and grandma would still recognize him. Big brother Yi Bai. Zhao Ye seemed able to detect a change in his emotions as she leaned close to him and took his hand. Let's go. Zhao Yi Bai took a deep breath and shuffled forward alongside Zhao Ye. Soon, they stopped in their tracks in front of a shop. Although it was a small place, it was quite bustling. The small number of tables inside the shop were all occupied, and even the tables set up outside were filled. On top of that, many people were waiting in line. It's this place, right? Zhao Ye looked around as she was uncertain. She remembered that when they were kids, Uncle Yang would set up his stall here every day. When they were pursued by Miao Fei Ping and other kids, they would sneak under Uncle Yang's cart and wait until their pursuers were gone before they would dare to come out. After that, Uncle Yang would give them each a sweet rice dumpling, which was the best food in the world to them. Now the cart was nowhere to be seen as it was replaced by this shop. It's this place. Zhao Yi Bai closed his eyes and drew a deep breath. Although 13 years had passed, he would never forget the familiar smell of the soup and sweet rice dumplings. According to Miao Fei Ping, his mother and grandma had saved some money and bought a shop to sell sweet rice dumplings. Their business was apparently booming. When he opened his eyes again, Zhao Yi Bai saw two women who were busy at work. One of the women was facing away from them as she was roasting the sweet rice dumplings on a charcoal fire while the other woman was cleaning up the bowls and chopsticks left behind by the customers. As though sensing something, the woman who was cleaning up the dishes looked up at the door. As their gazes met, Zhao Yi Bai's eyes reddened while he covered his mouth so that he wouldn't burst into tears. The woman was startled for a moment, then her expression was transformed by disbelief. She put down the bowls and walked out of the shop with a shaking figure before extending her hands. Xiao Bai. The woman caressed Zhao Yi Bai's face as she thought she was dreaming. Mother. Zhao Yi Bai sniffled. I'm back. Grandma, who was busy inside the shop, turned her head and saw the woman hugging Zhao Yi Bai and Zhao Ye, all of them crying tears of joy. Since Zhao Yi Bai and Zhao Ye were back, they decided to close the shop early. This disappointed the customers who had been lining up to get their hands on the sweet rice dumplings. However, the people in town knew that the proprietor's children were disciples of Seven Stars Sect, and their master was the ancestor of the aforementioned sect. Hence, even though they were disappointed, they wouldn't dare to voice their complaints. When darkness descended upon them, Grandma Zhou and Yu Lu prepared a lot of dishes to celebrate, most of which were wolfed down by Zhao Yi Bai. Mother, when Miao Fei Ping said that you haven't changed one bit over the years, I didn't really believe him. But now it seems he was telling the truth. While stuffing food into his mouth, Zhao Yi Bai stared at his mother in amazement. 13 years had passed, but his mother still looked exactly the same as how he remembered her to be. It was as though she hadn't aged a day. Yu Lu touched her face and shot her son a glance. I haven't changed one bit? I look much older now. That's not true, Auntie Lu. Zhao Ye shook her head on the side. I remember that you looked exactly like this when I was a little girl. If we go out together now, no one will believe that we're mother and daughter. They'll naturally think that we're sisters.
Stop flattering me, you little ones. Yu Lu hung her head low and chuckled. She knew that her beauty might attract some unsolicited attention. Therefore, after she sent Zhao Yibai and Zhao Ye away to 7-star sect in the past, she always covered her face with a veil when helping Grandma out at the stall. She wouldn't dare to reveal her countenance in public. Despite that, she still attracted the attention of some licentious men who passed by. However, anyone who dared to insult or profane her would suffer from all sorts of tragedies before they even stepped out of 7 Stars Town. Moreover, these were not isolated cases. Once word got out, no one had the guts to say anything impolite to her again. It wasn't until some time later that she found out her daughter had the luck to become a disciple of the ancestor of 7-star sect. Yu Lu believed that it was the reason the people from 7-star sect protected her in secret. Those unlucky men must have been taught a lesson by the senior experts from the sect. That was the reason she finally had the courage to reveal her face. All you care about is your mother. Have you forgotten about me? Grandma Zhou seemed displeased. Zhao Yibai hurriedly said, "That's not true, Grandma. Compared to my mother, your transformation is simply shocking." Zhao Ye kept nodding on the side. "You've gotten younger by at least 40 years, Grandma." When they left home in the past, Grandma Zhou was old and frail. 13 years had passed, but Grandma had gotten younger instead of getting older. Her gray hair had turned black, and she no longer had a hunchback. Although she was already over 100 years old, those who were not aware of her real age might think that she was a woman in her 50s or 60s. "Grandma, what have you and my mother been eating over the years?" Zhao Yibai asked curiously. As one's cultivation increased, they might be able to reverse their aging and remain young for the rest of their life. Nevertheless, Zhao Yibai's mother and grandma were obviously mortals who had never cultivated before. The fact that one of them hadn't changed one bit and the other had gotten younger was beyond his ability to understand. Grandma burst into laughter. "What else would we eat other than some simple food? Your mother and I have no idea what's going on either. Rumors have been going around that our sweet rice dumplings make us stay young. That's the reason business is going so well. Does it have something to do with the sweet rice dumplings?" Zhao Yibai fell into his thoughts. Grandma picked up some food and refilled Zhao Yibai's bowl. "Of course it has nothing to do with the sweet rice dumplings. They're made from ordinary rice. Why would they be able to keep us young?" Zhao Yi giggled. "I don't know whether the sweet rice dumplings can keep you young, but I have some fruits that can definitely help prolong your lives." Upon finishing her words, she fished out 8 spirit fruits from her space ring. 4 of them were given to her mother and the remaining 4 were given to Grandma Zhou. "These fruits are beautiful." Yu Lu stared fixedly at the spirit fruits, whose skin was translucent while rays of light could be seen swirling inside them. Moreover, the fruits exuded an exotic scent that made them seem very appetizing. Grandma Zhou asked, "Where did you get these from? They must be expensive." "They grew on a tree on the mountain. I picked them. They're not valuable at all. Hurry up and eat them, Auntie Lu, Grandma. The fruits are beneficial to you." In the meantime, on Constellation Peak of 7-star sect, Miao Fei Ping was all battered and bruised. This spirit peak was where the elder Guan Qianxing resided. While running for his life, Miao Fei Ping begged for mercy in a loud voice. "Forgive me, master. Please stop hitting me. You're killing me." Despite his agility, he was unable to shake off his master. Guan Qianxing was holding a rod while sticking close to Miao Fei Ping like a shadow. As he repeatedly struck his disciple with loud thuds, he bellowed, "You unfilial brat! Do you know how hard it was for me to nurture that fruit tree? It took 10 years to blossom, 10 years to bear fruits, and another 10 years before the fruits matured. There were only 18 fruits in total, but that little girl directly snatched 12 of them. Do you know the pain I feel? My heart bleeds just thinking about it." While covering his head, Miao Fei Ping refuted, "Since you're aware that it was Zhao Ye who picked the fruits, you should beat her up instead of me." Guan Qianxing snapped, "Beat her up? Would I even dare to? Moreover, Zhao Ye rarely steps out of Azure Jade Peak. If you hadn't exposed it to her, she wouldn't have found out there are such fruits in my place. Of course, I have to beat you up for this." Miao Fei Ping was lost for words. Since he was unable to flee, he decided to turn around and fall on his knees. While gazing at Guan Qianxing with a pitiful face, he cried out, "Master, the fruits are indeed precious, but I'm your one and only legacy disciple. Should I not be even more valuable? You'll get new fruits after another 30 years. But if you kill me, where are you going to look for a new disciple with such exceptional aptitude?" With the rod raised, Guan Qianxing fell silent for a moment. Miao Fei Ping placed his index fingers on the corners of his mouth and pushed up, forcing a smile that was uglier than if he was crying. "Don't you think I'm right, master?" "Nonsense." Guan Qianxing struck him again with the rod. "The fruits are really gone, and it's not like you'll die after a few hits. Right now I must vent my anger." Miao Fei Ping hurriedly got to his feet and dashed out of the mountain. While running away, he yelled, "Sect Master, save me!" Zhao Yibai and Zhao Ye went on to stay in Seven Stars Town for a month. Rather than talking about the suffering he endured on the mountain, Zhao Yibai only told his mother about the interesting things he had witnessed. He also said that he could now cultivate, so he would definitely become a powerful cultivator one day. Yu Lu attentively listened to him while staring at her children fondly. She had never expected that, as a widow, she would be able to see her children growing into fine adults. As she reminisced, she couldn't help recalling the stormy night some 20 years ago. Time flew by so quickly and everything seemed to have just happened the day before. After a month, Zhao Yibai and Zhao Ye were ready to leave. Their mission was to experience the outside world, so although they were reluctant, they couldn't stay in Seven Stars Town forever. At the entrance of the town, Yu Lu and Grandma saw them off while giving them a lot of reminders. "Come with me, Xiaoya." Yu Lu suddenly beckoned to Zhao Ye and walked to the side. Upon getting close to her, Zhao Ye asked, "What's wrong, Auntie Lu?" Yu Lu fished out a handkerchief which contained something from her sleeve and passed it to her. "I've eaten 2 of the fruits you've given to me and saved the remaining 2. If you're able to meet your Uncle Yang on your trip this time, pass the fruits to him. If you can't see him, you should just eat the fruits yourself." Marshall Peak. Chapter 4692. Green Mountain Town. Zhao Ye pushed the fruits back to her. "Auntie Lu, I've already saved some fruits for Uncle Yang." She had picked 12 fruits from Constellation Peak. 8 of them were given to Yu Lu and Grandma Zhou. The remaining 4 inside her space ring were reserved for Uncle Yang. "While you've saved some for him, these fruits are given to him by me." "They're different," Yu Lu insisted. After giving it a thought, Zhao Ye took the 2 spirit fruits. Following a giggle, she asked, "Auntie Lu, why don't you come with us to look for Uncle Yang?" Yu Lu extended her hand and poked the young woman's forehead. "What nonsense are you talking about, silly girl? While you 2 can go over, what reason do I have to look for him? If we really come across Uncle Yang, isn't there something you want to tell him?" Zhao Ye asked. Yu Lu hung her head low and pondered on it before shaking her head. The young man and young woman finally set off on their journey. Even after they walked for a long time, once they turned their heads, they could still see 2 figures staring in their direction from the entrance of the town. "Xiaoya, what did my mother tell you just now?" Zhao Yibai asked. Zhao Ye replied, "Auntie Lu saved 2 fruits and told me to pass them to Uncle Yang." Zhao Yibai burst into laughter. "Grandma also saved 2 fruits and told me to pass them to him. I wonder how Uncle Yang is doing now." Zhao Ye looked into the distance. Before Uncle Yang departed, he had left behind an address. However, both of them had never heard of the place before. They wondered if they could meet him again during their adventure. "Xiaoya, there's something I've always been curious about." Zhao Yibai appeared puzzled as he suddenly thought of something. "What is it?" Zhao Ye turned to look at him. Zhao Yibai asked, "Do you know what Senior's name is? We have stayed on the mountain for 13 years, but I never found out his name." Zhao Ye shook her head. "I have no idea either, and Master has never mentioned it. When the sect master and elders visited him, they always called him Ancestor. No one has ever called him by his name." Zhao Yibai said, "I've asked Miao Fei Ping about it before. Although he isn't clear about it, he heard Elder Guan mention that the surname of Senior is Yang. He shares the same surname as Uncle Yang?" Zhao Ye was surprised. Zhao Yibai put on a grin. "They don't just share the same surname. Have you ever realized that, just by looking at their backs, Senior and Uncle Yang are very similar?" Zhao Ye pursed her lips.
But Master is not comparable to Uncle Yong at all. One of the men took good care of them as though they were his children, while the other man had a distorted personality and would punish Zhao Yibai as he pleased.
There was no comparison at all. Time passed by and the pair's horizons were truly broadened as they traveled. They encountered many different people and witnessed lots of interesting incidents along the way. However, since they had lived on the mountain for a long time, they knew little about human nature, and it was expected that they would suffer a setback from time to time. During their journey, they had helped the weak and taught bad guys a lesson. There were almost times when they were plotted against and harmed. Zhao Ye's beauty would also frequently attract unsolicited trouble to them. There was one time when they were drugged in a bandit's inn and almost passed out. Upon realizing that something was off, Zhao Ye made a decisive move by killing everyone in the inn. As a result, she became unconscious for 3 days before she awakened. They started growing up as they gained more experience.
It was then they found out the people in the outside world were not as amiable as Uncle Yong and the seniors on the mountain.
They had learned to be careful of the greed and trickery of other people. Half a year later, they finally arrived at Green Mountain Town. The reason they'd come to this place was that before Uncle Yong left Seven Stars Town in the past, the address he had left behind was in Green Mountain Town. It seemed that his home was in Green Mountain Town. The town wasn't big, but there were some cultivators moving around. That was because Spirit Sea Temple was located just a few hundred kilometers away from this place. Spirit Sea Temple was considered a first-class sect in the Void Continent. While the Temple Master was a powerful Second-Order Emperor Realm Master, there were also 2 elders in the First-Order Emperor Realm. Upon entering Green Mountain Town, the pair found an inn and settled down. After that, Zhao Yibai excitedly looked for the innkeeper and asked about the whereabouts of Yang Kai, but his efforts were to no avail. Although he was disappointed, he reckoned that they would find Uncle Yang sooner or later since they were in Green Mountain Town. After a night's rest, they started moving around the town and making inquiries. Restaurants where people from all walks of life would come together were places they would never miss. A few days later, they still hadn't found any useful information as the people in Green Mountain Town had never heard of Yang Kai before. Zhao Yibai thought of looking into the matter by asking about sweet rice dumplings instead. After all, Uncle Yang had learned how to make sweet rice dumplings from Grandma Zhou and had been selling them in Seven Stars Town for years. If he had really returned to Green Mountain Town, he would probably sell sweet rice dumplings again to provide for his family. By following this trail, Zhao Yibai really found out something useful. He then excitedly returned to the inn and pushed the door open. "Xiaoya, I know where Uncle Yang is." "Have you found him?" Xiaoya asked with a pleasantly surprised look. "More or less," Zhao Yibai replied with a smile. "Someone told me that there's a man who lives in a place about 30 kilometers away from Green Mountain Town. He will come to the town to sell sweet rice dumplings every few days. The appearance and age of that person described to me match those of Uncle Yang." "Should we go now?" Zhao Ye gazed at him. Zhao Yibai nodded repeatedly. It had been 13 years since he last met his Uncle Yang, and he couldn't wait any longer as he was eager to reunite with him. They then paid their fees and left the inn before heading in a particular direction. Zhao Ye was now in the true element boundary 9th stage. On the other hand, after half a year of adventure, Zhao Yibai had achieved a breakthrough to the Qi transformation realm. It only took them an hour to move across 30 kilometers. The pair came to a place that looked like a village where dozens of families lived by the mountains and rivers. At the entrance of the village was a huge manor, which obviously belonged to a wealthy family. Since it was dinner time, smoke could be seen billowing from every family's home. As soon as Zhao Yibai entered the village, he sniffled and became excited. "It's the smell of sweet rice dumplings. Uncle Yang must be here." Zhao Ye nodded repeatedly. Following the trail of the smell, they arrived at a house. Unable to wait any longer, Zhao Yibai shouted, "Uncle Yang! Uncle Yang!" Upon hearing that, a man in his prime age stepped out of the kitchen and gazed at them in shock. "Who are you looking for?" Zhao Yibai took a step forward and saluted him. "Mister, does Yang Kai live in this place?" In response, the man shook his head. "I've never heard of this person before." Zhao Yibai was stunned. "Who made these sweet rice dumplings then?" "Are you here to buy sweet rice dumplings?" "I made them." The man put on a sincere smile.
It was then Zhao Yibai examined the man and realized that the latter's figure and age were indeed similar to those of Uncle Yang.
Since you love to eat sweet rice dumplings, I'll give some of them to you. Upon finishing his words, the man returned to the kitchen. When he reappeared, there were some sweet rice dumplings in his hands as he passed them to Zhao Yibai. Zhao Yibai instinctively took them, but he went on to ask, "Mister, have you really not heard of Yang Kai before?" The man shook his head. "There's no one in the village with the surname Yang. If you don't believe me, you can ask the village chief about it. His child is a disciple of Spirit Sea Temple, and he's quite knowledgeable. He knows things that commoners like us don't." As he spoke, he pointed in the direction where the manor was located. Zhao Yibai turned his head to take a glance before nodding. "Thanks for the information, mister." They didn't take the food for free as they passed the man some money before leaving. Following that, they arrived at the manor that was in stark contrast to other buildings in the village. The manor was huge, and could not have been owned by an average businessman. However, since a family member here was a disciple of Spirit Sea Temple, it wasn't so surprising. The pair then knocked on the door and waited for a long time before it was opened. A middle-aged man in extravagant clothes stuck out his head and his eyes brightened the moment he saw Zhao Yibai and Zhao Ya. He especially couldn't move his eyes away from Zhao Ya. Even though she had covered her alluring face with a veil to not draw unwanted attention, her demeanor alone was attractive enough to do so. "Who are you looking for?"
the man asked. Although he was an ordinary person who had never cultivated before, he had a family member who was a disciple of Spirit Sea Temple. Since he had come into contact with cultivators before, he wasn't diffident when facing the people in front of him now. "Mister, it's said that you're knowledgeable, so I'd like to ask you about the whereabouts of a person." The man replied with a smile, "I wouldn't dare to say I'm knowledgeable, but I do know a little more than most people."
"Who is it that you want to know about?"
It was then Zhao Yibai brought up the name Yang Kai. After giving it a thought with a frown, the man shook his head. "I've never heard of this person before."
Zhao Yibai said anxiously, "That's impossible."
The man burst into laughter. "I've really never heard of him before. I'm familiar with a dozen villages in a radius of 100 kilometers around Green Mountain Town. I definitely remember if there was such a person."
"How could this be?" Zhao Yibai appeared dejected.
Before Yang Kai departed, the address he had left behind was in Green Mountain Town.
"Are you from Spirit Sea Temple?"
the man asked. Zhao Ya shook her head. "No, we're from somewhere else." "You're not from Spirit Sea Temple?"
The man frowned.
He initially thought that they were disciples of Spirit Sea Temple, but it turned out that he was mistaken. Zhao Yibai relentlessly said, "Mister, please give it one more thought."
"Uncle Yang."
"I said I don't know him."
"Who cares what his name is?"
The man was initially friendly, but upon realizing that they were not from Spirit Sea Temple, he instantly became impatient. After saying what he wanted, he shut the door with a loud slam and almost smacked Zhao Yibai's nose. A hint of ruthlessness flashed through Zhao Ya's eyes, but as she recalled that the man was just an ordinary mortal, she clenched her teeth and held it in.
"Let's go, big brother Yibai. Uncle Yang isn't here."
Zhao Ya gently pulled Zhao Yibai's arm. Zhao Yibai appeared dispirited as his hope had turned into disappointment.
He couldn't accept the truth.
On the way back to Green Mountain Town, when Zhao Ya saw that Zhao Yibai remained sullen and silent, she couldn't help but placate him by saying, since the address left behind by Uncle Yang was in Green Mountain Town, he must be here.
"We just have to keep looking for him. I'm sure we'll find him sooner or later."
Marshall Peak. Chapter 4693. Zhao Ya is wounded. Zhao Yibai nodded while looking listless. To him, Uncle Yang was as important as his mother. Both of them were his family members. Since he and Zhao Ya had started cultivating, they were no longer the same little kids they were in the past. It was expected that he wanted to let Uncle Yang enjoy a better life since he was a grown man and a cultivator now. All of a sudden, Zhao Ya took his hand. When Zhao Yibai turned his head, he saw Zhao Ya looking around with a serious expression. They were in the middle of nowhere, where the grass was tall and the tree leaves swayed with the wind.
"What's wrong?" he asked in puzzlement.
"There's a smell of blood."
Zhao Ya furrowed her brows. The next moment, her expression changed drastically as she shouted, "Watch out!" As soon as she finished speaking, a gentle force exuded from her palm and sent Zhao Yi Bai flying away. The next instant, a figure abruptly appeared as a sword light slashed across the place where Zhao Yi Bai was initially standing. If Zhao Yi hadn't pushed him away in time, he would have been dead by now. Zhao Yi Bai fell to the ground and rolled away. When he got to his feet, he saw that Zhao Yi had gotten into an intense battle with the attacker. The person was holding a sword as he rained fatal attacks down on Zhao Yi. On the other hand, Zhao Yi wielded her silver spear as she tried her best to counterattack, but she still fell into a disadvantage. An immortal ascension boundary master! Zhao Yi Bai exclaimed. He was fully aware of Zhao Yi's capabilities as she was now in the true element boundary 9th stage. Moreover, she had been trained by her master for years, and coupled with her exceptional aptitude, she was able to fight against people above her realm. However, since the enemy that came out of nowhere could suppress her, there was no doubt that he was in the immortal ascension boundary. Furthermore, he must be in the immortal ascension boundary 4th stage at the very least. Otherwise, he couldn't have suppressed Zhao Yi. Meanwhile, Zhao Yi Bai noticed that their attacker was injured as his chest was covered in blood. He still seemed to be bleeding, and it was this smell of blood that Zhao Yi had detected just now. "How dare two young brats like you come to provoke me? You won't leave this place alive!" The man roared through clenched teeth while launching his attacks. Zhao Yi was forced to retreat again, and it was clear she was having difficulty persevering. The huge gap between their realms couldn't be made up for by aptitude alone. Zhao Yi Bai stood anxious at the side. He had only made it to the Qi transformation realm recently, so even though he wanted to help out, there was nothing he could do. If he made a rash move now, he would just become a burden to Zhao Yi instead. However, upon hearing the person's words, he soon realized a problem. "Senior, please stop. We only passed by this place by chance. Are you perhaps mistaking us for someone else?" This man was obviously pursued by some powerful enemies, which was why he was hiding in this place to recuperate. Unfortunately, Zhao Yi Bai and Zhao Yi happened to arrive at this place. It would have been all good if they hadn't discovered anything. Nevertheless, the moment Zhao Yi pointed out that there was a smell of blood, this man could no longer keep hiding, which was why he appeared and attacked them. As expected, the man frowned upon hearing that while his attacks slowed down. Zhao Yi, who had been at a disadvantage, was slightly relieved, but the next instant, she saw the person charging towards Zhao Yi Bai. This man was severely wounded, and seeing that he couldn't defeat Zhao Yi in a short time, he decided to target the weaker Zhao Yi Bai in an attempt to hold him captive and gain control of the situation. He only slowed down his attacks earlier to get Zhao Yi to lower her guard. The cold light of the sword filled Zhao Yi Bai's vision, and a powerful divine sense bound him to the ground, rendering him immobile. "Die!" Zhao Yi bellowed as her silver spear suddenly radiated a dazzling glow. All her strength was infused into this spear. The power of the attack far exceeded what could be achieved by the average true element boundary cultivator, and sent a chill down the spine of the attacker, making it feel as if his soul was about to leave his body. Unable to keep charging towards Zhao Yi Bai, the man turned around and pushed out his sword. Blood was seen spurting into the air as the person's figure was penetrated by Zhao Yi's spear. He staggered backwards while covering his waist with his hand. With widened eyes, he stared dumbfounded at Zhao Yi. He had never expected that he would be wounded by a young woman who was only in the true element boundary 9th stage. No ordinary true element boundary cultivator could use the power that she had showcased earlier, so there must be a powerful master behind her. The person gritted his teeth and glowered at Zhao Yi. Not daring to get into a prolonged fight with her, he stomped his foot on the ground and disappeared into the forest, leaving behind a trail of blood. Zhao Yi Bai was reeling from the shock while watching that person leave. Although they had encountered danger a few times during their adventure, this time was definitely the most critical situation of all. Just now, for a moment, he had a feeling that he was at death's door. "Are you all right, big brother Yi Bai?" Zhao Yi asked caringly. "I'm fine." Zhao Yi Bai shook his head, but then his pupils contracted as he stared at Zhao Yi's left chest. "Zhao Yi you." Zhao Yi put on a smile. Blood streamed out of her chest and dyed her white clothes crimson. Her petite figure staggered for a moment before falling forward. Zhao Yi Bai dashed forward and supported her weight. He could see that the redness expanded rapidly, which made him feel panicked, like his throat was tightening up, threatening to choke him to death. "I'm fine," Xiaoya said in a weakened voice. Zhao Yibai was on the brink of bursting into tears. It wasn't until this moment that he found out that while Xiaoya had harmed the enemy, she was also injured. Moreover, she was severely wounded. Upon finishing her words, Xiaoya closed her eyes as her head slumped to the side. "Xiaoya!" Zhao Yibai was flustered as his entire figure shook uncontrollably. Fortunately, he could sense that she was still alive and had just passed out because of her injury. He then hurriedly fished out a healing pill from his space ring and stuffed it into her mouth. At the same time, he infused his yuan qi into her body in order to help her refine the medicinal efficacies and stop her bleeding. Zhao Yibai knew he shouldn't stay here any longer. Although that man was defeated by Xiaoya earlier, he might come back. Zhao Yibai wouldn't even dare to check on her now as he quickly carried her up and dashed in a different direction. An hour later, a tiny log house came into his sight. He had no idea why there was a log house in the middle of the mountain, but he supposed it was a resting place for hunters. Upon opening the door, Zhao Yibai realized there was no one inside. However, this place was obviously cleaned up regularly as there wasn't even a speck of dust. The furnishing in the log house was simple, so Zhao Yibai gently put Xiaoya down on the bed and smacked his face with both hands to force himself to calm down. He also took a deep breath before his figure finally stopped shaking. He extended his hand and placed a finger under her nose and realized that her breathing had stabilized. It seemed that the healing pill had started taking effect. Nevertheless, when he took a glance at Zhao Ya's wound, he fell into a dilemma. She had been injured on the left side of her chest. He had managed to help stop the blood from streaming out of her wound, but it still had to be dressed properly. However, both of them were no longer children. They were fully grown adults. How was he supposed to help her treat a wound that was on her chest? Nonetheless, her life was at stake here. If her wound was not dressed, she might lose her life to an infection. Just when he had made up his mind to make a move, Zhao Yibai heard a series of footsteps approaching them. He suddenly turned his head and yelled, "Who goes there?" Presently, he was easily alarmed as he was worried that the formidable enemy would pursue them. If that was the case, he wouldn't be able to ensure Zhao Ya's safety even if he was willing to lose his life. The footsteps outside the house came to a halt, and a moment later, a soft voice was heard saying, "Who are you? Why are you in my house?" It was a woman's voice. Zhao Yibai quickly calmed himself down and pushed the door open. Lifting his gaze, he saw a woman clad in expensive clothes who appeared to be in her 40s. She appeared slightly younger than her age as she had taken good care of her skin. However, there was a tinge of melancholy behind her eyes for some reason. The woman must be from a wealthy family as the bodyguards behind her were now vigilantly staring at Zhao Yibai. 7 Stars Town's Zhao Yibai greets Madam. Zhao Yibai respectfully saluted her. "I had no idea that this house belonged to you. Please forgive me for causing any inconvenience." The woman examined him and seeing that he was acting politely, she nodded gently. "It's fine. I don't use this house often. Since you're in need of a resting place, you can stay here for a few days." Upon finishing her words, she prepared to leave. She initially decided to come here to get some rest, but since there was an outsider around, it was no longer appropriate for her to do so. "Madam!" Zhao Yibai raised his hand and called out. The woman turned her head and looked at him doubtfully. Zhao Yibai cupped his fist. "My sister and I came across a villain just now, and she was injured by him. As a man, it's not appropriate for me to treat her wound. Will you please lend us a hand, madam? We would be very grateful." "Your sister is hurt?" The woman was astounded. Zhao Yibai nodded. "She's inside the house." "I'll have a look." The woman directly decided to enter the house. On the other hand, the bodyguards looked cautiously at Zhao Yibai and one of them said in a small voice, "Madam, it might be a trap." "A life is at stake here," the woman replied, then led the bodyguards to step into the house. Instantly, a metallic tang came right at their faces. It wasn't until the bodyguards saw the frail Zhao Ya on the bed that they believed Zhao Yibai's words. "Give me some medicine, then all of you should go out." The woman waved her hand. Zhao Yibai thanked her as he fished out all the necessary items from his space ring and put them down beside the bed. It was then he left the house with the bodyguards and closed the door before waiting patiently. A moment later, someone was heard exclaiming from the house. A stunned Zhao Yibai quickly asked, "What happened, madam?" The bodyguards immediately stepped forward in an attempt to barge into the house, but they were forcefully blocked out by Zhao Yibai.
"Don't come in," the woman was heard saying from the house a moment later. For some reason, her voice sounded shaky as she called out, "I'm fine.
I'm fine."
Madam, are you really all right?"
one of the worried bodyguards asked.
"I said I'm fine,"
the woman replied in a firmer tone. The bodyguards exchanged worried glances. Although they had no idea why the woman cried out just now, they reckoned that they shouldn't barge in as she had said she was fine. They could only wait patiently. A while later the woman in the house said again, "All right, you can come in now." An eager Zhao Yibai pushed the door open. When he looked up, he saw Zhao Ya calmly lying on the bed. The woman was just seated beside her as she looked down at her. She didn't seem to mind the fact that her hands were covered in blood while her gaze was quite gentle. The strange thing was, Zhao Yibai noticed that the woman's eyes were slightly red, like she had cried earlier. Marshall Peak. Chapter 4694. Coincidence. I've applied some medicine and dressed up her wound. It seems that she's a cultivator, so as long as she has enough time to recuperate, she'll be fine, the woman said.
"Many thanks, madam."
Zhao Yibai cupped his fist as he was evidently relieved.
The woman examined his face for a moment before pretending to be nonchalant as she asked, "You are brother and sister?"
"You don't look alike." Zhao Yibai replied, "Xiao Ya and I are not biological siblings. However, since we grew up together, we're just as close as the real brother and sister." The woman's eyelashes fluttered as she looked down at Zhao Ya. "Did you offend someone?" Zhao Yibai shook his head. "I have no idea. The reason Xiao Ya and I arrived at this place was to look for a family member, but it was to no avail. When we were about to go back, we came across a formidable enemy. Xiao Ya was hurt because she wanted to save me." The woman nodded. "In that case, we can't stay here any longer. Who knows where the attacker is hiding? Your sister is now wounded, so she'll be in danger if that person finds her." Zhao Yibai replied, "I'll bring her back to Green Mountain Town now." Green Mountain Town is several dozen kilometers away from here. What if her wound exacerbates during the long journey? If you don't mind, you can stay at my home for some time. My house is just at the bottom of the mountain, which is not far away from here. Zhao Yibai appeared to be hesitant and asked, "Will it cause you any trouble?" He was worried that the enemy might retaliate against them and barge into the woman's house. The woman put on a smile. "Don't worry. To be honest with you, my son is a disciple from Spirit Sea Temple, and he's a pretty successful cultivator now. That person would never dare to make a scene in my house." Zhao Yibai became startled for a moment. "Are you a family member of the village chief, madam?" She just said that her house was at the bottom of the mountain, which would put it in the village they had visited earlier. There was no way there were two people who were the disciples of Spirit Sea Temple in such a tiny village. If Zhao Yibai wasn't mistaken, the woman should be the village chief's wife.
As expected, the woman nodded. "That's right."
Zhao Yibai rose from the chair and cupped his fist. "Many thanks for your righteousness, madam. I, Zhao Yibai, am truly grateful. Don't be overly polite with me. I have a daughter who is about the same age as her. If you don't mind it, you can call me Auntie May." Zhao Yibai nodded and obediently called her Auntie May. It was then that the woman smiled and nodded before she got up. "It's getting late now. We should be on our way." Zhao Yibai nodded and carried the unconscious Zhao Ya up before following Zhen Xueqi, who nervously reminded him to be careful so as not to irritate Zhao Ya's wound. It appeared that she was even more anxious than Zhao Yibai. As they moved forward, Zhen Xueqi asked Zhao Yibai some questions while he replied to her honestly. Upon learning that it took them half a year to go from Seven Stars Town to this place, she was quite surprised. Soon, they arrived at the manor that was located at the entrance of the village. Zhen Xueqi pushed the door open and personally helped settle Zhao Yibai and Zhao Ya down in a guest room. Following that, she ordered 2 clever maidservants to serve them before she returned to her room to get some rest, though she kept looking back as she left. The candlelight flickered inside the room as Zhan Xuemei was facing her dressing table. With reddened eyes, she started crying in silence. A middle-aged man in extravagant clothes pushed the door open. He was the village chief, Su Liangkai, whom Zhao Yibai and Zhao Ye had met some time ago. There was a dark expression on Su Liangkai's face as he took a seat and poured himself a cup of tea. Upon finishing the tea, he said, "I heard from the servants that you've brought 2 strangers home." Zhen Xuemei fell silent. Su Liangkai landed a fist on the table and yelled, "That's ridiculous. Those people obviously have some kind of powerful enemy. By bringing them back here, it's no different from inviting trouble to ourselves. What if their enemy invades our house? Although there are bodyguards here, they're not very strong. How are they supposed to survive? Do you want our family to be destroyed?" Looking at him through the reflection of the bronze mirror, Zhen Xuemei asked, "Husband, do you remember Dong-er?" Su Liangkai's fury came to an abrupt halt, and then he knitted his brows. "Why did you bring that up all of a sudden?" Zhan Xuemei put on a cheerless smile. She was just 5 days old when she was dumped on the mountain in the middle of winter. I quickly went to look for her, but I couldn't find her regardless of how hard I tried. No one knew whether she was taken away by some beast. It was Su Liangkai's turn to fall silent now. Presently, Zhen Xuemei's face was covered in tears. "I carried her for 10 months of pregnancy before I finally gave birth to her, but you secretly threw her away. How could you be so ruthless?" Su Liangkai let out a sigh. "I had no choice back then. We were poor, so having another baby would put a strain on our finances. How were we supposed to provide for her? I was forced to do it. Now, I can even provide for 10 kids, let alone 1. Zhen Xuemei sneered. "How much food would a baby need? You were forced to do it? Would you still have the heart to throw her away if she were a boy?" An impatient Su Liangkai snapped. "Many years have passed, and you should put this matter down. Moreover, I looked for her in the past, but how was I supposed to find her when there are so many people in the world? You're also aware that it was winter when the incident happened. She was just 5 days old. Even if she was not taken away by some beast, she would have been frozen to death." "I can never let this matter go," Zhan Xuemei said through clenched teeth. "She's my daughter. Hao is also your child. How much care have you given him over the years? Why can't you forget a dead person?" "She is not dead." "Enough." Su Liangkai landed his fist on the table again and stood straight up. "I think you've gone mad. You always go up the mountain whenever you feel like it. What could there be on that mountain after all those years? What do you think you can find? I've never interfered because I feel guilty, but I never expected that you would become so impudent now. Tell those people to scram tomorrow morning, or else I'll personally chase them out." As he spoke, someone was heard knocking on the door from outside. "What's the matter?" Su Liangkai bellowed. The servant outside the room replied, "Master, madam, the young master is back, and he's brought back some of his fellow brothers." Upon hearing that, Su Liangkai became elated as he quickly rose from the chair. Before he even stepped out of the room, he heard someone calling out in an energetic voice, "Father, mother, I'm back." Following that, a well-built young man stepped into the place. An agitated Su Liangkai clenched the young man's arms. "It's really you, Hao." Su Hao called out with joy, "Father! That's great! I'm glad that you're back." Su Liangkai examined him. "It's been 3 years since we last met, and you've become stronger. How's life in Spirit Sea Temple?" Su Hao replied with a smile, "Don't worry, father. My master and senior brothers treat me very well." Su Liangkai felt relieved and gratified hearing that. After Zhen Xuemei was done with wiping her tears off, she came out and smiled amicably. "You're back, Hao." "Mother!" Su Hao called out excitedly. The mother and son then shared some joyous small talk. Worried that his son might notice that something was off about Zhen Xuemei, Su Liangkai interrupted them by saying, "I heard from the servants that your fellow brothers have come here as well." Su Hao nodded. "Yes. They're outside right now, so I've ordered the chefs to prepare a banquet. They must have helped you out a lot. As your father, I have to personally thank them. You should come and introduce them to me." "Good." Su Hao nodded before turning to Zhen Xuemei. You should get some rest, mother. I'll visit you again tomorrow. Go on, Zhen Xuemei looked smilingly at him. A moment later, Su Hao introduced his senior brothers to Su Liang Kai. After the introductions were over, they were all seated. Su Liang Kai could see that there was a bulging package in front of the senior brother who was clearly the leader of this group, and he couldn't help wondering what was inside. When Su Hao introduced his senior brothers, he had placed some emphasis on this person. That was the reason Su Liang Kai found out that this senior brother, named Hu Sun, was the most powerful among them, and they all regarded him as their leader. In fact, Su Liang Kai was aware of who Hu Sun was even before today, but it was the first time he had met him. That was because Su Hao had repeatedly mentioned this senior brother in the letters that he sent home. He said that this senior brother took good care of him in Spirit Sea Temple, and they were disciples of the same master. Hence, they were truly senior and junior brothers. That was the reason Su Liang Kai was especially fond of Hu Sun. Although he was just an ordinary mortal, he was as hospitable to Hu Sun as possible because of his son.
Noble nephew Hu, if I may ask, what is that?
Su Liang Kai inquired curiously while looking at the package. In an instant, the expressions of the people by the table became awkward. Hu Sun looked smilingly at Su Hao, who replied in his place, "Father, don't be afraid, but the truth is it's a head." Su Liang Kai was stunned. A head? Whose head is it?
It's the head of a criminal.
Hu Sun explained, "The reason we came down the mountain this time was to hunt down this person. He had committed atrocious crimes in a lot of places, so the sect master ordered us to execute him. Upon receiving the order, we left the mountain together. We had exchanged some moves with him before, but this person was indeed powerful. Although we had badly injured him, he had managed to flee. We went on to hunt him down for a few days but to no avail. Not long ago, junior brother Su said that his home was around here, so he proposed we get some rest here before continuing with the hunt. It never crossed our minds that we would come across our target's corpse in the wild on our way here. Our task was completed just like that. Junior brother Su is truly our lucky star." Su Hao burst into laughter. "I didn't expect that there would be such a coincidence." They still couldn't believe it when they came across this guy. The target they had spent days tracking suddenly appeared in front of them, and he was already dead. "I see." Su Liang Kai was still reeling from shock, but he wasn't willing to lose his cool in front of his son's senior brothers and embarrass him, so he sported a calm expression. Hu Sun said, "It's a shame that we have no idea who killed this guy. If we knew, we could have thanked them."
Su Liang Kai said, "Noble nephew Hu, perhaps the injuries you had inflicted on him were so severe that he was unable to recover and that was why he passed away."
Hu Sun shook his head. "That's not the case. I examined his wounds and realized that he was killed with a spear. We didn't inflict such an injury on him when we exchanged moves with him some time ago. The person who had made a move might not be very powerful, but they had good timing. However, I believe that the person who finished him off was also badly injured after killing this thug."
Su Liang Kai became startled upon hearing that and muttered, "Could it be them?"
Su Hao asked curiously, "Who are you talking about, father?" After giving it a thought, Su Liang Kai briefly told them that Zhen Xuemei had brought back 2 people from the mountain. He had heard everything from the bodyguards. When Zhao Yibai had a chat with Zhen Xuemei, he talked about a fight previously, which was the reason Su Liang Kai associated them with the killing of this criminal. Martial Peak. Chapter 4695, Hu Sun. Upon hearing that, Hu Sun and Su Hao exchanged glances.
The former nodded and said, "In that case, I suppose they're the ones."
"What a coincidence. Your mother is a kind-hearted person. The average person might not be willing to bring injured people back to their home." Su Hao put on a smile. "My mother has always been like that." Hu Sun then gazed at Su Liang Kai. "Sir, since they're in your house, can you invite them to come over and meet us? It's thanks to them that we were able to easily complete the task from the master sect. I'd like to thank them personally." There was a hint of hesitation on Su Liang Kai's face. "To be honest with you, it's not convenient to do so. According to the servants who brought those people back, the woman is severely injured as she's still unconscious now." Hu Sun quickly rose from the chair. "In that case, I'll have to see her. I have some healing pills with me that might help."
Seeing that the man was so persistent, Su Liangkai found it hard to turn him down and eventually nodded. Please wait a moment.
I'll make the arrangements.
Hu Sun cupped his fist. Many thanks, sir.
Su Liangkai stepped into the inner court and told a maidservant to pass on his word to Zhao Yibai, who soon rushed over and cupped his fist. Zhao Yibai greets Sir Village Chief.
It's you.
Su Liangkai stared dazedly at the man.
He only knew that his wife had brought 2 people home with her, but he hadn't expected that they were the very ones he had met in the morning.
He could instantly recognize Zhao Yibai when he saw him. There was an awkward expression on Su Liangkai's face, for he wasn't very polite to the 2 of them earlier this morning. After clearing his throat, he mentioned Hu Sun and the others as well as their suggestion to Zhao Yibai, who frowned upon hearing that and said, Xiao Ye is still unconscious. Moreover, I've helped her consume some healing pills already. I thank senior brother Hu for his kindness, but it's not convenient for him to see my sister at this moment. It was then Su Liangkai said in a grim voice, Noble nephew Zhao, it's not that I want to force you to do anything just because I'm older, but noble nephew who is a powerful disciple from Spirit Sea Temple. Since he's sincere as he wants to express his gratitude, it's hard for me to turn him down.
Moreover, the medicine you have with you might not be as good as his.
It will do your sister no harm to let him have a look. Certainly, Zhao Yibai wasn't willing to let anyone disturb Zhao Ye. However, since Su Liangkai, the owner of this place, had said so, it was difficult to reject him. After a moment of deliberation he nodded. I'll thank senior brother Hu in advance then. With a smile, Su Liangkai patted the other man's shoulder. Wait a moment. I'll tell them to come over now. Upon finishing his words, he turned around and left. A while later, Su Liangkai brought 2 young men to come over. After some introductions, Zhao Yibai found out that the older one was the disciple of Spirit Sea Temple that Su Liangkai had mentioned, Hu Sun. The younger one was his son, Su Hao, who was also a disciple of Spirit Sea Temple. They then saluted one another. Although Hu Sun appeared polite, there was a faint sense of arrogance in his demeanor. Since Zhao Yibai was weaker, he was unable to see through the other party's cultivation. On the other hand, Hu Sun could see at first glance that Zhao Yibai was only in the Qi transformation realm. A doubt arose in his heart. Since this man is so weak, could his companion be any more powerful? Was our target really killed by the 2 of them? What's your sect, junior brother Zhao? Hu Sun asked nonchalantly. Zhao Yibai scratched his head. I've never joined any sect before. It was then Hu Sun came to the realization that this person must have a terrible aptitude, so no sect was willing to take him on as a disciple. That was why he only managed to make it to the Qi transformation realm at this age. What's the realm your sister is in? Zhao Yibai never hid anything as he replied, she's now in the True Element Boundary 9th stage. True Element Boundary 9th stage. Hu Sun arched his brow. With such cultivation, it was possible that she had managed to kill their target. After all, they had severely injured him previously, so it was reasonable that the woman managed to get lucky and defeat him. I heard that your sister was badly injured during the battle. It so happens that I've brought with me some special healing pills made in my master sect with excellent medicinal efficacies. May I go in and have a look?
This way, senior brother Hu. Zhao Yibai extended his hand.
Before they even entered the room, they heard some footsteps approaching them. They turned their heads and saw Xueqi emerging from the corner. It seemed that she had rushed over as she was panting heavily. What are you doing here? Su Liangkai frowned. A nervous Xueqi replied, the servants told me that all of you have gathered together here. I had no idea what was going on, so I decided to come over and see for myself. Su Liangkai said, it's nothing serious. Noble nephew who just wants to check on the woman. It was then Xueqi let out a sigh of relief. To the side, Su Hao spoke gently to Hu Sun, who then stepped forward, Spirit Sea Temple's Hu Xian greets madam. Xueqi smiled and nodded. There's no need to be overly polite with me. Hauer has repeatedly mentioned in his letters that you take good care of him in the sect. As his parents, we should express our gratitude. Appearing to be humble, Hu Sun replied, I don't deserve your gratitude, madam. Junior brother Su has an outstanding aptitude, and honored master regards him highly. I'm only older than him by a few years as a senior brother, so it's my duty to take care of him. After some small talk, they subsequently entered the room. A faint smell of blood still lingered in the air, and Xiaoya was lying there with her eyes closed as her face pale. Zhao Yibai led them to the bed. When Zhen Xuemei looked down, her eyes reddened in an instant as her eyelashes fluttered. On the other hand, Su Hao and the others were stunned as they stared fixedly at the woman on the bed. It wasn't like they had never seen beautiful women before, but none of them were comparable to the one lying on the bed before them at all. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that Zhao Ya's beauty could cause the downfall of a city. When Zhao Yibai and her were traveling across the world, Zhao Ya's beauty had attracted a lot of unwanted trouble. After several incidents, she had no choice but to cover her face with a veil, which prevented many conflicts from happening. Since she was recuperating in bed now though, her face naturally wasn't covered. Her pale face gave off a sense of morbid beauty.
Any man who saw her in such a state would pity her and hope to become injured and lie on the bed in her stead.
Su Liangkai was amazed as well. Although he hadn't managed to see Zhao Ya's face in the morning, he had a feeling that this woman was extremely beautiful. When he finally saw her now though, her beauty still greatly surprised him. At that moment, the room fell dead silent. Realizing that something was off, Zhen Xuemei said with a frown, "Noble nephew Hu, didn't you say you've brought some healing medicine from your master sect?"
Here you go." Hu soon came to his senses and quickly fished out a bottle of spirit pills from his space ring.
He was then ready to go over and feed Zhao Ye a pill. Seeing that, Zhao Yibai hurriedly stopped him. "Senior brother Hu, please leave it to me. I wouldn't dare to trouble you." Hu soon shot him a glance, but there was no reason for him to insist. Therefore he passed the bottle to Zhao Yibai. "Help her take one pill now, and do it again every 6 hours." "I'll remember," Zhao Yibai nodded, but he didn't immediately feed a pill to Zhao Ye. That was because before their departure, Zhao Ye's master had passed them a lot of spirit pills. Given Senior's power and status, the medicines that came from him must be the best of the best. Regardless of how useful the spirit pills that were given by Hu Sun, there was no way they could be better than what were in Zhao Yibai's possession. The reason he even accepted this bottle of pills was that he didn't want to offend Hu Sun. In order to change the subject, Zhao Yibai hurriedly asked, "Senior brother, given your vision, can you tell how badly injured Xiaoya is?" After examining her for a moment, Hu Sun replied, "Her aura is stable, and her vitality is ample. I believe she'll be fine. However, I'll need to carry out a thorough examination on her to find out more." "Please check on her now then, noble nephew Hu," Su Liangkai said. As a sly old man, he could easily tell Hu Sun's intentions. Zhen Xuemei furrowed her brows. It's not appropriate for a man to inspect an unconscious woman's body. Su Liangkai shot her a glare. "What do you know? Unlike ordinary people like us, cultivators wouldn't be bothered about such trifles." "I don't think it's a trifle. Men and women who are not family members are not supposed to come into contact," Zhen Xuemei refuted sternly. Su Liangkai had never expected that his wife would embarrass him in front of such important guests, so his face had reddened with exasperation. Just then, a weakened voice was heard calling out, "Big brother Yibai." When they turned their heads, they saw that Zhao Ye's lashes were fluttering.
Her clear eyes opened the next moment and seemed to become an abyss that could trap the gazes of all the men present.
Xiaoya.
Zhao Yibai quickly took a seat beside her and touched her forehead before appearing relieved. "You're finally awake." To the side, Zhen Xuemei shook slightly. It seemed that she wanted to step forward, but she stopped herself from doing so in the end. Zhao Ye nodded slightly, then gazed at the people beside the bed with vigilance. "Who are they?" Zhao Yibai comforted her by saying, "Don't worry. They're not bad people." He then went on to introduce these people to her. Only after he was finished did Zhao Ye nod. "I'm fine. I just need some time to recuperate." Hearing that, Zhen Xuemei hurriedly said, "Young lady, please get some rest and don't worry about anything. We'll take our leave now." Without responding to her, Zhao Ye closed her eyes. Seeing that, they could only leave with Zhen Xuemei. Zhao Yibai saw them off and returned to the room. Su Liangkai brought Hu Sun and Su Hao back to the banquet. As they drank more wine, the atmosphere became merry. The banquet ended in the middle of the night as they returned to their rooms to get some rest. The next morning, the people of Spirit Sea Temple came together. Who soon, as their leader, said, "All of you should take the criminal's head back to the master sect first. Junior brother Su doesn't come back home frequently, so he'll stay here for a bit longer."
"What about you, senior brother Hu?"
someone asked. Hu Sun replied, "During our mission, I sensed a turning point in my cultivation, so I want to spend some time comprehending it. This place is peaceful and serene, which suits my needs. I'll remain here for a short time. Go back now and tell my master about it."
"Yes."
They all agreed immediately. After seeing his fellow brothers of Spirit Sea Temple off, Hu Sun turned his gaze to Su Hao. "Junior brother Su, how have I treated you over the years?" Su Hao replied firmly, "Other than my parents, senior brother Hu has treated me the best. You were the one who took care of me when I first joined the sect. I'll never forget the favor you've shown me." With a gratified expression, Hu Sun patted the other man's shoulder. "I know you're a grateful person. I've always focused on martial Tao, so although I've come of age, I've never considered getting myself a partner. However, life is full of surprises. Since the right woman has appeared, I should give it a serious thought. Will you lend me a hand, junior brother?" Martial Peak. Chapter 4696. Refuse a toast, drink a forfeit.
"Do you have your eyes on that woman, senior brother?"
Su Hao wasn't a fool. Although Hu Sun had never made it clear, Su Hao could understand what the other man was trying to say. Anyway, no man wouldn't be tempted by such an alluring woman. Last night, he was in a dazed state while cultivating as he couldn't help thinking about the woman's slightly pale face. Although the woman was clearly older than him by a few years, cultivators typically enjoyed a very long life. Hence, the difference in their age didn't matter. If he was able to marry such a woman, Su Hao was willing to pay half of his lifespan in exchange. However, at this moment, Hu Sun was expressing his thoughts right in front of him. Su Hao was displeased and furious as someone else had his eyes on the woman he was interested in. Nevertheless, when he was facing this senior brother, who had been taking care of him since he was a young kid, he had no way to vent his anger. "Junior brother, if you can lend me a hand and make it happen, I'll put in a good word for you in front of honored master. I'll ask him to teach you the second part of the Tempest art." Su Hao was immediately tempted. Although he was also a disciple of Spirit Sea Temple, his status was not comparable to that of Hu Sun. While Hu Sun was a core disciple in Spirit Sea Temple, Su Hao was a less important common disciple. That was why Hu Sun was the leader that was in charge of the mission they were given by the master sect. Over the years, he had only cultivated the first part of the Tempest art and made it to the third-order true element boundary. In order to improve his cultivation, he had to get the second part of the Tempest art. However, his master didn't seem to have the intention of teaching it to him any time soon, as he still wanted to give him more tests. This mission was one of the tests. If Hu Sun was willing to put in a good word for him, Su Hao could easily get the second part of the Tempest art. There wasn't a lack of beautiful women in the world, but there was only one Tempest art. Moreover, even if he competed with Hu Sun, he might not be the one who would marry the woman in the end. Although he wasn't really willing to give up, Su Hao soon made up his mind and nodded. "Senior brother, you've treated me like a real brother all this time. If there's any way I can help, just tell me right away." Hu Sun smiled and nodded before patting the other man's shoulders. "You're indeed my good junior brother. That woman is severely wounded, so it will take her a month or two to recuperate. And help me find out about her background first." A curious Su Hao asked, "That guy named Zhao Yi said he hasn't joined any sect. I suppose the two of them had started cultivating due to some opportunity." Hu Sun replied, "That's just what he said. We'd better find out more first." "All right. Don't worry, senior brother. I'll look into it." In the next few days, Zhao Yi stayed in the room to recuperate. Zhen Xueqi would visit her every day and stay for a few hours each time. She would talk to Zhao Yi when the latter was awake, and she would keep guard by her side when she was asleep. On the other hand, Zhao Yi felt apologetic as he thought that they had been troubling Zhen Xueqi. During this period of time, Su Hao once brought Hu Sun to look for Zhen Xueqi. They also visited Zhao Yi while they were there. However, after that, Zhen Xueqi would make sure to meet them outside the room whenever they came. She wouldn't allow them to disturb Zhao Yi. During Zhao Yi's 13-year stay on Azure Jade Peak, her cultivation had been deliberately suppressed by Yong Kai, But while her cultivation improved slowly, her physique had been significantly improved. Just like Zhao Yibai, her physique was one of the strongest among the cultivators in the same age and realm. However, her frail-looking figure could easily fool others. Although she was severely injured, it only took her 5 days to get out of bed, and it only took her another few days to start walking. While her strong physique contributed to her rapid recovery, the spirit pills given by Yang Kai were another reason. Following Hu Sun's order, Su Hao had asked his mother some indirect questions and found out more about Zhao Yibai and Zhao Ya. Nevertheless, they rarely revealed any personal information, so the information Su Hao could get was limited as well.
They're from 7 Stars Town?
Hu Sun frowned as the candlelight flickered in the room. Although I've never heard of 7 Stars Town before, I know a thing or two about 7 Stars Sect.
It said that they were still a second-class sect in the past. Then, all of a sudden, a third-order Emperor Realm Master became their ancestor.
That's how they instantly became a first-class sect. Hu Sun nodded. I'm aware of that as well. I suppose 7 Stars Town relies on 7 Stars Sect to exist. In that case, they're probably the disciples of 7 Stars Sect. Hu Sun gently knocked on the table. That guy has a terrible aptitude as he's only in the Qi transformation realm at such an age. He might be speaking the truth when he said that he has never joined any sect. He probably has nothing to do with 7 Stars Sect. On the other hand, Zhao Ya might be from 7 Stars Sect. However, even if it's true, she must be a common disciple.
Su Hao bowed his head. You have a point, senior brother.
Zhao Ya was older than him by a few years, but she was only in the true element boundary 9th stage, so he supposed that her aptitude was no better than his. Even if she was really a disciple from 7 Stars Sect, she wouldn't be an important figure. Following that, Su Hao fawned over him by saying, given your cultivation and status, Zhao Ya is extremely lucky to have gained your favor. Hu Sun shook his head, but that woman is pretty cold and dispassionate. It won't be easy to win her heart. Over the past few days, they had been trying to come into contact with Zhao Ya, but during their rare encounters, she always sported an indifferent expression and wouldn't even spare them a glance. On the other hand, she seemed very concerned about Zhao Yibai, which infuriated Hu Sun. As a core disciple of Spirit Sea Temple, he managed to make it to the Immortal Ascension Boundary 3rd stage at such a young age. In the sect, he was always surrounded by senior sisters and junior sisters. There had never been a woman who dared to treat him coldly. Let's not forget about your mother, Hu Sun glared at him as he spoke. For some reason, Zhen Xuemei had always stayed by Zhao Ya's side in the past few days, which made Hu Sun unable to reveal his charm in front of the alluring woman. There was a meek expression on Su Hao's face as he changed the topic by saying, Zhao Ya has recovered pretty quickly. Despite her injury, she could start walking after a few days. Hu Sun said coldly, I can't stay here for a long time as we need to head back to the Master Sect as soon as possible. No one will be able to take responsibility if Honored Master blames us.
What should we do then?
While secretly taking pleasure in the other man's misfortune, Su Hao never revealed any emotions on his face. Although he didn't have a chance to get Zhao Ya, he wouldn't want to see Hu Sun getting together with her either. Returning to the sect without achieving anything would be the best outcome for him. There was a dark expression on Hu Sun's face as a sense of coldness flashed through his eyes. In that case, I'll have to go hard on her. A woman will become obedient after she's bedded. Su Hao was stunned. Senior brother, you. Hu Sun said grimly, you have to help me, junior brother. Upon hearing that, Su Hao became anxious. The next day, Zhen Xuemei was talking to Zhao Ya in the room, and as usual, she was the one who did all the talking while Zhao Ya listened in silence. Certainly, Zhen Xuemei could see that Zhao Ya wasn't paying attention to her, but she didn't mind it. Fortunately, Zhao Yibai would join the conversation from time to time. Whenever that happened, Zhao Ya would be all ears as she smiled with her mouth covered. Just then, footsteps were heard rapidly approaching them. They turned their heads and saw Su Hao rushing over. Hao! Zhen Xuemei rose from the chair. What are you doing here? Su Hao replied with a smile. Father wants to see you, mother.
Your father is looking for me?
Zhen Xuemei was surprised. Su Hao nodded. Yes. I don't know what the matter is, but he seems anxious. Zhen Xuemei furrowed her brows, but she soon set herself at ease. She then said to Zhao Ya and Zhao Yibai, "Get some rest now. I'll have a look." Zhao Yibai got up and said, "See you later, Auntie Mei." After she was gone, Zhao Yibai cupped his fist at Su Hao. "We're sorry for troubling you these past few days, senior brother Su. Xiaoya has mostly recovered, so we'll be leaving soon."
You're leaving so soon?
Su Hao was shocked as he took a glance at the dispassionate Zhao Ya. He wasn't willing to part ways with her. Zhao Yibai nodded. "The reason we've come all the way here is to look for someone. Unfortunately, we haven't had any clues yet, so we'll have to keep searching." Su Hao subconsciously nodded. "This who can lend you a hand if you're trying to look for a specific person. After all, this area is the territory of Spirit Sea Temple. If the two of you don't mind, you can come to Spirit Sea Temple with me. I'll definitely find the person you're looking for." Hu Sun's voice was heard coming from outside. The next moment, he stepped into the room. Zhao Ya slightly narrowed her eyes as she turned her face away. On the other hand, Zhao Yibai frowned. This was Su Hao's home, so he could be forgiven for coming into the room without invitation. However, Hu Sun had crossed the line by doing so. With that said, Zhao Yibai wasn't someone who liked to make things difficult for others, so he still politely cupped his fist. "Senior brother Hu." Hu Sun didn't even spare him a glance as he stared fervently at Zhao Ya as though he wanted to eat her alive. "Are you willing to come back to Spirit Sea Temple with me, Sister Zhao Ya?" Zhao Ya didn't even lift her gaze as she said coldly, "Scram!" Hu Sun's expression changed, then he took a deep breath and put on a grin. "Sister Zhao Ya, you're a beautiful and intelligent woman, so I don't believe you haven't realized my feelings for you. Although I've met countless women in the past, you're the only one who could make me fall in love. I sincerely want you to come to Spirit Sea Temple with me. Don't worry, I'll ask my master to hold a wedding for us. We'll live together forever, and you'll be my only woman." Zhao Yibai was dumbfounded upon hearing that, as he had never expected that a man could speak to a woman like that. This was something completely new to him. At the same time, he felt displeased in his heart as he had the urge to beat someone up for the first time. He initially had a good impression of Hu Sun, but looking at him now, he just felt that the man was despicable and hideous. "I told you to get out. Are you deaf or what?" Zhao Ya finally lifted her eyes. Her gaze was like an ice sheet that had been frozen for thousands of years. Hu Sun let out a sigh. "Since you've refused a toast, you must drink a loss. Junior brother Su." There was a conflicted expression on Su Hao's face, but the next moment, he subdued Zhao Yibai. A dumbstruck Zhao Yibai called out, "Senior brother Su." Su Hao appeared guilty as he lugged Zhao Yibai away in silence. Marshall Peak. Chapter 4697, She's Your Daughter. A loud bang was heard coming from behind Zhao Yibai as Zhao Ya and Hu Sun exchanged moves. Seeing that Zhao Yibai was captured, she wanted to save him, but the well-prepared Hu Sun wouldn't let her succeed. After intercepting her, Hu Sun said, "If you're obedient, Zhao Yibai will be fine. However, if you resist, I can't guarantee whether that brat will survive. I'll rip your corpse into 10,000 pieces if Big Brother Yibai loses a single strand of hair." Zhao Ya shot him a piercing glance. Hu Sun roared, "Why are you so concerned about such a useless waste? I was already a true element boundary master at his age, but he's only in the Qi transformation realm. Only this who has the right to spend the rest of his life with you. You're the waste here." Zhao Ya sneered as she extended her hand and summoned a silver spear before pointing it at him. "Tell Su how to send Big Brother Yibai back, and I'll spare your life." Hu Sun let out a sigh. "Since you're so obstinate, don't blame me for not treating you gently." Outside the court, Zhao Yibai sighed. What's the point of him doing all this? After lugging him out of the court, Su Hao directly released him. He didn't intend to restrict him in any way. Given the fact that he was a true element boundary master, Zhao Yibai could never make a scene in front of him. As he listened to the noises of the battle and sensed the clashes of powers, he felt bitter in his heart. After all, the alluring woman would belong to Hu Sun in just a moment. When he turned his head and saw Zhao Yibai looking all calm, he frowned. "Aren't you worried about Zhao Ya?" A puzzled Zhao Yibai asked, "What's there to worry about?" On top of numerous healing pills, The pair had also brought 2 artifact armors with them when they left Azure Jade Peak to venture into the outside world. Those artifact armors were given to Zhao Ye during the disciple recruitment of 7 Stars sect in the past. At that time, Yang Kai kept those gifts for her. It wasn't until she had to leave the mountain that he gave some of the artifacts back to her. However, both Zhao Yibai and Zhao Ye had never thought about putting the artifacts on all along. They didn't want to rely on any external aids during their journey as they wanted to push their limits and test themselves. A few days ago though, Zhao Ye was severely injured, and she still hadn't fully recovered even now. Worried that something might happen while she was in a weakened state, Zhao Yibai told her to put on her artifact armor. Naturally, Zhao Ye wouldn't disobey him. The artifact armor was made by an elder from 7 Stars sect who was in the Dao Source realm, so it was extremely valuable to a cultivator in the true element boundary. One could be well protected by putting it on. Even someone in the transcendent realm would not be able to harm Zhao Ye, not to mention that Hu Sun was only in the immortal ascension boundary. Perhaps only people in the origin returning realm and origin king realm could break through the defensive power of the artifact armor. Su Hao was dumbfounded as he gazed at Zhao Yibai. He couldn't believe that such a person existed in the world. His sister hadn't fully recovered, and she was now locked in an intense battle with a stronger foe. If she was defeated, her modesty would be violated. However, this man was not anxious at all. All of a sudden, Zhao Yibai appeared worried. Zhao Ye hasn't recovered yet. Her wound would be irritated by making a move.
That's all you're worried about?
Su Hao thought that there must be something wrong with this guy's head as the latter hadn't realized the severity of the matter. After giving it a thought, Zhao Yibai replied in a nervous tone, Zhao Ye has a rather ruthless personality. I hope she doesn't kill senior brother Hu. At that moment, Su Hao no longer wanted to talk to him. Just then, Su Liangkai and Jin Xuemei rushed over and a flustered Su Liangkai asked, what's going on? He was perplexed when Zhen Xuemei looked for him just now. Before they could figure out what their son was up to though, they heard the noises of a battle, which was why they rushed over. There was a meek expression on Su Hao's face as he blocked the entrance of the court. Nothing. It's just that senior brother who wanted to exchange some pointers with that young lady. Exchange pointers? Zhen Xuemei's expression changed. That's ridiculous. Zhao Ye hasn't recovered yet. So how was she able to exchange moves with another person? Why didn't you stop them, Howard? Upon finishing her words, she was ready to rush in and stop them.
Mother!
Su Hao steadfastly blocked the entrance as he pressed his lips together and shook his head. Zhen Xuemei's face turned pale as she gazed at her son's guilty-looking eyes. It was apparent that the people in the court were not exchanging pointers. Upon that realization, Su Liangkai furrowed his brows. Certainly, he was not pleased with Hu Sun's action in his house, but that man was his son's senior brother after all, and Su Hao's future hinged on him. Hence, despite his displeasure, he wasn't willing to interfere in the matter. To him, both Zhao Ye and Zhao Yibai were just strangers, so their life or death had nothing to do with him. In that case, we'll just let them do whatever they want, Su Liangkai said, then motioned to his wife to stay out of it. On the other hand, Zhen Xuemei's face was as pale as a white sheet while she clenched her son's arms and begged, Howard, stop your senior brother right now. Zhao Ye is still injured, she can't fight with him. Su Hao hung his head low and replied in a small voice, Mother, I have no right to change senior brother Hu's decision. Why are you trying to interfere in the matter between the two of them? Go back now. Su Liangkai extended his hand to pull Zhen Xuemei, who flung his hand away. With a despondent expression, she gazed at Su Hao and said anxiously, Howard, I don't want anything to happen to Zhao Ye. Please tell your senior brother not to do this. You're his fellow brother after all. I'm sure he'll listen to you. Su Hao shook his head with a helpless smile. Mother, you have no idea about my senior brother's temperament. Once he has made a decision, no one else can change his mind other than our master. Su Liangkai clenched her arm and snapped, Why are you being so meddlesome in other people's affairs? It's completely normal that cultivators exchange pointers, so why are you making a scene here? Don't touch me. Zhen Xuemei flung his hand away again and attempted to step into the court. I'll stop them myself then. Following that, a loud noise was heard as Su Liangkai slapped across her face. He said through clenched teeth, You wench! Will you only be happy by making our son lose his footing in Spirit Sea Temple? Xueqi covered her face and stared at him while feeling heartbroken. With her tears sliding down her face, she said in a shaking voice, "What do you know? What do you know? You know nothing." Xueqi's face fell. "I don't have to know anything. Howard, take your mother away." Xueqi gritted her teeth and roared, "The woman in that court is your daughter." Xueqi's expression turned from furious to stunned while Su Hao and Zhao Yibai were dumbstruck. They stared at Xueqi as they couldn't believe what they had just heard. As soon as Xueqi finished shouting, she collapsed to the ground and wailed, "She is Donger." What nonsense are you spouting? Xueqi was trembling as he pointed at her. Xueqi covered her face with both hands as her tears uncontrollably streamed out of her eyes. There's a pink birthmark shaped like a plum blossom on her left shoulder. Although many years have passed, I still remember it clearly. There's no way there's another person with the same birthmark. Moreover, her facial features are similar to mine, or are all of you just blind? Xueqi staggered as though he had been struck by a hammer. His face turned pallid in an instant. Disbelief was written all over Su Hao's face as he muttered, "She's my big sister? Isn't she supposed to be dead?" Xueqi explained, "She was injured previously. I saw the birthmark when I dressed her wound. If you don't believe me you can ask him." She then pointed at Zhao Yibai. Xueqi and Su Hao turned to look at him at the same time. A flushing Zhao Yibai replied, "Yes, there's a birthmark on her left shoulder. It looks like a pink plum blossom." He had seen it when they were little kids, but he never saw it again after they became adults. "Aren't you her brother?" Xueqi was astounded. Zhao Yibai explained, "We grew up together, but we're not biological siblings. According to my mother, a few days after I was born on a particularly stormy night, she heard a baby crying outside our house. When she opened the door, she saw Xiaoya lying on the ground. She was wrapped in a piece of cloth at that time. Xiaoya is aware of that as well." "How old are you now?" Xueqi asked. 20 years old. The color drained from Xueqi's already pale face. There was also a great storm on the day he dumped the child on the mountain. It was just like what Zhao Yibai had described. Moreover, now that he thought about it, Xiaoya's facial features were indeed similar to those of Xueqi, but they hadn't paid attention to it previously. "Why didn't you say anything sooner?" Xueqi stomped his foot on the ground. Xueqi couldn't stop crying. She was discarded in the mountains to die when she was a baby. Now that she's a grown woman, what right do I have to say anything? She had never intended to expose this secret to anyone. In fact, she was already gratified that her daughter had grown up to be a beautiful young woman instead of being killed as a baby. She wouldn't dare to ask for more. Back then, she asked some people to build a log house on the mountain where the child was abandoned. She would stay in that house from time to time, and as she recalled that it was in that place where her child might have been taken away by some beast as a meal, she felt heartbroken and guilt-ridden. 20 years had passed, and she had found her child in the exact same place. There was a moment when she thought that it was fate. The Su family members sported different expressions, and it wasn't until this moment that Zhao Yibai realized why Xueqi had been so concerned about Zhao Ya, as she would keep her company for a few hours every day. He now knew that she had recognized her daughter when she was dressing the wound for Zhao Ya. That must be the reason, she exclaimed in the log house at that time. Xiao Ya has found her biological parents. Zhao Yibai couldn't help but put on a grin. He supposed it was good news. "Howard, stop your senior brother now. She's your big sister. It's not too late yet." Xueqi looked pleadingly at her son. Su Hao nodded and shuffled towards the court. Just then, a blast of wind spread around from the court as Su Hao staggered backwards upon impact, widening his eyes and exclaimed, "Immortal Ascension Boundary!" The clouds in the sky suddenly darkened as deafening thunder was heard. World Energy Baptism. This was a precursor to someone breaking through to the Immortal Ascension Boundary. Of the two people in the court, Hu Sun was in the Immortal Ascension Boundary 3rd stage, so he wasn't the cause of this phenomenon. The only possibility was that Zhao Ya was breaking through. Marshall Peak. Chapter 4698. My name is Zhao Ya. As lightning struck, the aura of the immortal ascension boundary spread out wildly. The noises of the battle in the court intensified as Hu Sun could be heard crying out. Su Hao had no idea what was going on inside, and although he wanted to have a look, he was unable to even approach the courtyard. An incense stick later, the noises slowly subsided.
Half of the manor had been destroyed from the fallout of the battle.
Su Hao immediately rushed towards the battlefield, and what came into his sight caused his pupils to contract.
There was a figure, whose white clothes were stained with blood, standing on the chaotic battlefield with a spear in her hand.
Blood was seen dripping from the tip of the silver spear. In front of her, Hu Sun was leaning against the wall as he covered his own throat with both hands. His figure was battered and there were countless wounds all over his body. He was no longer able to speak as blood continuously streamed through the gaps of his fingers. With his eyes widened, he still seemed to be longing for life. Su Hao was flabbergasted. Not only was Hu Sun defeated, but it also seemed that he wouldn't survive. The sight was unbelievable to Su Hao. It had to be noted that Hu Sun was in the Immortal Ascension Boundary 3rd stage while Zhao Ya had just achieved a breakthrough to the Immortal Ascension Boundary. How is it possible that Hu Sun was defeated? The next moment, Su Hao felt a dense murderous intent fall on him like a tsunami. He instantly felt cold all over his body as though he had fallen into an ice cave. A cold light expanded before his eyes and blinded his vision. Zhao Yibai, who arrived just in time, hurriedly shouted, "Xiaoya, stop! He's your brother!" A gale swept past Su Hao's face as a spear point came into contact with his forehead, drawing a trickle of blood. His vision refocused as he could finally see that Xiaoya was standing just 3 steps away from him while her spear was literally pressed against his head. He was instantly drenched in cold sweat as he had just escaped from death's door. If Zhao Yibai hadn't shouted in time, Su Hao would have turned into a corpse by now. It was then he realized it wasn't a joke when Zhao Yibai said Xiaoya had a ruthless temperament. "Xiaoya!" Zhan Xuemei wailed and rushed over before clenching her daughter's arms. She appeared anxious as she examined her. "Are you all right? Are you hurt anywhere?" There was a conflicted expression on Su Liangkai's face as he glanced at Zhao Ya, but his attention was soon attracted to the dying Hu Sun. His expression changed drastically as he exclaimed, "Check on your senior brother now." Following a nod, Su Hao dashed towards Hu Sun and inspected his wounds. Zhao Ya's surging murderous intent instantly dissipated the moment Zhao Yibai called out to her. With a caring gaze she asked, "Are you all right, big brother Yibai?"
"I'm fine." Zhao Yibai shook his head.
"What were you talking about just now?" Zhao Ya appeared puzzled. Zhao Yibai parted his lips for a moment before letting out a sigh. "Xiaoya, if I'm not mistaken, Auntie Mei is your mother, and Uncle Su is your father. Also, Su Hao is your younger brother."
"Mother!"
Zhao Ya's pupils contracted as she looked dazedly at Zhan Xuemei. She couldn't believe what she had just heard. Like the pearls after the string snapped, Zhan Xuemei's tears slid down her face as she nodded repeatedly. "My child, I'm your mother." In an instant, Zhao Ya's mind descended into chaos. After all, she had just finished a life-and-death battle, and all of a sudden someone firmly claimed to be her mother. She couldn't wrap her head around the idea. She wouldn't have believed it if someone else had said it, but she would never doubt whatever Zhao Yibai told her. "When you were injured previously, Auntie Mei was helping to dress your wound in the log cabin. That was when she saw the plum blossom birthmark on your left shoulder. Auntie Mei's daughter has the same birthmark. Moreover, your age matches that of her daughter." Zhao Yibai sighed. Zhao Ya stared dazedly at the weeping Zhan Xuemei. All of a sudden, she recalled that the older woman had said she had a daughter who was about the same age as her. However, during Zhao Ya's stay in this place, she had never seen this daughter that Zhan Xuemei had mentioned before. She wasn't a prying person though, so she had never asked about it. It now seemed that she was the daughter that Zhan Xuemei had talked about. "I'm sorry, Xiaoya. I didn't take good care of you." Zhan Xuemei felt as if she would never stop crying. Zhao Ya's eyes slowly reddened as well. Staring at the woman in front of her, she called out gently, "Mother!" Zhan Xuemei covered her mouth as she sobbed. She had been waiting for 20 years to hear her daughter call her mother. Now that her wish had been granted, She felt she could die with no regrets. On the other hand, Su Liangkai was standing beside Hu Sun as he appeared apprehensive. Although Su Hao infused his power into Hu Sun's body in an attempt to save him, his efforts were in vain. Initially, Hu Sun could still make some gurgling sounds through his throat, but just a while later, he fell silent as he widened his eyes. His hands went limp as his vitality dissipated. Su Hao slowly got to his feet, his face as pale as a sheet.
He's dead.
As if struck by lightning, Su Liangkai staggered backwards and fell on his bottom. It's over.
It's all over.
Hu Sun was killed in his house, and the murderer was the daughter he had abandoned 20 years ago. There was no way those from Spirit Sea Temple would let them off. Not only was Su Hao's future destroyed, but their entire family was also doomed. He suddenly got up and charged towards Zhao Ye before angrily slapping across her face. Following a loud slap, a red mark appeared on Zhao Ye's face.
Look what you've done.
Su Liangkai was infuriated.
What are you doing?
Zhan Xuemei quickly stood in front of Zhao Ye and spread her arms like a hen protecting her chick. Su Liangkai snapped. She's a jinx. I threw her away 20 years ago, so why did she come back at this point? The moment she came back, she has given us such a calamity. If I had known this would happen, I would have strangled her to death myself.
Are you out of your mind?
Zhen Xuemei exclaimed. Behind her, Zhao Ye hung her head low as her tears dropped to the ground. She muttered, So, I was abandoned. Su Liangkai barked, Yes, I was the one who threw you away on the mountain. Why were you not taken away by some beast? Why are you still alive?
Enough. Donger is your daughter.
Zhan Xuemei was so overwhelmed that she started trembling. She has brought such a disaster upon our family once she appeared. I don't have a daughter like her. Now that Hu Sun is dead, what will happen to Howard? What will happen to our family? There's no way those from Spirit Sea Temple will forgive us. We're doomed. All this has happened because of her. Zhen Xuemei roared. Hu Sun was a wicked man. He wanted to violate Donger's modesty. Was she not supposed to resist? He got what he deserved.
Shut up, you wretch. Big brother Yi Bai.
Zhao Ye suddenly gazed at Zhao Yi Bai and put on a gentle smile. Will you please go somewhere else for a moment? I'd like to talk to my parents. Zhao Yi Bai frowned as he looked at the red mark on her face. Although he was hesitant, he still nodded in the end. He then walked out of the courtyard and disappeared from their sight. Su Liangkai was still cursing when he abruptly stopped. When his vision focused, he found himself staring at the tip of a silver spear that was right in front of his face. In a shaking voice he said, What are you doing? I'm your father. Do you want to kill me? Zhan Xuemei was also dumbstruck as she shook her head at Zhao Ye with anxiety. Don't make any rash moves, Donger. Although she had always been resentful of Su Liangkai for throwing her child away, Zhao Ye was his daughter after all. It would be totally unacceptable if she decided to kill him. Su Hao's heart leaped to his throat as he had witnessed how Zhao Ye mercilessly murdered Hu Sun. If she decided to kill here, he was powerless to stop her. It seemed that only Zhao Yi Bai could stop her from doing anything irrational. It was no wonder that she told Zhao Yi Bai to leave for a moment. It was apparent that she didn't want the man to see her looking so cruel and heartless. When I was a young child, I already knew that I was picked up by Auntie Lu. She is like a mother to me, and she treats me really well. There's also Uncle Yang. Big brother Yi Bai always said that if my father were still alive, he would be as amiable as Uncle Yang. Hence, I always believed that since I had a mother and father figure, I was not lacking anything. I left 7 Stars Town at the age of 7 and joined 7 Stars Sect. Although my master seems to be cold-blooded, he's actually a good man. Moreover, I also have big brother Yi Bai. What are you trying to say, Donger? Zhan Xuemei gazed at her with a horrified expression. There was a faint smile on Zhao Ye's face. I've never thought about looking for my biological parents. To me, those who have raised me are my family members. As for all of you, you're nothing to me. Su Liangkai gulped as he said meekly, I'm your biological father. Zhao Ye replied with a smile. What right do you have to claim to be my father when you didn't even bother to raise me? Who do you think you are to give me orders? While she pushed her spear forward again, Su Liangkai staggered backwards and yelled, "Why, you can't do this to me! I guess I'll be considered unfilial and wicked if I stab this spear into your head. Do you want to give it a try?" Zhen Xuemei's face turned pale. "Please don't dong her." There was a cold expression on Zhao Ya's face as she said through clenched teeth, "My name is Zhao Ya." All of a sudden, she put her spear away and bent her back to salute Zhen Xuemei. "Many thanks for taking care of me in the past few days, Auntie Mei. Please take care of yourself in the future." Zhen Xuemei cried, "You have to take good care of yourself too." With an impassive expression, Zhao Ya nodded and shuffled forward. "There's no way you can escape." Su Hao, who had remained silent for a long time, sighed. "Since senior brother Hu Sun is dead, his life lamp has undoubtedly shattered. Those from Spirit Sea Temple must be aware of his death by now. I suppose my honored master is rushing over to this place." Su Liangkai nodded repeatedly. "You can't just leave. Wait for those from Spirit Sea Temple to come and explain everything to them." Zhao Ye ignored him, but she soon stopped in her tracks and looked in a particular direction with an alarmed expression. A figure suddenly appeared beside her as Zhao Yibai had returned. He took Zhao Ya's hand and said anxiously, "We have to run now. Something's wrong." He was only in the Qi transformation realm, so his senses weren't as sharp as Zhao Ya's. Nevertheless, he instinctively felt uneasy, as though something terrible was about to happen. Martial Peak. Chapter 4699. Suddenly able to run really fast. The two of them left in a rush, but just a moment later, a figure descended from the sky along with a horrifying pressure. As if struck by lightning, a dazed Zhen Xuemei and a terrified Su Liangkai coughed out a mouthful of blood at the same time. It was the same case for Su Hao, who was only in the true element boundary. The figure landed in front of Hu Sun with his eyes narrowed while his murderous intent surged. Disciple greets honored master. While bearing the pressure forcefully, Su Hao took a step forward and fell on his knees. This person was none other than the temple master of Spirit Sea Temple, Jia Hong. As the sect master of a first-class sect in the Void Continent, he was a powerful second-order Emperor Realm Master and was famous throughout the entire world. Hu Sun and Su Hao had the luck to become his disciples, but Su Hao was just an in-name disciple while Hu Sun was a true disciple. Jia Hong regarded Hu Sun highly because of his extraordinary aptitude. When the other disciples brought the criminal's head back to Spirit Sea Temple, Jia Hong was quite pleased. However, he had never expected that he would be informed of Hu Sun's life lamp shattering just a few days later. He immediately left the temple and arrived at this place. Given his second-order Emperor Realm cultivation, it only took him a cup of tea's time to travel from Spirit Sea Temple to this small village. After examining Hu Sun for a moment, Jia Hong shot a dispassionate glance at Su Hao and snorted. He had quite a number of disciples, and although Hu Sun was not bad, he was not the brightest. Regardless, he was Jia Hong's disciple. Since his disciple was killed, Jia Hong, as the master, could not just pretend that nothing had happened. The person who had the guts to do this would have to pay a hefty price. He didn't even ask Su Hao who killed Hu Sun, because before he arrived at this place, he could already detect two auras with different strengths leaving this place in a hurry with his divine sense. One of them was in the immortal ascension boundary while the other was in the Qi transformation realm. How could weak cultivators like them possibly escape from his senses? The next moment, Jia Hong leapt into the sky like a great pang and disappeared. A couple dozen kilometers away, Zhao Ye wrapped Zhao Yibai with her true qi and flew forward. Just a moment later, she felt a fierce divine sense locking onto them. Her expression changed as she yelled, "We should split up, big brother Yibai." She was aware that she was unable to resist the person who was coming for them. Regardless of how many treasures her master had given her before they left, she was worried that she wouldn't be able to keep her life this time. She was the one who killed Hu Sun, so it had nothing to do with Zhao Yibai. If they split up now, he would stand a chance to live. By sticking together, both of them would just be killed at the same time. Without giving Zhao Yibai a chance to reject her, she gently pushed out her palm and sent him flying away. In the meantime, she shot off in a different direction. Zhao Yibai fell to the ground and rolled away. With his face covered in sand, he looked up and saw a ray of light chasing after Zhao Ye. With his eyes widened and he stomped the ground hard as he raced after them. However, he was only in the Qi transformation realm, so he was unable to run as fast as Zhao Ye or as fast as Jia Hong could fly. Just a moment later, they were already out of his sight. While he was anxious, he kept blaming himself. They had come across a lot of dangers during their recent adventure, but it was always Zhao Ye who protected him. He felt like he was a burden that was practically useless.
Nevertheless, he knew that his aptitude was ordinary.
Since he obtained the secret art in his dream 3 years ago, he had only managed to make it to the Qi transformation realm, so he was unable to help Zhao Ye out at all. Despite that, he still tried his best to catch up. In front of him, Jia Hong was moving at the speed of lightning as he could see Zhao Ye from a distance. He snorted at the fact that an immortal ascension brat had the guts to act impudently in front of him. He extended his hand and surged his Emperor Qi as he prepared to launch an attack on Zhao Ye. Instantly, Zhao Ye felt her entire figure stiffening as she was engulfed in the aura of death. However, the next moment, this feeling mysteriously dissipated. Meanwhile, a myriad of expressions came over Jia Hong, who was behind her.
That was because just as he was preparing to make a move, he suddenly felt a sense of crisis befall him, as though he would suffer a terrible calamity if he dared to push out his palm.
Given his second-order Emperor realm cultivation, Jia Hong knew well enough to not simply ignore this kind of instinctual warning. Therefore, he didn't dare to act rashly. While feeling doubtful, he dispersed the power he had gathered, after which the sense of uneasiness faded. He frowned and released his divine sense, but he couldn't detect any anomalies in the surroundings, nor was there a formidable enemy nearby. Was it just my imagination? Thinking so, he prepared to attack again. This time he no longer had that kind of feeling, but after he pushed out his palm, the young woman in front of him staggered at just the right moment to completely avoid his blow, leaving her perfectly fine. Jia Hong widened his eyes in disbelief. The move he had just made was meant to end the young woman's life, and given her mere immortal ascension boundary cultivation, it was absolutely impossible for her to dodge it. However, she really managed to escape from death somehow. Jia Hong had no idea what was going on. He had made a move twice just now. The first time, he was stopped by the sense of unease he felt, and for the second move, he actually missed his mark. He had a feeling that something was off, so he wouldn't dare to make any rash moves again. Instead, he kept a fixed distance from the woman and observed her carefully. These two figures flew forward, seemingly in tandem, at shocking speed. Presently, Zhao Yibai was far behind them. He was initially anxious, but as time passed, he became immersed in a strange feeling while running at full speed. It was as though he had merged with the world around him. He had experienced the same feeling once 3 years ago. At that time, he was agitated by Miao Fei Ping's words, causing his thoughts to run wild. For some reason, he then fell into a dreamlike state where he found himself floating in a vast expanse of nothingness. It was Senior who woke him up in the end. Senior told him that he had accidentally triggered the power of this world, and that this kind of power was extremely dangerous, so he had to be careful whenever he acted in the future. Zhao Yibai would never dare to forget Senior's warning, and ensure that he never replicated that incident again. However, none of that mattered at this moment. He was too weak as a Qi transformation realm cultivator, and only by leveraging on the might of this world could he possibly lend Zhao Ye a hand. His eyes were clear and his emotions became as calm as a still, tranquil lake. While he was bolting forward, layers of ripples started spreading from Zhao Yibai, though he was unaware of this fact. The space Tao essence in the world around him was triggered and resonated with him. Suddenly, he took a step forward and abruptly disappeared from the spot. When he reappeared, he was already in a faraway place. While his figure kept flickered and disappearing, Zhao Yibai looked steadfastly towards the front as everything around him seemed to be slipping backward rapidly. Letting out a roar with pleasure, he felt as though he was a fish swimming in water for the first time ever. Half a month later, Zhao Yibai finally saw a ray of light on the horizon. It was the powerful master from Spirit Sea Temple. Zhao Ye is right in front of me. Zhao Yibai dashed forward at even greater speed. In the sky up above, Jia Hong, who had been chasing after Zhao Ye, noticed the anomaly happening to Zhao Yibai as well. When he looked down, he saw the little Qi transformation realm boy's figure disappearing from time to time. The person seemed able to ignore the obstacles of space, and move from one place to another in the blink of an eye. Jia Hong widened his eyes in disbelief as he wondered to himself, what kind of power is that? He had never seen or heard of anything like that before, and all he could tell was that the space around the Qi transformation realm boy was warping with each step the latter took. While he was flabbergasted, he was also feeling extremely vexed and helpless. During this pursuit, he had repeatedly attempted to kill or capture Zhao Ye. However, whenever he made a move, he would either be forced to stop following an invisible sense of warning, or his attacks would simply be rendered useless for some strange reason. As an Emperor Realm Master, Jia Hong had actually been chasing after an Immortal Ascension Boundary Junior for half a month, but he still hadn't achieved his goal. He wouldn't have believed it if it wasn't happening to him. Now that he saw a Qi transformation realm brat using some strange power, Jia Hong felt that the experience over the past half a month had turned his worldview upside down. It only took the boy a short moment to surpass him and reach the young woman. For every step the boy took, he seemed able to borrow some kind of power from this world. No words could ever describe how astounded Jia Hong was.
Big brother Yi Bai.
Zhao Ye was shocked as well. Why did you follow me? Presently, Zhao Yi Bai was covered in blood. Given his Qi transformation realm, if he couldn't borrow this world's strength, he would have died of exhaustion after manipulating space principles so abruptly and frequently and wouldn't have made it to this place. Despite that, every time he used instantaneous movement, his figure still had to bear immense pressure. If it weren't because his physique was quite robust, he would have been crushed to dust upon breaking through the void. I have no idea why, but I was suddenly able to run really fast, Zhao Yi Bai replied in a weakened tone. Zhao Ye felt heartbroken for him as she engulfed him with her strength. At the same time, she fished out some spirit pills from her space ring and stuffed them into his mouth. Zhao Yi Bai put on a silly smile. I'm really glad that you're okay. Ha had been extremely nervous while chasing after them. After all, many things could happen in half a month. He was worried that he would find Zhao Ye in a state he would never have the heart to see. Zhao Ye snorted. That bastard behind me is just toying with me. He seems to enjoy watching me run, so he never made any fatal moves. If Jia Hong had heard what Zhao Ye just said, he would have beat his chest and roared in indignation. Although he had only made a few moves, he was determined to end Zhao Ye's life with each one, but for some unknown reason, all his attempts turned out to be futile, and Zhao Ye was still alive and well. I guess there's something wrong with him, Zhao Yi Bai said grimly. This place is not far away from 7-Star Sect. It will only take us a few days to return. With Senior around, that person won't dare to harm you. Zhao Ye nodded. In fact, she had been heading in the direction of 7-Star Sect this whole time. She knew that it was impossible for her to go against an Emperor Realm Master, so she could only go back and seek her master's help.
I'll bring you out of this place.
Zhao Yi Bai took her hand and activated his new ability, causing the world to contort. The next instant, they disappeared from the spot. Jia Hong wore a dark expression from a distance as he saw this. He had faintly realized something during this pursuit, but things had come to a point where he was unable to back down. His disciple was killed, so there was no way he could pretend that nothing had happened. He could only keep following this young couple and see what was waiting for him. He no longer believed that he could kill Zhao Ye to avenge Hu Sun's death, but this matter had to be resolved regardless. Marshall Peak. Chapter 4700. Uncle Yang, are you dying? 7-Star Sect. Jia Hong stopped in his tracks in front of the mountain entrance and looked up at the sect's name on its arching signboard. The young man and woman that he had been chasing had entered 7-Star Sect. As the sect master of Spirit Sea Temple, Jia Hong was naturally aware of 7-Star Sect because both were first-class sects. Although both sects were far from one another, they would come into contact from time to time. An elderly man was already waiting in front of 7-Star Sect. When he saw Jia Hong, he cupped his fist. Welcome, Temple Master Jia. I'm sorry for not receiving you earlier. Jia Hong replied impassively. It's been a long time, Sect Master Shangguan. Shangguan Ji said, our ancestor is aware of your arrival and is waiting for you on Azure Jade Peak.
This way, please.
Upon hearing that, Jia Hong narrowed his eyes and fell silent for a moment. Sect Master Shangguan, what's the relationship of the young man and woman with your noble sect's ancestor? Shang Guanji replied with a smile, "You'll find out about it after you go up the mountain." Jia Hong snorted, "This Jia is going now then." He then strutted towards the peak of the mountain. Shang Guanji watched him leave without any intention to stop him. In just a moment, Jia Hong arrived atop Azure Jade Peak. A man and woman were already quietly standing on the peak, the very two who had fled from Green Mountain Town. Jia Hong wasn't surprised to see them here as he furrowed his brows. If these two people had something to do with the ancestor of Seven Star Sect, it explained why he had come across so many anomalies while chasing them. He now firmly believed he wouldn't be able to avenge Hu Sun's death. "My honored master is waiting for you in the hall," Zhao Ye said impassively. Jia Hong arched his brow then went straight inside. No one knew what Jia Hong and Yang Kai talked about, but just a cup of tea later, Jia Hong left the hall in a respectful manner and leaped into the sky without turning his head. He didn't even bring up the fact that his disciple was killed. Zhao Ye and Zhao Yi exchanged glances before letting out a sigh of relief, knowing that this matter was over.
"You two come inside."
Yang Kai's voice was heard coming from the hall. Zhao Ye's neck shrank as she was evidently afraid. Zhao Yi took her hand and gave her an assuring look before leading her to the hall. Although they had cultivated on the mountain for 13 years, it was the first time they actually stepped into this hall. Since the door was open, they entered right away and saw a person facing away from them with his hands behind his back.
"Master! Senior!"
They saluted him respectfully. The person then slowly turned around. Zhao Yi widened his eyes in disbelief, then called out in a pleasantly surprised tone, "Uncle Yang?" Presently, the person in the hall was Uncle Yang, who had been like a father to the young boy since he was born. During Zhao Yi and Zhao Ye's adventures, they had taken the initiative to look for him in Green Mountain Town. However, instead of finding Uncle Yang, they had inadvertently bumped into Zhao Ye's biological parents. Zhao Yi had never expected to come across Uncle Yang here after they were separated for 13 years. An excited Zhao Yi asked, "Why are you here, Uncle Yang? Did Senior bring you here? Where is he?" Yang Kai remained silent with a smile. On the other hand, Zhao Ye was much calmer. Although she was surprised and doubtful the moment she saw Yang Kai, she soon realized what was going on.
"Big brother Yi Bai."
Zhao Ye pulled Zhao Yi's sleeve. "If I'm not mistaken, Uncle Yang is master, and master is Uncle Yang."
"How can that be?"
Zhao Yi burst into laughter. "Senior is a powerful cultivator while Uncle Yang is just an ordinary person. Moreover, they look totally different, so how can you mix them up?" Zhao Ye explained, "Haven't you always wondered why Master and Uncle Yang look so similar from behind? Moreover, you've just said that Master is very powerful, so it wouldn't be difficult for him to hide his cultivation and change his appearance in front of us. Moreover, Uncle Yang and Master share the same surname. This proves that they're the same person. It's just that we were not aware of it." Zhao Yi widened his mouth as he still couldn't believe what he had just heard.
"Am I right, Master?"
Zhao Ye asked directly. Yang Kai replied with a smile, "You've always been intelligent, Xiao Ye. You're right." Zhao Yi was dumbfounded as he couldn't grasp why the powerful senior became Uncle Yang all of a sudden. While he was puzzled, he saw Yang Kai extending his hand to the side, after which a figure abruptly appeared. The figure looked just like the ancestor they had been living with on Azure Jade Peak for the past dozen years. As the two figures stood alongside one another, their frames were the same except for their appearances and temperaments. Zhao Yi tooted in amazement.
"A clone."
Zhao Ye arched her brow. Yang Kai waved his hand with a smile as the ancestor of Azure Jade Peak disappeared. He then said, "Strictly speaking, the one you're seeing now is also a kind of clone. Rather, this is my soul avatar."
"Soul avatar?"
Zhao Ye gasped as her chest heaved. She was now an immortal Ascension Boundary Master who had opened up her own knowledge sea, so she was aware of how to use her divine sense and what kind of capabilities it should have. That was also the reason she understood the wonders of a soul avatar. Yang Kai's soul avatar, however, had manifested into physical form, and even the Temple Master of Spirit Sea Temple, who was a second-order Emperor Realm Master, didn't dare to make a scene in front of him and left the place without avenging his disciple's death. How horrifyingly powerful must his true body be then? Zhao Yibai's jaw hung so low that an egg could be stuffed into it. Although he had no idea what Yang Kai and Zhao Ye were talking about, he couldn't help thinking they were truly incredible. Admiration was written all over his face as his eyes were as bright as stars. After a gulp, Zhao Ye asked, "How powerful are you really, master?" Yang Kai replied with a smile, "Your master's cultivation is higher than the heavens." His words rang a bell as Zhao Ye recalled that he had said the same thing when she agreed to become his disciple in the past. At that time, she swore that she would become more powerful than her master one day and let him have a taste of becoming a worker. 13 years had passed in the blink of an eye. Zhao Ye couldn't help but blush. She was young and naive back then, but she wouldn't dare to have such disrespectful thoughts now. All of a sudden, a realization dawned upon her. When I was abandoned in the past, you were the one who picked me up from the mountain and sent me to Auntie Lu's door.
Oh, how did you even figure that out?
Yang Kai was genuinely surprised.
Zhao Ye replied, "When I found out that I was abandoned not long after I was born, I couldn't understand how I ended up in Seven Stars Town that was hundreds of thousands of kilometers away. I was just an infant at that time, and no beast could or would ever do that. Only a powerful cultivator could achieve such a thing. I was just venturing a guess, but your reply proved that my speculation was right." Yang Kai put on a smile and said with some mirth in his words, "A person that is too clever might become exhausted in life." Zhao Yibai scratched his head. "It's better than being as foolish as me." Zhao Ye pouted. "You're not foolish. If you were really stupid, Master wouldn't have spent the last dozen years secretly training you."
Huh.
Zhao Yibai was perplexed.
Zhao Ye said, "Master is Uncle Yang.
Have you forgotten how he treated you over the past dozen years?"
After giving it a thought, Zhao Yibai put on a grin. "Uncle Yang must have his reasons for treating me like that." Although the two of them had spent the last over 10 years on Azure Jade Peak, they were treated very differently. While Zhao Ye was treasured like a flower and carefully nurtured, Zhao Yibai was ignored like weeds. He had to do all sorts of manual work and would often be punished in Zhao Ye's stead. An annoyed Zhao Ye said, "I suppose you're dumb after all.
Uncle Yang doted on you when you were a child. Why do you think he'd suppress you and punish you over the years?"
A puzzled Zhao Yibai asked, "Why?" Zhao Ye turned to look at Yang Kai. "You'll have to ask Master about it." Yang Kai replied with a smile, "Xiao Bai's aptitude is indeed ordinary, but that's not the reason I suppressed him. Even if there are 10 Xiao Bais, they're not comparable to you, Xiao Ye." Zhao Yibai flashed a smile at Zhao Ye to show that he was truly dumb. On the other hand, Zhao Ye had sensitively caught the key part from Yang Kai's words. "Big brother Yibai might not be comparable to me when it comes to his aptitude, but he must have something that makes him special.
Let me take a guess.
I've always heard that when a powerful master realizes his time is running out, he will look for a legacy disciple before his predestined time of death. Therefore, some unknown young people suddenly receive the inheritances of powerful cultivators and become rising stars. In that case, you're probably dying soon, honored master, and Big Brother Yibai has the chance to receive your inheritance." The corners of Yang Kai's mouth twitched when he heard that. On the other hand, Zhao Yibai was flabbergasted as he asked with anxiety, "Uncle Yang, are you dying?" Yang Kai felt like he was on the verge of coughing up blood, and in a grim voice he snarled, "My vitality is still vibrant. If you two don't work hard, I'll live long enough to attend your funerals." While reeling from the shock, Zhao Yibai let out a sigh of relief. With a frown, Zhao Ye muttered, "When we were running away, Big Brother Yibai used a strange power that could ignore the obstacles of space. It allowed him to move faster than an Emperor Realm Master, even though he's just in the Qi transformation realm. Does your inheritance have something to do with this strange ability, honored master?"
Yang Kai let out a sigh.
He initially didn't want to explain these things to them so soon, but Zhao Ye was too clever, which was why he was caught off guard. He then raised his hand and manipulated the local space principles. Zhao Yibai and Zhao Ye widened their eyes as they felt that the distance between Yang Kai and them was rapidly widening, as though they were now in different worlds. However, the next moment, the original distance was restored. When they came to their senses, they realized that they hadn't moved at all. They were drenched in cold sweat due to the contortion of space. This is the Tao of space, and usually, only powerful masters have a right to come into contact with it,
much less comprehend it. Xueqi had already shown his talent in this regard when he was in his mother's womb. I didn't want to waste a talented person like him, and the rest is history. Xiaoya nodded as she finally figured it out. The disciple you've always wanted to take on is big brother Yi Bai. Yang Kai smiled. While Xiaobai can hope to receive my inheritance, it's the same for you.
Me?
Xiaoya was surprised. I've never felt that kind of power before. Marshall Peak. Chapter 4701. Cooperation will benefit both sides. I've taught you how to cultivate and passed on my secret arts to you, but I've never taught you how to use a spear, Yang Kai explained. There are 3,000 grand Daos in the world. While Xiaobai is talented in the Tao of space, your comprehension of the spear Tao is unrivaled. Both the Tao of space and spear Tao are my Daos. Xiaoya finally understood everything. In comparison, your aptitude is much better than Xiaobai's. If I hadn't suppressed your cultivation over the years, you would have moved beyond the immortal ascension boundary a long time ago. A puzzled Xiaoya asked, Master, I've never understood why you've been suppressing my cultivation. Can you tell me now? After giving it a thought, Yang Kai said, I don't mind explaining it to you, but it will take a very long time. You'll find out about it when the time is right. Xiaoya nodded and said in a gentle voice, What about Green Mountain Town? Did you deliberately tell Auntie Lu and Grandma that you came from that place so that I'd look for you there? After all, you brought me out of that place before. Yang Kai fell silent. There had always been a hint of ruthlessness in her since Xiaoya was a young child. This was evident in her reaction when she was forced to become Yang Kai's disciple, and it became even more conspicuous as she grew up. Yang Kai initially wanted to make use of this life experience trip to let her find her biological parents in the hope that the knots in her heart would be solved. However, his goal was not achieved in the end. Master, you were the one who named me. I'll always be Zhao Ye, and I have nothing to do with the Su family. I'll not be resentful of them for what they've done to me. After all, Auntie Mei took good care of me during that period of time. We're even now. Yang Kai nodded. However, there's one thing I don't understand. Please enlighten me, Master. Xiaoya looked seriously at him. Go ahead. You could have kept hiding your identity, and it's clearly not the right time to expose it. So why did you show your true appearance after Big Brother Yi Bai and I came back from the adventure? That's because I won't have time to pay attention to you two in the near future, Yang Kai explained. Xiaoya frowned in puzzlement. Above the Emperor realm is the open heaven realm. To reach that realm, a cultivator must gather the powers of Yin, Yang, and the 5 elements before splitting heaven and earth apart in their body to form a small universe. I'm an open heaven realm master, and the world you live in is my small universe. Xiaoya was instantly astonished. The vast world they were living in was actually just her master's small universe. She still couldn't believe it as the notion was beyond her ability to comprehend. My true body is now trapped in a kind of shattered space, and I've been trying to comprehend its secrets over the years in an attempt to escape. I've finally gotten some clues, so I must focus on that now. Therefore, I won't have time to deal with the matters in my small universe. Xiaoya nodded blankly. When I'm not around, you and Xiaobai have to work hard and not be complacent. I hope that you'll show significant improvements when I see you again in the future. Yes. Zhao Ye and Zhao Yi Bai nodded their heads at the same time. Yang Kai waved his hand again, whereupon 2 petite figures with wings behind their backs appeared as they danced in the air. Zhao Ye and Zhao Yi Bai were instantly amazed as they gazed at the figures that were the size of a palm. Mu Zhu and Mu Lu flashed amicable smiles at the pair. This couldn't be helped. While Zhao Yi Bai and Zhao Ye didn't know these petite beings, Mu Zhu and Mu Lu were very familiar with them. In the past, when Yu Lu was having difficulty giving birth, they were the ones who used a secret technique to stabilize her vitality, and so they had been there to witness Zhao Yi Bai's birth. Over the years, they had been observing the 2 children's development. It was just that Zhao Yi Bai and Zhao Ye had never seen them before. These 2 are members of the Wood Spirit clan and are also the earliest residents of my small universe. Even before then they accompanied me for years. After I'm gone, you can ask them about cultivation or anything else. Zhao Yi Bai and Zhao Ye nodded at the same time. Yang Kai gazed at Mu Zhu and Mu Lu. Please take care of them.
The wood spirits replied with a smile. Don't worry, master.
With a nod, Yang Kai disappeared.
In the hall, both parties glanced at one another for a moment before Zhao Ye pulled Zhao Yibai's clothes and said respectfully, Junior Zhao Ye greets two seniors.
Mu Zhu smiled helplessly when she heard that.
It had been a long time since she was born, but it was the first time she had ever been called a senior. On the other hand, Mu Lu felt that she had taken up a heavy responsibility as she stuck out her chest and pretended to be a senior expert. However, when she took a glance at Mu Zhu's towering mountains and remembered her own vast plains, she instantly became dejected.
Are there any questions you want to ask? Mu Zhu said with a smile.
Zhao Yibai immediately spurted out, Does master really have several wives?
Zhao Ye looked smilingly at him. What's wrong, big brother Yibai? Do you want to learn from master?
Zhao Yibai quickly scratched his head. I'm just curious. Zhao Yibai and Zhao Ye were now in their early 20s, and the flow of time in Yang Kai's small universe was twice as fast as in the outside world. In other words, Yang Kai had been trapped in the shattered space for another 10 years. To an open heaven realm master, 10 or so years wasn't long at all. Hence, Yang Kai, Xia Linlang, and Cheng Yang, who had chased after them to this place, were all doing just fine. The three of them were in different parts of the shattered space while searching for a way out. However, both Xia Linlang and Cheng Yang knew nothing about the Tao of space, so even though they were stronger than Yang Kai, they were powerless to do anything in this situation. On the other hand, after years of study, Yang Kai had finally gotten some clues about this space. That was the reason he decided to expose his identity to Zhao Yibai and Zhao Ye at this point. For the next 6 months, space principles never stopped undulating around Yang Kai. His expression kept changing as it alternated between frowning and elation. Suddenly one day, he opened his eyes as a glint flashed across their depths. His movement shocked Xia Linlang and Cheng Yang as they turned and paid close attention to him. Under their watch, Yang Kai took a step forward and disappeared. They quickly looked around, but the man was nowhere in sight. No one knew where he was headed. A large part of the void was shattered by an ancient great expert using a space secret technique. Like a broken mirror, the space fragments here were like those shattered pieces. There was no order to speak of here as everything was in complete chaos. Both Xia Linlang and Cheng Yang could already feel the strangeness of this space when they previously barged into it. Therefore, they were not surprised that Yang Kai had gone missing as they were certain that he was randomly transferred to some distant space fragment. However, Cheng Yang's pupils contracted the next moment. That was because a figure suddenly appeared beside Xia Linlang. It was none other than the previously missing Yang Kai. A pleasantly surprised Xia Linlang asked, Have you figured it out? If that wasn't the case, Yang Kai couldn't have coincidentally appeared beside her. The two of them and Cheng Yang had given it many tries before, and were always randomly transferred around the space fragments. They had no idea where they would appear next after leaving a particular space fragment. However, the fact that Yang Kai could accurately appear beside Xia Linlang proved that only mastery in the Tao of space could solve the mysteries of this shattered space. I haven't figured it out entirely, but I have discovered some patterns. Yang Kai shook his head. After all, the space fragments were originally a single whole. Although it was now shattered, there must be a faint connection between the space fragments. Only experts in the Tao of space could clearly see such connections though. Do you have the confidence to get us out of here? Xia Linlang asked. Yang Kai replied, It's not hard to find a way out, but what comes after that will be difficult to handle. Xia Linlang suddenly recalled that there were countless divine abilities that just waiting for them outside of this space. Before they arrived at this place, they had experienced a lot of hardship and almost lost their lives. At that time, Bright Sun Divine Monarch was behind them to clean up the mess. If he hadn't blocked most of the divine abilities, they wouldn't have stood a chance to survive. It could be said that Cheng Yang had actually done them a favor. With that said, they were forced to sneak into this place as Cheng Yang was chasing them. Yang Kai suddenly turned to look at Cheng Yang and spoke to him using a secret technique. Divine Monarch, given the situation we're in, cooperation will benefit both sides while disagreement would do no one any good. Why don't we put down our grudges and work together? Cheng Yang snorted and stared at him with a pair of piercing eyes. Aren't you worried that I'll harm you?
Yongkai replied, "The reason you've been hunting me down is that you're after one of the 4 universe pillars, the world spring. However, I've refined the world spring and it is now a part of my small universe. Even if you kill me, you might not be able to get it. The world spring will most likely fall apart alongside my small universe. So even if I work with you, I don't have to worry about my safety for the time being.
Without you, senior sister Xia and I might not be able to get out of here, and it's the same case for you.
Without me leading the way, you'll never be able to leave this place despite being an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master." Chungyang stared coldly at him for a long time before putting on a grin. "Since you've made things so clear, what else can I say? If you aren't worried that I'll stab you in the back after we get out of here, why would I be bothered?" A moment later he asked with a smile, "Do you want me to make an oath or something?" If oaths were useful, what would be the point of cultivating? Even if you really made an oath, I wouldn't believe it. Chungyang arched his brow. "You're pretty reasonable, brat.
Because of what you've said, I can assure you that I won't kill you before you ascend to the 7th Order."
"Many thanks for your kindness then, Divine Monarch." Yongkai put on a faint smile. To the side, Xia Linlang appeared worried. She knew that if they brought Chungyang out of this place, the other party would definitely stab them in the back. However, if they didn't make use of his power, she and Yongkai wouldn't be able to leave this place alive. It was understandable that Yongkai had made such a decision in the face of this predicament. Regardless, they had to get out of here first. "I'll go over there now, Divine Monarch," Yongkai said, then turned to Xia Linlang. "Don't circulate your strength no matter what." Xia Linlang nodded, "Got it." As space principles undulated, Yongkai led her to take a step forward and disappeared from the space fragment. Marshall Peak. Chapter 4702. Escape. Yongkai and Xia Linlang had gone missing for quite a long time as they still hadn't appeared after half a day. Bright Sun Divine Monarch even suspected that Yongkai had gone back on his word and decided to leave him here. While he was lost in thought though, he saw Yongkai and Xia Linlang suddenly appearing beside him.
"Divine Monarch."
Yongkai gently nodded at him. Chungyang replied impassively, "What do you need me to do?" Yongkai said with a smile, "It's easy. I'll use my power to lead the way for you, but I must not be disturbed in any way, so please don't resist." Chungyang stared fixedly at him. By not resisting, he would basically be allowing Yongkai take control of his life or death. If Yongkai was ill-intentioned and made a move all of a sudden, Chungyang, despite being an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, might not survive. With that said, he didn't hesitate for a long time and simply nodded, "Do whatever you have to do. I'll cooperate with you." Without saying a word, Yongkai engulfed him with his power. The next moment, as space principles undulated, the 3 of them disappeared from the space fragment. Half a year had passed in the blink of an eye as the trio moved across different space fragments. Yongkai would stop in his tracks from time to time as he looked around with a frown. As space principles undulated, he seemed to silently be trying to comprehend something. On the other hand, Xia Linlang and Chungyang didn't have to do anything. They didn't even need to use their strength at all. In such a strange place, they could only rely on Yongkai to bring them out. Although they hadn't managed to leave this odd space after half a year, Chungyang wasn't in a rush and worked with Yongkai whenever his help was needed. There came a moment when they abruptly appeared in a certain space fragment. Yongkai intently looked around for a moment before taking a deep breath. "This is the last step." Both Chungyang and Xia Linlang appeared excited. The 2 of them scanned the surroundings for a bit, then Chungyang asked with a frown, "Young boy, are you sure we'll be able to leave this damned place after taking a step forward? Why do I feel like we've gotten deeper into this shattered space instead of moving out of it?" Yongkai replied with a smile, "The order of the space here is in complete chaos. Nothing you see can be believed. That's the reason you have this feeling." Chungyang didn't remark on that, and after giving it a thought he nodded. "Since you've said so, I'll believe you. After taking this step, I'll clear a path for the 2 of you and bring you out of here." Yongkai shook his head. "I need you to stay behind us just like how we entered this place previously. Senior Sister Xia and I will lead the way."
It took some time before the powers of those divine abilities and the artifacts were triggered.
With Chungyang staying behind them, he would be able to resolve them. However, if Yang Kai and Xia Lin Lang were to stay behind, they might not be able to resist the attacks. Cheng Yang frowned, but he didn't object to it.
After a nod, he said, "We'll do as you say then. Many thanks, Divine Monarch."
After finishing his words, Yang Kai engulfed Xia Lin Lang and Cheng Yang with his power, then took a step forward. The world around them spun around as space contorted. Before they even came to their senses, streams of dormant power roared to life all around them and locked onto their life auras. Horrifying power surged as these divine abilities, which had been dormant for countless years, radiated a dazzling glow. Yang Kai felt his entire figure stiffening. As his flesh squirmed, he directly summoned his Azure Dragon Spear and pushed it out. In a steadfast manner he yelled, "Let's go!" Two people then turned into rays of light and charged forward. They already had such an experience when they were fleeing previously, so they were not flustered now when dealing with this situation. Cheng Yang followed closely behind them as countless divine abilities gathered together and crashed down upon them like an avalanche. Even Bright Sun Divine Monarch sported a solemn expression when facing such a mighty torrent. Once he was swept into this stream of divine abilities, he would probably lose his life despite being an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. While the three of them were fleeing, they cast their secret techniques at their back to resolve the stream of divine abilities behind them, but their attempts were futile. Cheng Yang roared repeatedly as his 8th Order Open Heaven Realm power exploded. Every time he made a move, the entire universe seemed to tremble. Yang Kai and Xia Lin Lang, who were in front of him, were terrified. If such attacks had landed on them, they wouldn't have been able to resist them. Fortunately, they had brought Cheng Yang with them. Without him bringing up the rear for them, they wouldn't be able to leave this damned place. Initially, the divine abilities that had been triggered were extremely powerful, with some of them being equivalent to the attacks from 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. However, as they moved forward, the powers of the divine abilities gradually weakened. Yang Kai and Xia Lin Lang had already realized this when they barged into the shattered space previously. Therefore, as long as they could persevere, things would only get safer. Half a day later, the two people at the front were covered in blood and had consumed a lot of energy. Although most of the divine abilities were far behind them and Cheng Yang would deal with them, some of the attacks managed to reach them and they had no choice but to make a move. As a result, both of them were injured. There was an extremely deep cut on Xia Lin Lang's shoulder as she almost lost her arm. Fortunately, she wasn't at risk of losing her life. Yang Kai didn't have time to check on Cheng Yang, but he was sure that the other party wasn't in a better state. After all, Cheng Yang had to bear most of the pressure. Bright Sun Divine Monarch lived up to his status as an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master though. Despite the pressure he faced, he still followed closely behind them. He even had time to split a bit of his divine sense to lock onto Yang Kai. Half a day later, the divine abilities that had been triggered were only equivalent to attacks from 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. It seemed they were already at the periphery. At a certain moment, Yang Kai secretly whispered, "It's time, Senior Sister Xia." Upon hearing that, Xia Lin Lang stuck close to Yang Kai without hesitation. Yang Kai wrapped his arm around her waist and surged his space principles. Their figures soon flickered and disappeared from the spot. It was a plan they had come up with previously. As they were approaching freedom, they had to get rid of Cheng Yang. If they were still with him by then, while it wasn't certain how Xia Lin Lang would end up, Yang Kai would definitely be captured and become a prisoner. Certainly, he wouldn't let anyone else have control over his life. However, Yang Kai had to bear a huge risk by using instantaneous movement in this place. That was because the divine abilities around them were so numerous and randomly placed. Yang Kai wasn't certain where he would land after using instantaneous movement. He might be able to get rid of Cheng Yang, but he might also fall into a dangerous spot and be killed. Nevertheless, he believed that life was full of uncertainties and sometimes, one just had to make a bet. Cheng Yang was obviously acting cautiously, which was why he had locked a bit of his divine sense onto Yang Kai. However, he never expected that Yang Kai would be reckless enough to take such a risk in this kind of place. By the time he came to his senses, it was already too late for him to stop them. Yang Kai and Xia Lin Lang had already disappeared from his sight, and his divine sense thread which had been targeting Yang Kai had also been cut off. Cheng Yang wore a dark expression and snorted. However, he had no time to search for them as he was still being pursued by the stream of divine abilities. He could only keep running and resolving the attacks for now. Under a gray sky, ripples spread across an open prairie as two battered figures appeared. They were none other than Yang Kai and Xia Lin Lang. Before Yang Kai could even breathe a sigh of relief, he suddenly turned his head and pushed out his azure dragon spear at the spot where he appeared. The next moment, several powerful divine abilities relentlessly passed through the void and arrived at this place. Although he had managed to flee with Xia Lin Lang using instantaneous movement, he had also brought several divine abilities along with him. While Xia Lin Lang was unaware of them, Yang Kai was not. Following a loud boom, Yang Kai was sent flying away like a sack as he sprayed out a mouthful of blood. His spear-holding arm went limp while his 5 viscera and 6 organs shook. Xia Lin Lang finally came to her senses as she exclaimed and pushed out her palms, which turned into innumerable shadows that finally blocked the divine abilities. The dust only settled several moments later. A battered Xia Lin Lang walked up to Yang Kai and looked down at him. "How are you?" Presently, Yang Kai was lying on the ground with his limbs spread. He lethargically opened his eyes and acted tough by saying, I'm fine." Xia Lin Lang couldn't help but roll her eyes. While standing beside him, she looked around and frowned. "Where are we?" Yang Kai panted and replied, "I have no idea. The last time I used instantaneous movement, I was unable to control the direction. Who knows where we've landed? However, we've just made a lot of noise, so we can't stay here for long." After a nod, Xia Lin Lang asked, "Can you walk?" Yang Kai snorted, "Do I look like I can walk?" A speechless Xia Lin Lang covered him with her power and brought him to a different place. An hour later, she found a cave in the middle of a mountain and snuck into it so that they could recuperate. Although Cheng Yang was behind them bearing most of the pressure while they were escaping, they were still injured and exhausted. Yang Kai wasn't certain if Cheng Yang would pursue them, nor was he aware of any danger waiting for them in this place. He just knew that they had better restore their strength quickly. After consuming some spirit pills, the pair sat down with their legs crossed. A moment later, Yang Kai arched his brow as there was a hint of surprise on his face. For some reason, he could feel his dragon vein throbbing in an excited manner. He also felt a faint sense of affability toward this place. In fact, he was already aware that there was something unusual going on with his dragon vein the moment he landed on the prairie, but he didn't have time to ponder on it. Now that he was recuperating, he could finally try to find out what was going on. After examining it for a while, he could confirm that his dragon vein indeed reacted differently. He even had a feeling that if he stayed in this place for a long time, his dragon vein would steadily become more powerful. Although the feeling came out of nowhere, he firmly believed it to be true. Does this place have something to do with the Dragon Clan? Yang Kai wondered in excitement. Marshall Peak. Chapter 4703, Great General. There were 36 cave heavens and 72 paradises in the 3,000 worlds, making up a total of 108 top great forces. Thanks to the Star Boundaries World Tree, Yang Kai had contact with many high-rank open heaven realm masters from the various cave heavens and paradises, but not all of them. That was because both the Dragon Altar of the Dragon Clan and the Phoenix Nest of the Phoenix Clan were part of the 36 cave heavens. It was just that these two cave heavens were extremely hidden, so much so that most ordinary people had no idea where these cave heavens were even located. Yang Kai had been trying to find the place where the Dragon Altar was located for many years. Unfortunately, his efforts had never worked out. Despite asking Bai Shi, the old man could not tell him anything. The old man only mentioned that he would be able to sense the whereabouts of the Dragon Altar once his dragon vein reached a certain level. Therefore, Yang Kai never expected to stumble upon this surprising discovery today. Could this strange place be the Dragon Altar? If this place is the Dragon Altar, then isn't it a little too shabby? But, if it isn't the Dragon Altar, why is the power of my dragon vein experiencing an abnormality? Xia Lin Lang once mentioned that there were rumors about countless divine spirits gathering in the depths of the Shattered Ruins. It was just that she had never ventured into the Shattered Ruins before, so she was unable to verify the truth behind those rumors. Having only just arrived at this place, the information Yang Kai had to work with was simply too little. He had no idea what kind of place this was, so he could only discard his distracting thoughts and focus on recovery. Nevertheless, Yang Kai soon confirmed another one of his conjectures. There was an exceptionally peculiar power in this world that could be drawn into his body to stimulate the enhancement of his dragon vein. Too little time had elapsed, so the enhancement Yang Kai experienced was not significant. Even so, he could clearly sense the changes in his body, so he immediately activated some of the bloodline-enhancing secret techniques taught to him by Old Man Bai Shi. Ever since he finished consuming the dragon blood flowers that he obtained from the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary, Yang Kai's dragon vein had remained relatively stagnant. Old Man Bai Shi had taught him some bloodline-enhancing secret techniques, but he rarely had the time to cultivate in peace. Coming to this place at this time was truly a wonderful opportunity. As soon as the secret technique was activated, Yang Kai felt a little different. The peculiar power in the world poured into his body all at once as though summoned by something, instantly causing his flesh to wriggle and the power of the dragon vein in his body to roar endlessly. The sudden urge to transform into a dragon surged up from the depths of his heart. It was at this point that Yang Kai finally became certain about one thing: this place was definitely related to the dragon clan. At the same time, a tall figure suddenly descended from the sky at the spot where Yang Kai and Xiaolin Lang had emerged previously. This figure was wrapped in an exceedingly terrifying aura, comparable or even greater to bright sun divine monarchs. Sniffing the air lightly, he coldly snorted, "What a disgusting aura!" Then, he reached out a hand and grabbed a handful of blood-stained dirt in the palm of his hand. Rubbing his fingers together, the tall man frowned. "The smell of the dragon clan." He looked to the side and asked, "Is it him?" Not far away from him, a handsome white-robed youth and a young woman holding a peach blossom branch stood respectfully. If Yang Kai were here, he would have immediately recognized this man and woman. They were the two people who picked a quarrel with him previously. Moreover, the white-robed youth had placed a peculiar bloodline mark on Yang Kai during their battle. Cheng Yang had subsequently used that mark to pursue Yang Kai relentlessly. There was no indication as to how the white-robed youth and the young woman holding the peach blossom branch had arrived at this place. The white-robed youth replied respectfully, "I'm quite sure it's him. I definitely sensed him venturing deep into the divine ability sea earlier. It would seem that he escaped that place and arrived here." The tall man smiled grimly when he heard those words. "That's good news indeed. It has been many years since someone from the Dragon Clan appeared in this place. I never expected to encounter one today. Can you still sense his location?" The white-robed youth shook his head. "No. He might have gotten rid of my bloodline mark. However, I don't know whether he died at the hands of Cheng Yang." Cheng Yang had chased Yang Kai all the way into the divine ability sea. Now that more than 10 years had passed, there was no saying what happened during this period. Needless to say, Yang Kai had gotten rid of the bloodline mark during this time. He could not have escaped Cheng Yang's pursuit otherwise. "Search for him. Even if you have to turn over every single rock in the area, find that Dragon Clan member," the tall man shouted. The white-robed youth and the young woman beside him accepted the command and sped away. After discarding the soil in his hand, the tall man abruptly turned to look in a certain direction. A graceful figure in purple had appeared from that direction at some point in time and was staring at him quietly. The man grinned. "I heard that the Dragon and Phoenix clans have always maintained a close relationship with each other since ancient times thanks to the resonance between your bloodlines. Have you discovered something, Yuzhua?" The purple-robed woman called Yuzhua stared at him and parted her ruby lips lightly. "Kuan-ao, you must not lay a hand on this Dragon Clan member." Kuan-ao sneered. "Ridiculous. There is nothing in this world that I cannot touch, much less a Dragon Clan member with such an inferior bloodline. Even if a divine dragon himself appeared before this king, I will show you that I can fight him." Yuzhua said indifferently, "Say that to a divine dragon's face and I'll believe you." Kuan-ao coldly snorted. "We haven't heard from the Dragon Clan since the day they left the ancestral land. Who knows whether they've gone extinct or not?" Looking up at her, he continued, "But you can rest assured. I won't kill him even if I find him. We need him to collaborate with you to break the seal that the Dragon Clan left behind back then. The ancestral strength is getting weaker and weaker by the day. I'm sure your 4 Phoenix Pavilion would not want to see the bloodline of your descendants becoming thinner and thinner either. Isn't that right?" Yuzhua replied with a frown. That seal is something the dragon and phoenix clans created together in ancient times. Nobody knows what lies beyond the seal. Aren't you afraid of bringing irreversible consequences down on the ancestral land by rashly undoing it?
Xueqi shook his head. Both you and I have seen the changes in the ancestral land over the years. If we don't do something, the ancestral land will no longer be worthy of its name one day. Rather than that, isn't it better to take a gamble? Don't tell me the Four Phoenix Pavilion has never thought of releasing the seal over the years.
Xueqi said nothing.
Xueqi went on, leaving aside the Xuan clan, there are so many other divine spirits in the ancestral land. Which one of them does not wish to undo the seal? It is just that the Four Phoenix Pavilion has constantly obstructed our attempts for some reason. Be that as it may, you cannot be blamed either. The seal was created by the Dragon and Phoenix clans together. Trying to break the seal with the Phoenix clan's bloodline alone is not feasible. The Dragon clan not only disappeared so many years ago, but also remained hidden, impossible to be found. But now, a Dragon clan member has finally arrived in the ancestral land. Don't you think that this is the heaven's will? The countless divine spirits in the ancestral land will not remain silent if the Four Phoenix Pavilion dares to stand in the way again.
If you are not careful, the people will turn against you. How could Xueqi be unaware of such a fact?
In the past, it was possible to dodge the problem by claiming that the seal could not be undone with the power of the Phoenix clan alone. However, a Dragon clan member had appeared out of nowhere for some inexplicable reason. If the Phoenix clan continued to oppose this matter, even the Four Phoenix Pavilion would not be able to resist the pressure from all the divine spirits in the ancestral land, and a terrifying war was bound to break out if they tried.
I will need to carefully discuss this matter with the rest of my sisters, Xueqi said softly.
Xueqi just waved his hand dismissively. Go ahead and discuss it among yourselves.
When I find him, I will bring him to the Four Phoenix Pavilion. Xueqi nodded and turned around. Her graceful figure suddenly transformed into a giant, extremely beautiful purple bird. Then she spread her wings and flew away.
Xueqi watched her leave before he turned around and walked away leisurely.
Inside the cave, Yang Kai and Xia Lin Lang were focused on their recovery when all of a sudden, Yang Kai opened his eyes. His gaze was deep, piercing through the void to look off into the distance. After a moment of careful observation, he couldn't help crying out in surprise. In the next moment, his figure flickered and appeared outside the mountainside. There was a tender and jade-like boy who was fighting a bloody battle with a ferocious exotic beast in Yang Kai's field of vision. The child looked to be around 7 or 8 years old. His soft and tender limbs were adorable, and he had a high ponytail on his head.
The exotic beast he was fighting clearly carried a trace of a divine spirit bloodline.
It was just that the bloodline was not very pure. Nevertheless, each attack it unleashed contained power equivalent to that of a third-order open heaven realm master. Be that as it may, the child remained undaunted. The small figure rode upon the body of the exotic beast, one hand clutching its fur tightly and the other hand forming a fist to punch its head. He might be small, but the strength of every blow was not to be underestimated. Even though the exotic beast fought back bravely and even activated the power of its bloodline, it could not escape the child's attacks. A quarter-hour later, the child jumped down.
He was drenched in blood, but the exotic beast collapsed to the ground with a resounding thud.
Its vitality had been extinguished. Seeming to sense something, the child turned to look in Yang Kai's direction and shouted in a childish voice, "Who's there?" When their four eyes suddenly met, Yang Kai grinned. The child was taken aback for a moment.
Immediately after that, his eyes widened and he pointed a finger at Yang Kai.
"Why you? You! Great General!"
Yang Kai greeted the child with a smile. "It's been so long since we last met. Your noble bearing remains the same."
Yang Kai!
The child leaped a whole meter into the air, a joyous smile appearing on his face. Striding forward, he rushed over to Yang Kai in a few steps and looked up at him cheerfully. "Why are you here in the ancestral land?" "I just passed by here by accident. Can you believe it?" Yang Kai patted the child's head.
Great General turned his head away and yelled angrily,
"Don't pat my head.
Mother said that I won't grow tall if people touch my head." Yang Kai smacked his lips. "Almost 100 years have passed. Why are you still so tiny?" Great General clasped his hands behind his back and spoke in a condescending manner. What do you know? Mother said that my bloodline is extremely pure. That's why my growth period is relatively long. When I grow up, I'll definitely be taller than you. Will you get a sense of accomplishment just by being taller than me? Yang Kai gave a big grin. Hearing the commotion outside, Xia Lin Lang came out of the cave in a flash and was slightly stunned to see Yang Kai fooling around happily with a child. Coming over to Yang Kai's side, Xia Lin Lang asked curiously, "Who is this child? Is he somebody you know?"
Yang Kai nodded. He's an old friend.
When Yang Kai first entered the 3,000 worlds, he had been tricked into becoming a worker in Seven Wonders Land. The Fire Spirit Land's protector Venerable, Duan Hai, used to have a pet whom the workers called Ruler of the Dawn Great General. It was from Great General's hands that Yang Kai earned a considerable amount of open heaven pills. When Yang Kai later escaped the Seven Wonders Land, he brought Great General with him. Afterward, Great General led Yang Kai to the divine spirit Mia Meng. It was not until then that Yang Kai learned that the golden rooster-like Great General was actually the child of a divine spirit. Mia Meng had given Yang Kai 3 golden tail feathers, and it was by relying on one of these tail feathers that he managed to kill the dying golden crow and obtain the golden crow's true fire. It could be said that Mia Meng's 3 golden tail feathers had been of great help to him. Yang Kai never imagined that he would meet the Great General again in this place. Marshall Peak. Chapter 4704, Ancestral Land. Great General might have taken on a humanoid form, but his aura remained unchanged. That was why Yang Kai recognized him at a glance. Great General then looked behind Yang Kai and asked curiously, "Where are old Fong Diayu and the others?" Yang Kai laughed. "They joined Great Moon Province a long time ago, so they are cultivating there right now." Great General made a non-committal sound in response, seeming rather disappointed. He did not know many people, and Yang Kai was one of the few friends he had. Fong Baiqi, Diayu, and Ah Sun were also counted amongst his friends. "You mentioned the ancestral land earlier. What is this ancestral land?" Yang Kai asked. He had been looking for an opportunity to figure out his current location, so now that he had encountered Great General, it was only natural for him to inquire about his circumstances. Great General blinked his large eyes a bit before replying, "The ancestral land. Is the ancestral land?" It would seem that he didn't know much either. Therefore, Yang Kai did not ask any further questions. Looking around, he asked, "This place is dangerous. Why are you here alone? Where is your mother?" Great General pointed behind him with his thumb and smilingly said, "Mother is at home. My house is not far from here. Mother will be very happy to know that you're here. Would you like to come with me to visit her?" Yang Kai nodded. "I was hoping to do just that." "Let's go then." While speaking, Great General turned a somersault and dexterously landed on Yang Kai's shoulders. Riding around Yang Kai's neck like he was riding a horse, he pointed one of his chubby fingers in a certain direction. "That way." Yang Kai couldn't help rolling his eyes, involuntarily recalling the scene where this little boy was constantly resting on top of his nest, which caused his hair to resemble a chicken coop. So many years had passed, but Great General seemed to have never forgotten that feeling. Now that he could no longer use Yang Kai's head as a nest, he rode on his shoulders instead. Yang Kai did not chase the little boy off his shoulders. Instead, he allowed him to grab his hair with both hands as he sped forward in the direction Great General pointed. Xia Lin Lang followed behind with an odd expression. Along the way, the trio passed through various mountains and valleys. It took more than an hour before they caught sight of a spirit peak rising up from the ground in the distance. Even from a distance, the spirit peak towered into the sky, standing at least 10,000 meters high. The top of the mountain was covered in a layer of mist, creating a beautiful scenery that resembled a heavenly paradise. A palace came into view when they arrived at the top of the mountain, and there was a noble-looking woman standing there waiting quietly. It was obvious that she had noticed the auras of Great General, Yang Kai, and Xia Lin Lang in advance. Upon seeing the woman, Great General jumped off Yang Kai and cheerfully shouted, "Mother, look who's here!" He rushed toward the woman while speaking. However, the woman stretched out her hand as soon as he approached and pinched his ears with great precision, causing him to yelp in pain. "I take my eyes off you for one moment and you go gallivanting off on your own. Didn't I tell you that the ancestral land is dangerous and not to go out on your own? Great General's small face flushed with pain, and his eyes flitted towards Xueqi from time to time. He quickly begged for mercy. Mother, I was wrong. I only went out for a walk because I was bored, and I didn't go far. Are you going to do this again in the future? The woman twisted his ears painfully. I won't. I won't. He nodded repeatedly like a chicken pecking rice. Only then did the woman release her grip. Go inside. You are not allowed to leave again without my permission. Rubbing his ear, Great General walked towards the palace with a pout on his face. Nevertheless, he turned back and made a face at Xueqi before he vanished inside. Xueqi burst into laughter at the sight. Taking several steps forward, he bowed politely. Xueqi greets Senior. This woman was none other than the divine spirit Mie Meng, whom he rescued from a certain grand array many years ago. Mie Meng in human form no longer had that fierce and terrifying aura around her body. On the contrary, she seemed like a well-mannered woman. Mie Meng looked at him with a slightly complicated look and frowned. Why did you come to the ancestral land? Xueqi briefly explained, I was chased by a powerful enemy, so I had no choice but to plunge into a place where countless divine abilities and secret techniques lay dormant. Afterward, I just somehow found myself here. It's been years since we last met. Not only are you in the 6th Order Open Heaven realm, but the little girl beside you is in the 7th Order Open Heaven realm. Who could have pushed you to the point where you were cornered so badly? Could it have been an 8th Order Open Heaven realm master? She raised her eyebrows slightly. Xia Linlang couldn't help being startled. Although she had some guesses when she first saw this woman, she couldn't be sure at the time.
Be that as it may, the other party had pointed out the depth of her cultivation at a glance, so one could only imagine the strength she possessed.
This woman is definitely a mature divine spirit. It's rumored that countless divine spirits gather in the depths of the shattered ruins. Could it actually be true? I wonder if you've heard a man named Bright Sun Divine Monarch? Xueqi asked. Mie Meng frowned, one of the 3 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters in the Shattered Heaven. I have indeed heard of him before. I believe he is related to the Kuan clan of the ancestral land somehow.
The Kuan clan? Xueqi murmured under his breath.
Come in first. It looks like you have a lot of questions. While speaking, she turned around and walked into the palace. Xueqi thanked her for her hospitality before walking into the grand hall together with Xia Linlang. The grand hall might be large, but it was actually quite desolate. It would seem that there was nobody else living in this place aside from Mie Meng and her son. When they took their seats, Xueqi didn't even hope to get a cup of tea from Mie Meng, and Mie Meng herself never even thought to give one. Go ahead and ask whatever questions you want to ask.
I will tell you whatever I can, Mie Meng gently said.
Let me thank you in advance, Senior. Xueqi cupped his fist. What this junior would like to know most is, where is this place? Great General mentioned that this place is the ancestral land. But what is the ancestral land? Mie Meng pondered in silence for a moment before she replied with a question of her out. You came here by passing through the Shattered Heaven, right? Xueqi and Xia Linlang nodded together. Mie Meng explained, strictly speaking, this place is still within the Shattered Heaven. It's just that this place is the deepest part of Shattered Heaven. Outsiders call this place the Shattered Ruins. Xueqi and Xia Linlang exchanged glances with each other. You probably entered through the Divine Ability Sea, right? Mie Meng stretched out her hand and gave a little wave. Starlight twinkled in front of her, and a large number of fluorescent lights gathered to form a ball. The Divine Ability Sea is the periphery of the Shattered Ruins. It is a place where countless divine abilities and secret techniques have lain dormant since ancient times. Anyone who intrudes into that place will trigger the power of those divine abilities and secret techniques. Generally speaking, non-8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters can never enter this place, and even an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master might be trapped and die in that place if they are unlucky. Xueqi nodded lightly. It was only now that he learned that the region he and Xia Linlang passed through was called the Divine Ability Sea.
And the ancestral land, she reached out her hand to point at a spot in front of her, is known to outsiders as the Shattered Ruins.
It is surrounded by the Divine Ability Sea. Following her movements, The bits of fluorescent light gathered in the middle of the large ball to take on the shape of a continent. She reached out her hand to point at the continent. We are located in the ancestral land. Who does the ancestral land belong to? He asked. It is the ancestral land of all divine spirits, as well as the place of origin of all divine spirits. All divine spirits in the world were originally born in this place. Mie Meng made a shocking statement. Yang Kai was stunned, and it took a while before he remembered something. But from what I heard, the birth of the divine spirits is related to the sun's burning light and the moon's serene glimmer. These two were the ancestors of all divine spirits. Supposedly, it was the fusion of their powers that gave rise to all sorts of divine spirits. Mie Meng smiled. It is indeed related to them. The sun's burning light and the moon's serene glimmer were originally born in the ancestral land. It's just that they left a long time ago. Yang Kai furrowed his brow tightly. There were thousands of questions swirling around in his heart, but he did not know how to voice these questions, so for a time, he fell into deep thought. Mie Meng thus continued, You have the Dragon Clan's bloodline, so you must have noticed the uniqueness of the ancestral land. Yang Kai nodded quietly. He had felt that abnormality earlier. Cultivating in this place would greatly help to improve his bloodline power. That is the ancestral strength. No matter what type of divine spirit cultivates in this place, their bloodline will be enhanced at a faster rate. That is also the reason why so many divine spirits have gathered in the ancestral land, but not many of them are willing to leave. The divine ability C might be powerful, but it is not difficult for the powerful divine spirits to leave if they so wished. Even Chang Yang could navigate his way through the divine ability C, so what more need be said about the divine spirits? Yang Kai understood. Is that why you brought Great General back to the ancestral land after you escaped your prison back then? Mie Meng nodded. The ancestral land will be beneficial for his growth. It's only natural for me to return to this place. While speaking, she turned to look at Xiaolin Lang. But, while the ancestral strength is highly beneficial to divine spirits, it can be said to be a kind of slow-acting poison to those without a divine spirit bloodline. Your companion must not remain in the ancestral land for too long. Otherwise, the ancestral strength will begin to erode her small universe, and the consequences will be dire. Xiaolin Lang was startled. But, I don't feel anything unusual. Mie Meng replied lightly. That's because only a short time has passed. It will be too late by the time you notice any abnormalities. What are the consequences? Yang Kai asked. Mie Meng explained. Strictly speaking, a divine spirit is also a kind of monster. It's just that they are the strongest species of monsters. That is why, if enough time passed, she might begin showing some divine spirit characteristics once her small universe is corroded by the ancestral strength. This is a kind of monster transformation, but it might not be a good thing for her. Without a divine spirit bloodline, the monster chi will clash with the cultivation in her body. Just imagining that she might suddenly grow fangs and claws like a monster beast caused Xiaolin Lang to involuntarily shudder. Yang Kai looked at Mie Meng and said, Senior, is the Dragon Clan in the ancestral land? Mie Meng slowly shook her head. A very long time ago, the Dragon Clan indeed lived in the ancestral land. However, the Dragon Clan left the ancestral land for some reason. Most of the Phoenix Clan left with them. Therefore, there is no one from Dragon Clan in the ancestral land today. Yang Kai couldn't help looking disappointed when he heard those words. He originally thought that this place would be related to the Dragon Clan, and it would seem that there was indeed some connection. In fact, it was not just the Dragon Clan but all divine spirits that were related to this place. It was just different from what he previously imagined. Nobody knows about your arrival here, right? Mie Meng asked all of a sudden. Puzzled, Yang Kai shook his head. Probably not. That would be for the best. To be honest, you should not have come to the ancestral land. It is very dangerous for you to be here. Yang Kai frowned slightly and asked, Why do you say that? Mie Meng just shook her head and did not explain. Instead, she stood up and said, I'll escort you out of this place. The divine ability C is dangerous, and with your strength, it will be impossible for you to leave safely. Many thanks, Senior. Yang Kai bowed with gratitude. Although the environment of the ancestral land was highly beneficial towards the enhancement of his Dragon Clan bloodline, Mie Meng would definitely have her own reasons for saying that this place was dangerous for him. On top of that, How could Yang Kai refuse when Mie Meng volunteered to escort them out of this place? Therefore, he immediately stood up and followed Mie Meng outside with Xia Lin Lang in tow. Martial Peak. Chapter 4705, The Kuan Clan.
However, the three of them had only just walked out of the Grand Hall when an extremely hostile aura swept over them from a great distance.
The aura was so strong that both Yang Kai and Xia Lin Lang involuntarily tensed up in apprehension. It felt as though there was an entire universe world pressing down on them.
Mie Meng looked up and saw a stream of light on the horizon speeding towards them without the slightest intention to conceal its presence.
After getting a clear look at the person heading toward them, she narrowed her eyes slightly and sighed. This is the reason why I said that the ancestral land is very dangerous for you. Yang Kai frowned deeply. Senior, who is he? His aura. I don't like it. That person's aura reminded him of the white-robed youth he encountered previously. But comparing the two, there was no doubt that the white-robed youth was considerably weaker than this person. Nevertheless, both of them gave him an instinctive sense of repulsion and disgust. Kuan Ao of the Kuan Clan.
Kuan Clan. Yang Kai murmured under his breath.
This was not the first time he heard that name coming from her lips. Those who enter the sea are known as Kuan, while those who leave the sea are known as Pang. Since ancient times, the Kuan clan and the Dragon clan have been mortal enemies that hunted and killed each other. Both sides suffered great losses in their long war, and the grudge and hatred run so deep that it has been branded into each other's bloodline. No matter how many eons go by or how many generations pass, the grudge and hatred will never be resolved. The Kuan clan is a major clan in the ancestral land.
I was in such a hurry to send you away because I was afraid that you might be discovered by the Kuan clan.
Unfortunately, it seems to be too late already. Is he strong? Yang Kai asked.
Stronger than me at least.
Mie Meng replied bluntly. Yang Kai gasped at those words. Mie Meng was a mature divine spirit, and although he had never seen her take action before, she was probably no weaker than an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. At the very least, she would be on the same level as one. Be that as it may, she claimed that Kuan Ao was stronger than her. One could only imagine how terrifying Kuan Ao must be. He probably came because of you. I will distract him later. You should find a chance to escape. If you fall into his hands, you will never have the opportunity to leave again. Mie Meng warned. Will that cause trouble for you, Senior? Yang Kai queried hesitantly.
Brushing a strand of hair behind her ear, she chuckled softly. He might be stronger than me, but I have the confidence to drag him down with me if it came to a life-or-death battle.
He will not be that irrational. Yang Kai breathed deeply. This junior will never forget this kindness, Senior.
Mie Meng waved her hand dismissively. If not for your help back then, I would never have escaped from that prison.
Just think of it as repayment for back then. During their conversation, Kuan Ao arrived in front of the palace. Yang Kai looked up and saw that this person was extremely burly, his figure like a small mountain. Just by standing there, he gave off an incredible sense of oppression. Moreover, his sharp gaze cut through the void like a knife. In addition, a white-robed youth and a young woman holding a peach blossom branch stood beside him. These two were the ones who fought with Yang Kai back at the Shattered Heaven. Hence, their presence made Yang Kai frown. After listening to Mie Meng's explanation, how could he not understand that the white-robed youth was also part of the Kuan clan?
It was precisely because of the deep-rooted hatred branded within the bloodlines of the Kuan clan and the Dragon clan that gave him that unexplainable sense of rejection and disgust when he saw that youth for the first time the other day.
That was the power from his bloodline. It was not something he could control. It was just that Yang Kai and Xia Lin Lang had borrowed the strength of Cheng Yang to navigate the divine ability sea and arrive at the ancestral land. On the other hand, this young man and young woman were only on par with 6th Order Open Heaven Realm cultivators. So how did they manage to enter this place? Kuan Ao, why did you come here uninvited? Mie Meng stood in front of the Grand Hall and looked up indifferently. Kuan Ao grinned. Mie Meng, stop playing dumb. You are a divine spirit yourself. Not to mention that you have some connection with the Phoenix clan. Don't you tell me that you can't sense this boy's bloodline. Mie Meng frowned and continued. The hatred and grudges between the Dragon clan and the Kuan clan are matters of your ancestors' ancestors. How many years has it been since the dragon clan last appeared in the ancestral land? Why must you abuse your strength and harass the weak? He is nothing more than a small child to you. Why can you not show mercy just this once?
Xueqi shook his head. If it was just about the hatred and grudges between our ancestors, there would be no reason for this king to come in person.
It has not been long since you returned to the ancestral land, Meng, so it's understandable that there are some secrets you don't know about. Secrets? Meng furrowed her brow slightly. Xueqi explained, for countless years, the ancestral strength has been weakening steadily. The bloodline of all the descendants born among the major clans has been becoming less and less pure. It has also been getting harder and harder for them to enhance their bloodlines.
What does that have to do with him?
Meng didn't understand.
It was true that not much time had passed since she returned to the ancestral land.
It could even be said that she was not born in the ancestral land.
Nevertheless, she was a divine spirit, so she carried with her the inheritance of her ancestors in her bloodline. She knew about the ancestral land, and that was why she came here after she escaped from her predicament. However, she was truly ignorant about the secrets that Xueqi mentioned.
In ancient times, when both the dragon and the phoenix clans departed from the ancestral land, they left behind a seal which was tied to their bloodlines. That seal cordoned off a large portion of the ancestral strength. If we can undo the seal, the ancestral land might be restored to its former glory. This will be of great benefit to all the divine spirits in the ancestral land.
But, you've said it yourself, the dragon clan has not appeared in the ancestral land for many years.
Even in the outer world, the dragon clan has not appeared in a long time. Although there are remnants of the Phoenix clan's bloodline remaining in the ancestral land, they are unable to release the seal with their power alone. If not for that, why do you think the Xuan clan maintains a connection with the outer world all the time? It's so that we can find a dragon clan member to break that seal.
And now the time has come.
Meng's expression changed immediately after hearing his explanation. For a time, she was not sure whether she could believe him. She instinctively sensed that he would not deceive her, but subconsciously refused to believe him.
Thus she scowled deeply. The reason you came here to find him?
Is it to ask for his help in undoing the seal?
Xueqi nodded. If you don't believe me, you can go to the 4 Phoenix Pavilion for verification.
I won't lie to you. I've already met Xueqi before coming here. She has no objections to this matter.
Meng muttered, I will confirm the 4 Phoenix Pavilion's attitude towards this matter myself.
It's late. You should leave, Xueqi.
However, he just snickered and reached out his hand. Hand over the Dragon Clan member to me, and I'll leave immediately. Meng slowly shook her head. I will bring him to the 4 Phoenix Pavilion.
If you want him, you can contact the 4 Phoenix Pavilion.
Xueqi's expression immediately turned cold. Meng, you do not want to face the wrath of the Xuan clan.
There is a Dragon Clan member standing in front of me right now. I am showing you more than enough mercy by restraining my murderous intent and not acting against him directly. If you refuse to show proper respect here, the Meng clan might be annihilated today. She asked coldly, Are you threatening me?
Xueqi scoffed. You've never even heard of the secrets of the ancestral land seal.
Why invite trouble upon yourself for an unrelated dragon? Besides, if the ancestral land seal is released, it will be beneficial to your descendants too. Meng turned to look at Xueqi. Find a chance to escape on your own. Xueqi nodded heavily.
Xueqi immediately became livid. Meng, do you really want to make an enemy of the Xuan clan?
Instead of answering, Meng just charged at him.
Impudence!
Xueqi roared furiously and slammed out his palm. A destructive force that threatened to obliterate the world shot out from the palm of his hand and shrouded Meng. In response, Meng raised a hand and unleashed a dazzling golden light. The 2 divine spirits instantly engaged in a fierce battle, and the terrifying fallout caused the local space to shudder. When those 2 confronted each other, Xueqi quickly manipulated the local space principles to wrap around Xia Linlang so that they could flee.
At that moment, both the white-robed youth and the young girl who had been standing beside Xueqi all this time attacked in unison, unleashing their strongest divine abilities.
Xueqi raised a palm to counter their attacks while Xia Linlang next to him also reached out her hand to point to the front. Following several explosions, both the white-robed youth and the young girl were pushed back. They were strong, after all, They were both on par with 6th-order open heaven realm cultivators, but the combined power of Yang Kai and Xiaolin Lang was not to be underestimated either. After repelling those two, Yang Kai swiftly used space principles to escape together with Xiaolin Lang. When he appeared again, they were already several tens of thousands of kilometers away.
Where do we go now?
Xiaolin Lang's complexion was slightly pale.
I don't know.
We can only take one step at a time. Yang Kai answered through gritted teeth. Without Mie Meng's protection, it was impossible for them to leave the ancestral land. The divine ability sea surrounding the ancestral land was an obstacle they could never overcome by themselves. Unfortunately, the ancestral land was not safe with the Kuan clan eyeing him greedily. What's more, there were many divine spirits gathered here. For the two newcomers to this land, they were completely ignorant as to where each divine spirit was located and which divine spirits were hostile. Hence, Yang Kai was also at a loss for what to do next or where to go. After several instantaneous movements, the pair had escaped a considerable distance from the battlefield where Mie Meng and Kuan Ao were fighting. Before Yang Kai could catch his breath though, a furious roar echoed across the sky. A dragon clan member has appeared in the ancestral land. Why are you all just standing there doing nothing? The voice was thunderous, and there was no telling where it came from, but it resounded throughout the world. Yang Kai's expression immediately darkened in response. If what Kuan Ao mentioned earlier was true, and the ancestral land seal required the combined powers of both the dragon and the phoenix clans to unlock, then his identity as a dragon clan member would be extremely attractive in the ancestral land. The divine spirits with the intention of releasing the seal would be very interested in him, and Kuan Ao's furious roar had undoubtedly revealed his presence to the world. If Kuan Ao had the ability to capture Yang Kai himself, he would never have made such a public announcement. He could obtain the greatest benefits for the Kuan clan after releasing the seal if he had Yang Kai in his grasp. However, with Mie Meng actively blocking his way, he could not get away from her easily. His biggest fear was that Yang Kai would escape from the ancestral land, so he had no choice but to do this as a last resort. Although doing so would reveal Yang Kai's presence to everyone in the ancestral land, it was still better than allowing him to escape. As soon as Kuan Ao's words rang out, the entire ancestral land flew into an uproar. One after another, mighty auras emerged as though waking from a deep slumber, and countless terrifying divine senses began sweeping out across the world. A short while later, huge exotic beasts ran across the ground while giant birds took to the skies. Some divine spirits even took on human form to fly through the skies. The overpowering divine senses swept across every corner of the ancestral land, searching for the dragon clan member who had appeared out of nowhere. Yang Kai and Xiaolin Lang were forced into a corner almost immediately. Their situation instantly turned into one where they resembled mice running across the road with people screaming and chasing them. Yang Kai turned several dangerous situations around with the help of his space principles, changing their location before the divine spirits could discover them. Nonetheless, after every escape, it would not take long before another divine sense discovered them again. Yang Kai fled desperately without rest, bringing Xiaolin Lang with him. Unfortunately, his efforts were to no avail. The divine senses of the divine spirits interweaved as they constantly communicated their discoveries with each other and tightened the encirclement. If this were to continue, it would not take long before there was no place left to escape, not even with the help of space principles. Marshall Peak. Chapter 4706, Qing Wan. Another day passed and a ripple appeared in the void before Yang Kai and Xiaolin Lang suddenly emerged out of nowhere. As soon as they appeared, they both spat out a mouthful of blood at the same time. Who was that divine spirit just now? Xiaolin Lang's complexion was ashen and her expression was fearful. Yang Kai wiped away the blood at the corner of his mouth and answered through gritted teeth. If I'm not mistaken, Tao Wu. If not for his quick reflexes earlier, they would have been suppressed on the spot by Tao Wu. Yang Kai would probably have survived the encounter. After all, the divine spirits of the ancestral land needed his bloodline to undo some sort of seal. They would not actually do anything to him, so capturing him would have been the limit. On the contrary, a human woman, especially a beautiful one like Xiaolin Lang, would have suffered a fate worse than death. Tao Wu was one of the ancient ominous beasts. What's more, the way he looked at her just now was filled with extreme malice. The corners of Xia Linlang's brow twitched as she smiled wryly. The people around you don't usually live a long life, do they? She had originally hidden herself in the shattered heaven over 2,000 years ago. Although she had been living in secret and even changed her name, her life had been relatively stable. Conversely, the few years she had spent with Yang Kai had been a veritable torrent of thrilling adventures, death-defying escapes, and constant danger. Being hunted by an Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Master was nothing at this point, as they were now being hunted and tracked by all the divine spirits in the ancestral land. It was Xia Linlang's first time experiencing life on the run like this, and every single time they escaped danger frightened her greatly. In contrast, Yang Kai seemed rather accustomed to this situation. It was obvious that he had gone through numerous similar experiences before.
Right now, the person with me is you.
You should be careful not to jinx yourself, he said lightly. Her smile became increasingly bitter. Yang Kai's expression changed drastically all of a sudden. Raising his head to look in a certain direction, he gritted his teeth. They arrived so quickly. While speaking, he grabbed her by the arm and shouted, "Let's go!" Space rippled, and the two of them vanished before they even had the time to catch their breath. When they reappeared again, Yang Kai immediately stabilized his body and looked up to see a figure with an extraordinary aura speeding towards them from the front. That person had clearly noticed Yang Kai, and when their four eyes suddenly met, he couldn't help being stunned and stared at Yang Kai blankly.
Damn it! Changyang!
Yang Kai swore angrily. This was truly a case of when it rained, it poured. What he feared the most during his repeated escapes was to encounter this kind of situation where he appeared right in front of an enemy due to instantaneous movement. His luck had been pretty good so far, as every time he performed instantaneous movement, he would have a chance to catch his breath for a moment. Unfortunately, his luck had run out and he actually appeared in front of Bright Sun Divine Monarch. Changyang must have escaped the Divine Ability Sea and arrived at the ancestral land at some point in time. Be that as it may, Yang Kai quickly discovered that something was not right. Changyang did not look pleasantly surprised to see Yang Kai. On the contrary, he looked hesitant and unsure. Furthermore, it was obvious that he was injured. His injuries contained the aura of a divine spirit, indicating that his wounds did not come from navigating the Divine Ability Sea, but from an encounter with a powerful divine spirit in the ancestral land. At this moment, he was filled with grievances that could not be voiced. He was one of the three great Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters in the Shattered Heaven. Although he had been hiding in the depths of the Shattered Heaven and living in seclusion for many years, there was no denying that he was a famous figure. In the Shattered Heaven, he was capable of calling the wind, summoning the rain, and holding up the entire sky. However, in his relentless pursuit of the world's spring, he had accidentally stumbled into the ancestral land of the divine spirits. He knew about this place. After all, the white-robed youth from the Kuan clan had always kept contact with him. Compared to the other Open Heaven Realm Masters in the Shattered Heaven, Changyang had some knowledge of the ancestral land. More importantly, he knew that all the inhabitants of the ancestral land were either divine spirits or those with divine spirit bloodlines. For a human cultivator without the slightest divine spirit bloodline like himself, he was bound to face countless difficulties in this place. When he ran into the divine spirit by chance earlier, the other party had attacked him as soon as they got into a disagreement. If not for his impressive strength, Changyang would have died right then and there. Even so, his battle with the divine spirit had left him wounded. For now, the only method for him to resolve his current predicament was to seek refuge with the Kuan clan. The Kuan clan had been cooperating with him all these years after all, so it could be said that there was some friendship between them. It was just that he had never stepped foot into the ancestral land before, so how was he supposed to know where the Kuan clan was located? Just as he was at a loss for what to do, Changyang spotted Yang Kai and Xia Linlang tearing space and appearing in front of him. Hence, he was extremely conflicted. Yang Kai was undoubtedly the culprit behind his current misery. If possible, Changyang wanted to rip this little brat's corpse into 10,000 pieces. Be that as it may, he did not dare to attack Yang Kai recklessly under these circumstances lest he attracted the other divine spirits here, which would not benefit him in any way. During that momentary hesitation, there was a bit of a back and forth as he struggled to come to a decision. Suddenly, a voice sounded from afar. "Changyang, capture him. The Kuan clan will guarantee your safety." Chungyang immediately recognized that the voice belonged to the white-robed youth called Kuan Yu, who had been searching for something in the shattered heaven all this while. Back then, the white-robed youth had brought a young woman with him to seek Chungyang's assistance. He claimed to have come from the Kuan clan and revealed the bloodline of the divine spirit Kuan clan in him. Chungyang had not paid much attention to this matter as in his opinion, there was no harm in providing some conveniences and protection to the other party as long as they did not interfere with his interests. Over the years, Kuan Yu had constantly wandered the shattered heaven in search of something. Chungyang never bothered to ask about the matter. Moreover, the information regarding the world spring was given to him by Kuan Yu. Otherwise, he would never have emerged from the universe cave heaven that he had been secluding himself in. Nevertheless, he never expected Kuan Yu to return to the ancestral land so soon. Of course, considering that Kuan Yu originated from here in the first place, it was not that strange for him to return safely. After hearing what Kuan Yu said, Chungyang stopped hesitating. He intended to seek refuge with the Kuan clan in the first place, so seeing as Kuan Yu wanted him to capture Yang Kai, he would do as he was asked. It would also better allow him to make contact with the Kuan clan's masters. Reaching out his hand, Chungyang grabbed towards Yang Kai and Xiaolin Lang. The divine spirits in the ancestral land did not know Yang Kai's strengths and weaknesses, which was why Yang Kai had the chance to escape using his space principles. Unlike the divine spirits, however, Chungyang had seen many of Yang Kai's methods. He knew that this brat would vanish out of sight if he showed the slightest negligence. Hence, while extending his hand, Chungyang also used his divine sense to create a heaven-sealing earth-locking field to prevent Yang Kai from escaping. Yang Kai gave a furious roar. Summoning the azure dragon spear, a great sun leaped upward as the spear stabbed forward. At the same time, Xiaolin Lang attacked without reserve. Even so, the combined powers of these two were not enough to block the divine monarch's attack. The enormous hand descending from the sky merely paused for a moment before coming down on them again. The strength of an eighth-order open heaven realm master was enough to make Yang Kai and Xiaolin Lang taste despair. Under the pressure of the large hand, they grunted in pain and their figures steadily sagged downward. They were practically being crushed to the ground. At that moment, a sudden turn of events occurred. A graceful figure in an azure dress appeared beside Yang Kai and Xiaolin Lang without any warning. After a quick glance at Yang Kai, the woman raised her head to look at the large palm coming down on their heads. With a light wave of her bare hand, an aura without the slightest hint of aggression spread out, and the large hand covering the sky instantly dissipated. Chungyang staggered and stumbled backward, staring at the azure-robed woman in fear. He might not have used his full strength in the attack just now, but it should not have been so easily resolved. Even an eighth-order open heaven realm master like him could not have accomplished this in such a calm and relaxed manner like this woman had done. In other words, this azure-robed woman's strength was definitely much higher than his. Who is this divine spirit? Chungyang's figure tensed in apprehension as his eyes stared fixedly at the azure-robed woman without blinking. Phoenix Clan. Yang Kai straightened up slowly while staring at the woman who had appeared beside him and resolved his current crisis. Right now, his dragon vein was giving off a somewhat different and unusual feeling. It was a feeling that he experienced before when he was together with Su Yan, traveling with Lu Yan, and interacting with Zhou Feng. That was what convinced him that the azure-robed woman who appeared out of the blue had a Phoenix Clan bloodline. Don't be afraid, the azure-robed woman's words were without feeling, but they gave him an indescribable sense of security. Two streams of light sped over from a distance. It was Kuan Yu of the Kuan clan and the young woman carrying the peach blossom branch. Upon seeing the azure-robed woman, Kuan Yu was taken aback for a moment before his expression became solemn and he bowed in greeting. Kuan clan, Kuan Yu greets Senior Qing Luan. The azure-robed woman nodded lightly, her beautiful eyes staring into the depths of the void. In all directions, countless powerful auras were rapidly approaching this place after detecting the commotion earlier. Every single aura represented a mighty divine spirit. Qing Luan then spoke. I shall be taking him with me. In 3 days, you may all come to 4 Phoenix Pavilion to discuss the matter of the seal. After saying that, she flicked her sleeve, wrapped up Yang Kai and Xiaolin Lang in her power, then soared into the sky. The powerful auras that had been approaching this direction swiftly paused in silence. A short while later, they gradually fell dormant once more. Chung Yang stood there with a frown on his face, his expressions changing in quick succession. All of a sudden, he whipped his head around to look at Kuan Yu. Were you using me? If not for the scene just now, he would not have thought too deeply about this matter. However, the divine spirit Qing Wan had appeared in person to rescue Yang Kai from him. Combined with the words she left behind before she left, he couldn't help delving more deeply into this matter after that incident.
Not to mention, he also heard a furious roar resounding across the skies when he first entered the ancestral land earlier.
That furious roar had claimed that a Dragon Clan member had appeared in the ancestral land. Although Chung Yang had failed to understand the situation previously, he was starting to get some insight now. Those divine spirits rushing here from all directions were clearly coming for Yang Kai. In other words, Yang Kai was the Dragon Clan member who appeared in the ancestral land. It was most certain that he had some sort of vital role to play in the ancestral land, which was why so many divine spirits had come to capture him. It had to be said that Chung Yang was the one to pursue and eventually forced Yang Kai into the ancestral land. However, the information he received regarding the World Spring had come from Kuan Yu. Furthermore, when he first started pursuing Yang Kai, Kuan Yu had not hesitated to consume his own blood essence to leave a bloodline mark so as to facilitate his pursuit of Yang Kai. After combining all these incidents together, Chung Yang was seriously suspecting that he had been used by Kuan Yu. I was just borrowing your strength, Kuan Yu replied calmly. Why are you so angry, Divine Monarch?
You could have explained everything to me in advance.
Chung Yang's expression was hideous.
Divine Monarch, this is the ancestral land.
Kuan Yu's words immediately extinguished Chung Yang's rage. There was no choice. If he wished to leave this place alive, he would need the help of the Kuan clan, so it was not a good idea to offend them. After falling silent for a moment, Chung Yang declared, I wish to meet your elders.
Good.
Kuan Yu nodded. Marshall Peak. Chapter 4707, The Four Phoenixes. Qing Wan's speed was extremely fast, so it didn't take long before they arrived at a place with beautiful scenery. The spirit peaks were covered in mist, and world energy was abundant in the air. Furthermore, there were many gorgeous pavilions in the mountains. Qing Wan landed lightly in front of the main hall, then she gently placed Yang Kai and Xia Lin lying down before saying, This place is very safe. Rest here for the day. I will come and speak to you tomorrow. After saying that, she turned and departed with a flash. Watching her departing figure, Yang Kai frowned slightly. He had so many questions in his heart. For example, why did the Dragon Clan leave the ancestral land? Where did they go? What did the seal have to do with their departure? The other divine spirits might not know anything, but Qing Wan, who was closely related to the Phoenix clan bloodline, would surely know some of the secrets. According to the information that Yang Kai had gotten so far, the Dragon Clan left the ancestral land with most of the Phoenix clan many years ago. However, Qing Wan had already mentioned that she would come and speak to him tomorrow, so there was no need to hurry. He had been escaping with Xia Lin Lang over the past few days, and the consumption had been too great, so it was true that he needed to recuperate. There was nobody in the main hall when Yang Kai and Xia Lin Lang walked inside, so they each just found a private room and went inside to rest. On another spirit peak, Qing Wan flew over and landed. There were 3 other women waiting for her there. One was dressed in purple, one was dressed in yellow, and the last was dressed in white. The yellow-robed woman walked up and asked, Elder sister, how is the situation? Qing Wan replied, I found him and brought him back, but Kuan Ao kicked up such a huge fuss that all the divine spirits know about the appearance of a Dragon Clan member in the ancestral land. I'm afraid that the matters related to the seal cannot be delayed any longer. The purple-robed woman frowned. That seal is something both the Dragon and the Phoenix clans left behind in ancient times. Since it is such a powerful seal, it must surely be related to a matter of great importance. Unfortunately, so many years have passed, so nobody knows what is being contained inside. Rashly opening the seal may bring about unpredictable consequences. Qing Wan nodded. It's true that nobody knows what it contains, but most divine spirits know about the ancestral land seal. Moreover, the seal has naturally loosened after so many years. There is no denying that extremely pure ancestral strength is leaking out from the gaps of the seal. Otherwise,
Nobody in the ancestral land would have joined the movement spearheaded by the Kuan clan with the intention of releasing it.
The other 3 women nodded lightly.
During their conversation, a young man hurried over and cupped his fist. Old ancestors, please head to the infant phoenix tower immediately.
There's an emergency.
The women's expressions changed when they heard those words, and they sped there without any hesitation. A short while later, they stood inside the infant phoenix tower and examined the phoenix egg in front of them with solemn expressions. The infant phoenix tower was where the babies of 4 phoenix pavilion were housed. Any clansman who had laid a phoenix egg would place their offspring here to be nurtured. It was to ensure the survival and birth of their descendants. Unfortunately, the vitality of the phoenix egg in front of them was weakening at this very moment. It was like a candle in the wind, at risk of vanishing at any given moment. Upon seeing this, Qingwan immediately placed her finger into her mouth without hesitation. She bit through the skin of her fingertip and forced out a drop of her own blood essence.
Her bare hand then danced nimbly, drawing countless patterns on the phoenix egg. An extremely intricate and mysterious array formed in an instant. When the light shone brightly, the array was completely absorbed by the phoenix egg. The vitality that was on the verge of being extinguished slowly showed signs of stabilizing. Silently watching the phoenix egg in front of her, she gave a small sigh and asked, "How many does this make over the past 1,000 years?" The white-robed woman replied sadly, "This is the 3rd. The previous 2 did not make it. And this one might not survive either. Whether or not it could successfully hatch would depend entirely on the heavens now."
The yellow-robed woman added, "The bloodlines of the 2 newly hatched are quite impure.
Their future achievements will be limited." The ancestral strength was getting weaker and weaker. This place was the origin of all divine spirits, so the weakening ancestral strength naturally had a huge impact on the birth and survival of the descendants of all the divine spirits. The divine spirits of the older generation could feel these changes clearly. It was many times harder for them to improve their bloodline power now compared to when they were younger.
Naturally, part of the reason was that the purer their bloodline, the more difficult it was for them to enhance their strength, but unfortunately, the biggest reason was that the ancestral strength was weakening. It had always been difficult for the Phoenix clan to have descendants, and if things continued at this rate, there would not be any new descendants with their bloodline born to them. Forget the Phoenix clan. The population of divine spirits with small numbers in the first place had withered and were practically on the verge of extinction.
"Elder sister, the seal!"
The yellow-robed woman looked at Qingwan.
Qingwan let out a heavy sigh in response. The next day, Yang Kai was meditating when he suddenly opened his eyes and flashed out of his room. When he arrived outside the main hall, he looked up at the sky only to see 4 rays of different colored lights flying towards him. Having also noticed the commotion, Xia Lin Lang appeared beside him. A short while later, 4 women landed in front of the 2 of them. Yang Kai bowed in greeting. Junior Yang Kai greets 4 seniors. Likewise, Xia Lin Lang quickly gave an elegant bow.
As a 7th-order Open Heaven Realm Master, her powerful perception distinctly told her that all 4 women standing in front of her were much stronger than her. Even Bright Sun Divine Monarch was nothing compared to any one of them. As the leader, Qingwan nodded lightly before looking at Yang Kai and saying, "I am Qingwan. You might already know me. These 3 are Yuan Chu, Yu Zhua, and Hong Hu. The 4 of us can be considered the oldest generation in the 4 Phoenix Pavilion." The gap in strength between each order of the Open Heaven Realm was like the difference between night and day. A 6th-order Open Heaven Realm Master killing a 5th-order Open Heaven Realm Master was like stealing candy from a baby. The same applied if a 7th-order Open Heaven Realm Master tried to kill a 6th-order Open Heaven Realm Master. The difference in strength between an 8th-order Open Heaven Realm Master and a 9th-order Open Heaven Realm Master would only be even more staggering. Meanwhile, a divine dragon was in existence comparable to a 9th-order Open Heaven Realm Master. The source you inherited once belonged to a divine dragon. Qingwan looked him straight in the eye. In any case, you were able to refine this source and produce a dragon vein. Regardless of your origins as part of the human race, strictly speaking, you're already part of the dragon clan. It's just that you are no more than a juvenile dragon based on your current strength. Hearing those words left him dumbfounded.
Yang Kai had worked hard and cultivated for many years in order to achieve all the success he enjoyed today. Nevertheless, he could only be classified as a juvenile in the Dragon Clan with his current achievements. The strength of the Dragon Clan was evident. When he realized that even Zhu Yan and Fu Zhuan could only be classified as juvenile dragons though, he felt a little better. Yang Kai had obtained his dragon source when he was still very young. In that case, what happened to the former owner of the source for him to die in that place? It had to be said that he was a divine dragon comparable to a ninth-order open heaven realm master. What about the Phoenix clan source that Su Yan inherited? Both of them had been together at the time. How could a Phoenix clan member be weak if she died beside a divine dragon? Unfortunately, what happened back then would forever remain a mystery.
This is the heaven's will.
Qing Wan sighed. In the beginning, she had hoped that Yang Kai's bloodline might not be strong enough to unlock the seal even if he was part of the Dragon Clan.
If that was the case, then she would only need to explain the circumstances to the divine spirits in the ancestral land, and this matter might have been suppressed as a result.
However, she knew that this method would not work as soon as she saw the source strength Yang Kai possessed. Although with his current dragon vein's power, he could only be classified as a juvenile dragon, his source was extremely pure. There was a possibility that he could unlock the seal. So what excuse could Four Phoenix Pavilion use to stop the divine spirits in the ancestral land? A brief moment of silence passed before Qing Wan asked, "Do you know why all the divine spirits in the ancestral land want to capture you?" Yang Kai replied, "I heard that they want to use my bloodline to unlock some sort of seal." Qing Wan nodded. "So you know. In that case, this will be easy to explain. In ancient times, the dragon and the Phoenix clans joined forces to leave behind a powerful seal in the ancestral land. Nobody knows what is contained within the seal. Perhaps, only the original generation of divine spirits know the truth. Unfortunately, too much time has passed and too many things have been lost over the generations, even with the inheritance of divine spirits like ourselves. Marshall Peak. Chapter 4708, The Ancient Seal. At present, nobody in the ancestral land knows why the dragon and phoenix clans left this seal behind in ancient times. The only thing we can be certain of is that the seal contains an abundance of extremely pure ancestral strength. Over the years, the seal has started to loosen and the ancestral strength has begun leaking out from within. We've personally gone to investigate the seal and verified this fact, Qing Wan continued. According to my estimation, the seal was formed from ancestral strength, which is why this phenomenon is occurring. Yang Kai frowned. Since it is a seal, whatever that is contained inside cannot be a good thing. Who knows what kind of consequences we might face if we recklessly break the seal? Qing Wan smiled bitterly. How can the divine spirits in the ancestral land be unaware of this fact? But, as you know, divine spirits are generally arrogant due to their immense strength. Even if whatever that was sealed inside back then turned out to be something bad, chances are that it no longer exists after so many eons. Even if it still exists, there is nothing to fear with the immense strength of the divine spirits in the ancestral land. To the divine spirits in the ancestral land, releasing the seal might be risky, but the risks are insignificant compared to the benefits. There was pure ancestral strength leaking out of the seal. If they could release the seal, they could improve the current conditions of the ancestral land. It would be highly beneficial to the reproduction and survival of all divine spirits. If not for that, the Kuan clan would not have been adamant about breaking the seal. Yang Kai fell silent after hearing those words. There was no way a sixth-order open heaven realm master like him could resist under these circumstances, so he raised his head and asked, "What is Four Phoenix Pavilion's stance towards this matter?" Qing Wan replied, "We have always disapproved of the decision to break the seal. However, based on the general trend, it doesn't matter whether we agree or disagree anymore. I will be honest with you. No less than 10 divine spirits have been lingering outside the Four Phoenix Pavilion since yesterday. Even if we wanted to send you away, we don't have the ability to do so." Yuzhua added, "Besides, the seal began loosening several thousand years ago. Even if we don't take the initiative to undo the seal ourselves, it will break on its own after several thousand more years." "I understand," Yang Kai took a deep breath. "What do I need to do?" Qing Wan said, "There's nothing that you need to do in particular. The seal was left behind by the dragon and phoenix clans using their bloodline power, so you only need to consume some blood essence to break the seal. In 2 days, the divine spirits in the ancestral land will come to the 4 Phoenix Pavilion to discuss these matters. I will let you know once the results of the discussion are out. After that, I will bring you to the Demon Sealing Land. You should get a good rest over the next 2 days.
Demon Sealing Land? Yongkai raised an eyebrow at those words. Is that where the seal is located?
Qing Huan nodded. The situation in the Demon Sealing Land was passed down by word of mouth since ancient times. Although the seal has been loosening, we have not detected any demon qi coming from within. We have no idea why it is called the Demon Sealing Land either.
Perhaps, the ominous things that were sealed inside have long turned into nothing but dust over the years.
Even if there existed some sort of demon qi, the divine spirits of the ancestral land were not afraid. The strength of the divine spirits could not be defeated by something as trivial as demon qi. Over the next 2 days, Yang Kai and Xia Lin Lang focused on their recovery. 2 days later, 4 Phoenix Pavilion opened its gates. Numerous overwhelmingly powerful auras entered one after another, each one representing a mighty divine spirit. Inside the main hall, several dozen people slowly filled the seats. Even though the divine spirits arrived at different times, they each found a suitable seat for themselves in tacit agreement. Meanwhile, Qing Huan and the 3 other Phoenix women sat in a row of seats situated at the topmost position. Yang Kai sat upright to the left and below them, looking down with his head lowered.
Every single divine spirit that entered the room would study him with great interest.
Some of them would even reveal curious expressions. Most of the divine spirits had been born and raised in the ancestral land all their lives, so the Dragon Clan was a rare sight to them. They had only ever heard of the Dragon Clan but never seen one with their own eyes. Sitting directly opposite Yang Kai was Kuan Ao of the Kuan clan. His gaze would sweep over Yang Kai from time to time, and he did not bother to conceal his murderous intent. Likewise, the dragon vein in Yang Kai's body seemed eager to fight. The hatred that came from the depths of his bloodline was an inheritance passed down from ancient times. Even if hundreds of thousands of years had passed, this hatred would never disappear as long as their respective bloodlines continued to exist. More than half of the divine spirits in attendance were comparable to 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. Even if the rest were not as powerful, they were at least the equivalent of a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. It was obvious that all of them were mature divine spirits. Mie Meng had come too. She was also part of the ancestral land after all. The seal in the Demon Sealing Land would affect the growth of her descendants, so she had to make an appearance. Nonetheless, she did not say a word to Yang Kai. The first reason was that the situation was inappropriate.
The other reason was that he had the protection of 4 Phoenix Pavilion.
Many divine spirits might be in attendance today, but they posed no threat to him. In just an incense stick, all the seats in the main hall had been filled. All the divine spirit clans had sent a representative to attend the meeting today. Qing Huan's beautiful eyes took in the scene in front of her for a moment before she spoke. Since everyone is here, let us begin our discussion. Kuan Ao grinned. What else needs to be discussed about the seal? We've waited for so many years, and now, a Dragon Clan member has finally appeared in the ancestral land. Who knows how much longer we will have to wait if we let this opportunity slip through our fingers? Why don't we all express our attitude towards this matter and be done with it? The minority will obey the majority. What do you think, Qing Huan?
Narrowing her eyes, she said nothing more and simply nodded lightly.
Now that things had come to this, she had already mentally prepared herself for how the situation would develop. Nothing would change no matter how much she objected to the decision. Kuan Ao laughed. Good. I'm sure you're all aware of the situation in the Demon Sealing Land, so there's no need to say anything more. Do we maintain the seal as it is? Or, do we take a risk to release the seal and allow the ancestral strength to flood this land again so that our descendants never worry about reproduction issues again? Make your choice. Nobody is forcing you. The Kuan clan supports the decision to release the seal. We have also been working hard towards this goal for many years. You've witnessed our efforts for yourselves. Those who are willing to progress with us, please show your support. I agree to releasing the seal. Tao Wu, who was sitting beside Kuan Ao, grinned widely. As do I. Bian responded immediately. I. There were a series of voices ringing out in the grand hall. Although some of the divine spirits did not express their opinions, those who agreed to break the seal had already occupied the majority. Xueqi nodded in satisfaction, then he turned to look at Qing Wan. This is what the people in the ancestral land want. Qing Wan, there's no need for the 4 Phoenix Pavilion to stop us again, right? Qing Wan quietly replied. Since you all believe that releasing the sea is the better choice, 4 Phoenix Pavilion will not say anything more.
Let us proceed.
Good. Xueqi laughed out loud. But before that, 4 Phoenix Pavilion has a condition. Qing Wan suddenly glared at him.
Speak freely.
She then pointed at Yong Kai. After the matter with the seal has been completed, I will escort him from this place. No one is allowed to harm him or stop him. She stared at Xueqi fixedly while speaking those words. It was obvious that her words were directed at him. There were numerous divine spirits in the ancestral land, but the only ones with an irresolvable grudge against the Dragon Clan was the Kuan clan. As long as Xueqi gave his word, Yong Kai would not be in any danger. After all, who else among the rest of the divine spirits would go out of their way to kill a Dragon Clan member for no reason? While it was true that the Dragon Clan had left the ancestral land a very long time ago, who could guarantee that they would not return one day? They would definitely settle all their debts upon their return. Xueqi nodded readily. Rest assured. The only reason I dealt with him previously was for the seal. This Xueqi is a man of honor and will not make trouble for a mere brat. Don't forget what you said. Qing Wan nodded faintly. Xueqi then stood up. It has been so long, and it's rare for all the divine spirits in the ancestral land to be so united. There's no day like today. Why don't we head to the demon sealing land now? Qing Wan glanced at Yong Kai questioningly, and Yong Kai nodded. It's fine with me. Only then did she say, let's set off then. Many divine spirits stood up, and a short while later, countless streams of light sliced through air as they sped off into the distance. Yong Kai was surrounded by Qing Wan and the 3 others. Along the way, Qing Wan reminded him, the foundation of the seal is built on bloodline power. If you want to break the seal, you will need to consume your own blood essence. Do your best, but don't be too greedy for achievements or you will damage your foundation. This junior understands. Yong Kai nodded. The demon sealing land was located at the very edge of the ancestral land, and the nearer they got to it, the more Yong Kai could feel the peculiar force lingering in the world getting stronger. This power was extremely beneficial to the divine spirits. However, it was unique to the ancestral land and practically impossible to find in the outside world. Forget Yong Kai, who was a newcomer to this place. Even the divine spirits living in this place did not know much about the ancestral strength. Nevertheless, this power was undeniably related to the growth and reproduction of all the divine spirits. Even so, the margin of increase was not very large. The reason for this phenomenon was most likely that the seal had loosened and the ancestral strength was leaking out from inside the seal. Approximately half a day later, Yong Kai saw an enormous grand array rising up from the ground in the distance, with several array nodes towering up into the clouds. Moreover, there was another grand array visible to the naked eye spread out on the ground. At this moment, countless figures were gathered around the grand array. These figures came in all shapes and sizes, and every one of them was different from the next. Some looked like beasts while others had humanoid forms. Yong Kai looked around in astonishment. The white-robed Hong Hu, who was closest to him, explained, the ancestral strength in the demon sealing land is more abundant, so many juniors like to cultivate here. My sisters and I used to fight many other divine spirits here over territorial issues. Yong Kai glanced at her in surprise. To which she smiled. Who was not young once? Yong Kai couldn't help chuckling. In the demon sealing land below them, 2 young divine spirits were fighting in their true forms. It was probably as she explained earlier, they were competing over a cultivation spot. There were many other young divine spirits in the surroundings who cheered and watched the fight, making for a lively scene. Unfortunately, this fight was bound to be cut short at this moment. The older generation of the divine spirits arrived with great fanfare, causing the younger generation of divine spirits to look up in astonishment. All juniors are to leave. Xueqi took the lead, waving his hand to chase off the younger generation of divine spirits without the slightest trace of politeness. All of a sudden, a large wing spread out and covered the entire sky. The violent gust of wind swept across the ground, and the younger generation of divine spirits gathered below screamed in panic. There was no saying where the wind had taken them. Many furious gazes shot toward Xueqi, but he simply declared resolutely, "What are you looking at?" There were Kuan clan juniors here too. This king treated them all equally. Is there a problem? Marshall Peak. Chapter 4709, Behind the Gate. Inside the ancestral land, both the Kuan clan and the Phoenix clan were considered major clans. Not only were they powerful, but they also had many clansmen. Ordinary divine spirits could not afford to provoke either of them. Everybody had witnessed Xueqi's actions earlier. Although his secret technique had swept many of the younger generation away, his strength had been controlled perfectly and there was no intention to wound. Hence, these people only glared at him viciously for a moment before they withdrew their gazes. Afterward, many gazes turned to focus on Xueqi and Xueqi instead with great expectations. "What do I do?" Xueqi asked. Xueqi replied, "You only need to stand in the middle of the grand ceiling array and match our actions later." He nodded and came to stand in the center of the enormous grand array under everybody's watchful eyes. As soon as he took his position, Xueqi shouted, "Begin!" Yuan Chu, Yu Zhua, and Hong Hu nodded in unison. The four figures flickered and flashed, each standing at the four corners of the grand array. In the next moment, their majestic divine spirit aura permeated the air and a sharp piercing cry resounded throughout the world. Rays of azure, purple, yellow, and white lights shone out brightly, and the four women transformed back into their true bodies. Four enormous Phoenix clan members, each more than 10,000 meters tall, spread out their wings and threw back their heads with a loud cry. A violent gust of wind raged around them, causing sand and rock to fly in the air. Xueqi was dazzled by the sight. Although he had seen the Phoenix clan's true appearance before, he had never seen any that were so huge and terrifying. At the same time, a horrifying pressure spread out. Even though they were not deliberately targeting him, it was enough to make his body feel extremely heavy. They cried out again, and 4 streams of blood essence spewed out from the mouths of Xueqi and the 3 others to splatter upon the grand array. In that instant, the grand array hummed and the void trembled. Xueqi roared involuntarily. Following the sound of the dragon roar, a golden dragon head appeared behind him and plunged into his body. In the next moment his body swelled, his hands transformed into dragon claws, dragon scales covered his body, 2 dragon horns thrust out of his forehead, a dragon tail flicked behind him, and dragon beard fluttered below his jaw when he shook his head fiercely. The small humanoid figure abruptly erupted into a several thousand-meter tall behemoth. The divine spirits watching by the sides frowned in response, however. They had assumed that Xueqi was a pure-blooded dragon clan member, but the person in front of them was half human and half dragon. That undoubtedly indicated that his bloodline was not as pure as they had imagined. Can the seal be broken with such a weak bloodline? In any case, the arrow had been released and there was no turning back now. They could only suppress the doubts in their hearts and quietly watch how things unfolded. Inside the grand array, Xueqi could feel the power of the dragon vein in his body surging violently and the vitality in his chest churning fiercely. A mouthful of blood essence was then forced from his throat and splattered onto the grand array. After the grand array had been stimulated by blood essence of Xueqi and the others, the lights had been flashing and flickering endlessly. With the addition of Xueqi's dragon blood, the light shone even more brightly than before. Numerous patterns inside the grand array lit up and linked together to become one. Furthermore, the dragon and phoenix blood that was sprayed across the grand array wriggled about within its patterns, like some sort of living thing. With the passage of time, the illusory phantom of a heavy set of gates appeared in the sky above the grand array. The magnificent gates stood in the sky between the heavens and the earth. There had been no trace of these gates before, and it was not until this moment that they were revealed in all their glory. Many of the divine spirits looked up with excited expressions on their faces. The demon sealing land was not a restricted area, and many among the younger generation of divine spirits liked to cultivate here. Most of the older generation of divine spirits had also investigated this place in the past, but regardless of their identities, nobody had ever discovered any traces of this gate before. Be that as it may, this gate had appeared when the dragon and phoenix blood mixed with each other. In other words, there was a high possibility that the seal could be broken. The predicament that had plagued the divine spirits in the ancestral land for countless years was finally showing signs of being resolved. How could they not be eager and excited? As time passed, the gate that stood in the sky became more and more solid. It was almost as though it actually existed. However, everyone could see that the gate was not a solid entity, but the manifestation of great energy. It was the seal itself. What was contained behind the gate were the secrets that had been hidden from the ancestral land for countless generations.
An hour later, the light shining from the grand array gradually showed signs of growing dim. However, the gate showed no signs of opening in the slightest.
Xueqi shouted, "Qing Wan, it's not enough."
Upon hearing those words, Qing Wan and the three others spat out another mouthful of blood essence while in the center of the grand array. Xueqi did the same.
The light of the grand array that had faded slightly was instantly revived to its full glory. The two forces intertwined and entangled inside the grand array, spreading towards the heavy gates like vines.
The divine spirits could clearly sense that the two forces were none other than the bloodline powers of the Dragon Clan and the Phoenix Clan. There seemed to be a pair of large invisible hands that pushed and shoved at the heavy gates.
Accompanied by a creaking sound that reverberated throughout the world, the heavy gates slowly opened by a crack. The eyes of Xueqi and the other divine spirits immediately brightened in excitement as they stared fixedly at the gate. Extremely pure force emerged from the gap that had opened. It was ancestral strength.
It was just that none of the divine spirits had ever felt the existence of such a powerful ancestral strength in many, many years.
Thus, they couldn't help feeling warm and protected when the force enveloped them. Standing in the middle of the grand array, Xueqi felt these changes even more clearly.
Under the stimulation of that force, he could feel the power of his dragon vein boiling furiously.
His bloodline was becoming purer and purer at a speed that he could detect.
The most notable change was that his huge body that had originally reached its limits had grown again, and the bloodline in his body burst out like the roar of the rushing river.
The heavy gate opened at a very slow speed. It took more than an hour just to open up a crack that was no more than 3 fingers wide. It was obvious that even more of the bloodline power from the Dragon and the Phoenix clans were needed to break the seal. Qing Wan, Xueqi, and the others forced out their blood essence once more to stimulate the power of the grand array.
After 3 days, the gates were finally mostly opened, and it would not be long before the seal was broken.
Unfortunately, Xueqi was starting to reach his limits.
Releasing this seal had required the consumption of his blood essence, and such consumption was so great that it was damaging his vitality.
Compared to Qing Wan and the others, his bloodline was no stronger than that of a juvenile dragon in the first place. His bloodline might be pure enough, but he simply could not withstand the consumption. Besides, Qing Wan and the others had 4 people working together while he was alone. The consumption he experienced was 4 times that of Qing Wan and the others. At this moment, his complexion was very pale and even his large figure seemed a little shaky and unsteady, like he could collapse at any moment. There was no doubt that Xueqi had also discovered this fact. He would glance at the gate from time to time before he glanced back at Xueqi. An inexplicable light flickered in the depths of his eyes. Qing Wan naturally noticed this and shouted, "Don't even think about it, Xueqi. If anything happens to him, for Phoenix Pavilion will never break the seal." Xueqi's face twitched at those words, but he soon just chuckled. "You're overthinking things, Qing Wan. I'm just worried about whether this brat can persevere until the end. Since you've said as much though, I'm sure there will be no problems on his part."
The truth was that he had indeed thought about it.
If Xueqi could no longer withstand the pressure of releasing the seal, he could simply slaughter him on the grand array itself. After all, based on the current situation, it would seem that the seal could be broken as long as there was an adequate amount of Dragon Clan blood. The life or death of the Dragon Clan member providing the blood had nothing to do with him. However, seeing as Qing Wan had already warned him, Xueqi could only give up on his idea. All his efforts would be in vain if 4 Phoenix Pavilion refused to cooperate again because he killed this Dragon Clan member. Qing Wan looked at Xueqi in concern. "Take some time to recover. There's no hurry."
Xueqi nodded quietly and sat down in the middle of the grand array without further ado. He silently activated his secret technique and frantically devoured the ancestral strength that was pouring out of the seal.
His physique wriggled while at the same time, His bloodline steadily became purer and purer. Even his half-dragon form experienced huge growth.
Over the past few days, his half-dragon form had grown by at least 30 meters, and that was with him not even concentrating on cultivating.
What's more, this was the result when the seal was not broken completely. If he could release the seal completely, how much more would the ancestral strength benefit him? Yang Kai could somewhat understand why the divine spirits in the ancestral land was so eager to break the seal now. The ancestral strength was simply far too beneficial to the cultivation and growth of divine spirits. Not many divine spirits could resist in the face of such a temptation. Even Qing Wan and the others were not that repulsed by the idea of releasing the seal, or they would never have been so cooperative in the first place. Half a day later, Yang Kai stood up and spewed out another mouthful of blood essence on the grand array.
The heavy gates had opened by more than half at this point, and with the help of this mouthful of dragon blood, the gap widened a little more again.
Another day passed by in the same manner. 7 whole days after they began releasing the seal, the grand array shone brightly when Yang Kai spewed out one last mouthful of dragon blood. Then, the heavy gates finally opened completely. Yang Kai immediately collapsed to the ground, his enormous half-dragon form shrinking rapidly to transform back into his human form. Qing Wan and the others quickly released their true body transformations and rushed to his side to help him up. "How are you feeling?" Yuan Chu asked. Yang Kai was as pale as a sheet, but he slowly shook his head. "I just consumed too much energy. It's not a big problem." Qing Wan nodded, "As long as you have not damaged your foundation." After saying that, she looked up at the gates. The gates were opened, and an abundance of ancestral strength was pouring out of them. Be that as it may, when the time came, all the divine spirits simply stood there motionlessly. Nobody scrambled to be the first to enter the gates. After all, nobody knew what was waiting for them. Kuan-Ao turned to look behind him. In that direction, a figure stepped forward with a hideous expression on his face. It was none other than Cheng Yang, who had stumbled into the ancestral land while pursuing Yang Kai and Xia Lin Lang.
He had not been present when the divine spirits rushed here earlier, and there was no telling when he had arrived at this place.
When all the divine spirits in the surroundings turned to look at him, he felt his skin tightening in apprehension, even though he was in the 8th Order Open Heaven realm. "Don't forget what you promised me, Kuan-Ao," Cheng Yang shouted grimly. Kuan-Ao smiled. "Of course. I will ask Kuan Yu to escort you out of the ancestral land after this. You will not be able to leave the ancestral land without the escort of a divine spirit." Cheng Yang coldly snorted. He would never have agreed to Kuan-Ao's demands if not for his wish to leave the ancestral land. It was just that he was currently living under their eaves, so he had no choice but to bow down to their wishes. Looking up at the heavy gates, Cheng Yang drew the power of his small universe to wrap around his body. Then, he soared into the sky and plunged through those gates to vanish out of sight. After seeing this exchange, how could the divine spirits not realize that Kuan-Ao had sent Cheng Yang to scout the way ahead? Bright Sun Divine Monarch was in the 8th Order Open Heaven realm, so even if the situation inside was very dangerous, it was impossible for him not to survive and return with some useful information. Therefore, the divine spirits waited silently. Less than an incense stick later though, Cheng Yang returned from within the gates.
It was just that his complexion was extremely pale and his aura was especially chaotic, almost as though he had suffered a huge blow.
Martial Peak. Chapter 4710, Ancestral Spirit Fruit. Under the watch of the many divine spirits, Cheng Yang rushed out of the demon sealing land. His complexion was incredibly pale and his aura was in disarray. There were faint traces of scales appearing on his exposed skin, and the nails on both his hands grew rapidly. Monster transformation! Qing Wan shouted from where she stood beside Yang Kai. The ancestral land was the origin of all divine spirits, and there was an extremely peculiar force in this land that was highly beneficial to the reproduction and growth of those divine spirits. However, this force was a poison that could become lethal to living creatures that were not divine spirits. This was something that Qing Wan mentioned to Yang Kai previously. That was why the living creatures existing in the ancestral land were generally divine spirits or those with the divine spirit bloodline. It was impossible for a pure human cultivator to stay in the ancestral land for a long time, as once the ancestral strength invaded their bodies, there was a high possibility that they would suffer from horrible consequences. Those consequences were monster transformation. Chang Yang was an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, and his strength was incredibly powerful. Even so, he was already being eroded by the ancestral strength and showing signs of monster transformation after spending less than an incense stick inside the demon sealing land. It was conceivable just how abundant and intense the ancestral strength in the demon sealing land was that even a master like Chang Yang could not resist. That was why many of the divine spirits rejoiced at the sight of his miserable state. The stronger the ancestral strength in the demon sealing land, the better it was for them.
What's inside?
Kuan Ao asked while looking at Chang Yang. Chang Yang shook his head while resisting the ancestral strength that was invading his body. It's too vast. I couldn't investigate much, but it shouldn't be dangerous for divine spirits like you.
Kuan Ao, I need to leave this place. The sooner, the better.
Before entering the demon sealing land, his strength was enough that he could easily resist the erosion of the ancestral strength of the ancestral land, even though it had been gnawing at him without pause.
Now that he had fallen into this state, though, the symptoms of monster transformation would become irreversible if he did not leave as soon as possible. Otherwise, he would become an existence that was neither monster nor human. Kuan Ao stared at Chang Yang deeply as though trying to judge whether the latter was speaking the truth, but a short while later, he shouted, "Kuan Yu!" The white-robed youth who fought Yang Kai on several occasions previously came forward.
Send him away.
Kuan Ao waved his hand dismissively. Although he was a domineering man, he was not a dishonest person.
Yes.
Kuan Yu accepted the order and gestured to Chang Yang politely.
Chang Yang coldly snorted and turned around to leave.
He did not wish to spend another moment in this place. Nevertheless, he cast a glance at Yang Kai with an inexplicable look in his eyes before he departed. He had pursued Yang Kai deep into the ancestral land because of the World Spring. As a result, not only did he fail to obtain the World Spring, but he also brought great trouble down upon himself. It was truly very unlucky. Now that Yang Kai was in the ancestral land, obtaining the World Spring had become nothing more than a dream. Just Yang Kai's identity as a Dragon Clan member was enough to frighten Chang Yang greatly. If he had known that Yang Kai was a Dragon Clan member beforehand, he would never have interfered in this chaos. After Kuan Yu sent Chang Yang away, Kuan Ao finally turned a hungry gaze at the heavy gates that stood wide open in front of him and grinned. "What do you all think?" Chang Yang had returned safely, which indicated that there were no dangers inside. Therefore, the many divine spirits were eager to make a move. Some could barely hold themselves back at this point. It was just that the Phoenix clan and the Kuan clan had not made any moves yet, so they could not act so indiscreet. Qing Luan voiced her opinion. "Since the seal has already been broken, we should go inside and take a look."
Kuan Ao laughed. "In that case, this king will go on ahead and scout the way for you." He beckoned with his hand while speaking, leading the masters of the Kuan clan to plunge through the gates and vanish out of sight.
How could the rest of the divine spirits hold back after seeing that? They all rushed forward and entered the gates one after another, and in the blink of an eye, only the Phoenix clan remained. Qing Luan lowered her head to look at Yang Kai and ask, "How are you?" Yang Kai shook his head. "It's nothing serious." "What do you plan to do next?" "If you wish to leave, I will arrange for someone to escort you out of the ancestral land." However, Yang Kai looked up at the seal gates and declared, "I want to go inside and have a look." Qing Luan nodded. "You contributed greatly to the breaking of the seal, so there's no issue if you wish to go inside and have a look. However, you should come with us and not act on your own." "This junior understands. Many thanks, senior." Yang Kai nodded. Only then did Qing Luan lead the masters of the Phoenix clan into the seal gates with great fanfare. A vast land spread out in front of their eyes as soon as they stepped into the demon sealing land. Strictly speaking, this world was not much different from the ancestral land. It was just that the ancestral strength here was extremely rich. All the Phoenix clan members couldn't help taking a deep breath. Stimulated by this power, their clear and piercing cries rose and fell one after another as colorful Phoenix clan members of various different shapes and sizes revealed their true bodies and fluttered their wings. Even Yang Kai couldn't help relaxing mentally and physically. He felt like a wanderer who finally returned home after traveling the world for many years. His weakened body also recovered its vitality more rapidly, filling him with a sense of satisfaction. This place is still part of the ancestral land. Qing Wan murmured under her breath while looking around her surroundings. Having lived in the ancestral land for countless years, it was only natural that she was familiar with the situation in her home. The land behind the seal gates was part of the ancestral land, and there was essentially no difference between this place and the outside. Yuan Chu seemed pensive. Did the Dragon and Phoenix clans split the ancestral land into two parts in ancient times? Did they then turn this place into the demon sealing land? Yuehua nodded. That's probably it. There's no other way to explain this phenomenon. The ancestral land had been divided into two parts in ancient times. One part became the place where the various divine spirit clans lived for many years, and the other part became the sealed land known as the demon sealing land. Hence, it was no wonder such pure ancestral strength spilled out from the demon sealing land. It was because this place was part of the ancestral land in the first place. Due to various unpredictable reasons, the ancestral strength in the outside half of the ancestral land was growing weaker and weaker. Even the reproduction and survival of the various divine spirit clans were facing issues as a result. On the contrary, the ancestral strength in the demon sealing land remained well preserved. The mysterious force was rich and abundant. Cheng Yang had entered this place for a brief period earlier, and when he returned, he claimed that the inside was extremely vast. At the time, nobody understood what he meant, as this place was a sealed land after all. So how big could it be? It would now seem that it was certainly very large. The various divine spirits that entered this place earlier were nowhere to be seen, making it obvious that they had ventured deeper to investigate the situation. If there are no dangers in this land, then there will be no need to worry about the futures of the divine spirits in the ancestral land again, Hong Hu said softly. The intensity of the ancestral strength was so great that it was enough to satisfy the needs of the growth and reproduction of the various divine spirit clans. If the infant phoenix tower was relocated here, the little ones would surely be born healthy. This place must be known as the demon sealing land for a reason. There might be dangers that we don't know about lurking around. We must investigate carefully. Qing Wan maintained a vigilant attitude. Under her command, Yuan Chu, Yuehua, and Hong Hu each led a team of clansmen and set off in different directions. On the other hand, she traveled only with Yang Kai. There were no abnormalities during their travels, but when Qing Wan turned around to see Yang Kai, she saw him hesitating to speak. Thus, she smiled and said, "If you have something to ask, go ahead and speak freely. You are part of the Dragon clan, which has a deep connection with my Phoenix clan. There's no need to be so reserved." Yang Kai laughed awkwardly for a moment before he said, "Senior, I have many friends with divine spirit bloodlines. It's just that we came from a remote land, and without a proper cultivation method, they have been unable to solve the issue of promoting their bloodlines. Therefore, I wish to bring them to the ancestral land after things have settled here. This place will be of immense help to their growth. Will the divine spirits in the ancestral land reject them?" Qing Wan shook her head and said, "All divine spirits have the qualifications to enter the ancestral land. That is because this place is the origin of all divine spirits. If you can come, then so can the others. Mie Meng only entered the ancestral land 100 years ago, and nobody criticized her for anything." Yang Kai quickly pointed out, "Senior Mie Meng is powerful." Qing Wan chuckled in response, "That's true. Are your friends not strong?" According to the classification of the divine spirits, they are all considered as juveniles. Most importantly, many of them are Dragon clan members. Qing Wan immediately understood the issue. The Dragon clan and the Kuan clan were bitter enemies, so if a bunch of juvenile dragons were to enter the ancestral land, the Kuan clan would not sit back and do nothing. At that time, how could those juvenile divine spirit defend themselves? Qing Wan pondered in silence for a moment before offering, "You may send them to 4 Phoenix Pavilion." With the Phoenix clan watching over them, the Kuan clan will not be able to act rashly. "Many thanks, Senior." Yang Kai bowed and thanked her. She waved her hand lightly. "It's nothing. But, only by becoming strong themselves will they prevent others from causing trouble for them." Yang Kai nodded, "I will tell them to cultivate hard." While they were conversing with each other, a large tree suddenly appeared on the horizon.
The tree had branches that were thick with leaves, and among the lush foliage, there were also some colorful fruits that were just vaguely out of sight.
A strange fragrance filled the air. Both of them revealed surprised expressions, and upon approaching the tree, they stopped and studied it. Xueqi could not recognize these fruits, but he instinctively sensed that they would be highly beneficial to him. Qinghuan furrowed her brow tightly at first, but a short while later, she seemed to recall something. Raising a hand, she picked one of the spirit fruits and examined it carefully, exclaiming in astonishment after a moment, "Ancestral spirit fruit! I can't believe that there are ancestral spirit fruits here." Xueqi asked curiously, "Is it something good?" Qinghuan took a breath to steady herself before explaining, "This is an excellent treasure for all divine spirits. As you know, the ancestral land is filled with a mysterious force we call ancestral strength. This force is highly beneficial to the growth, reproduction, and cultivation of the divine spirits. The reason the others were so adamant about unsealing the demon sealing land is that the ancestral strength has been weakening steadily. They wanted to find a solution to the problem." Xueqi nodded in understanding. These ancestral spirit fruits contain large amounts of pure ancestral strength, so they can practically be said to be a condensed ancestral strength. Xueqi's expression changed. Qinghuan continued, "Even the ancestral land that we lived in used to have ancestral spirit fruits in ancient times. It's just that the ancestral spirit fruits went extinct as the ancestral strength gradually weakened. I can't believe they still exist in this place. It's my first time seeing one." Looking up at the tree, she added, "There are 8 more fruits. Let's pick them first." Xueqi quickly nodded and left in a flash. A short while later, he returned with 4 fruits in each hand. Qinghuan handed the fruit in her hand over to him and declared, "Take this too." Xueqi was flabbergasted. Naturally, he wanted something as amazing as the ancestral spirit fruit. However, he never imagined that Qinghuan would give all of them to him, so he asked in astonishment, "Senior, why don't we split these equally between us?" Martial Peak. Chapter 4711, Black Giant Spirit God. It was bad manners to take everything for oneself. Besides, the ancestral spirit fruits were extremely precious and would surely be useful to Qinghuan too. Qinghuan, however, just smiled and said, "Take them. With how far my bloodline has advanced, it is no longer something that eating an ancestral spirit fruit or 2 can help. It is similar to one's growth in the open heaven realm. The higher one's order, the longer it will take to slowly accumulate one's strength. Now that the demon sealing land has been opened, the ancestral land will not lack for ancestral strength in the future. My cultivation will not be a problem thanks to that. On the other hand, your bloodline purity has a lot of room for growth. These ancestral spirit fruits will be very useful to you. In that case, I won't stand on ceremony. Many thanks, Senior." Xueqi happily put the ancestral spirit fruits away. They then continued onward. Xueqi looked around carefully, hoping to find more ancestral spirit fruits. Unfortunately, even for this region of the ancestral land that had been sealed away for countless years, ancestral spirit fruits were not something that could be found everywhere. Aside from the fruit tree earlier, the pair did not find another one no matter how far they went. As they ventured deeper into the land, both Xueqi and Qinghuan detected an unusual phenomenon. The ancestral strength in this land seemed to be guided by some unknown force to converge in a certain direction. The signs were not particularly obvious when they first entered the demon sealing land, so no one had noticed immediately. Nevertheless, the signs became increasingly obvious as they ventured deeper into this land. Feeling slightly apprehensive, they began traveling in that direction. About an hour later, both of them involuntarily narrowed their eyes slightly. As far as they could see, an enormous chain stretched out into the distance, penetrated deep into the void, and disappeared out of sight. The chain was hundreds of thousands of kilometers long and so thick that it more closely resembled a mountain. What was even more shocking was that this chain was not an actual solid object, but rather the manifestation of pure energy. Moreover, the aura radiating from those chains was extremely familiar to both Qinghuan and Xueqi. After coming up to the end of the chain and quietly scanning it for a moment, Xueqi's expression changed. "Senior, Is this chain comprised entirely of ancestral strength?
Qing Yuan nodded heavily with a serious expression. Indeed.
Yang Kai drew a sharp breath. The ancestral strength in the demon sealing land was extremely strong.
Compared with the ancestral land outside, it was as different as night and day, and now there was a huge chain manifested from ancestral strength in front of them.
If they had not witnessed this sight with their own eyes, they would not have dared to believe it possible. In ancient times, the dragon and the phoenix clans had split the ancestral land and sealed the demon sealing land. Not to mention, the ancestral strength had been transformed into these chains. Just what secrets were hidden in this place, and what was being restrained by this chain? Qing Yuan looked in the direction where the chain extended, and her deep gaze seemed to break through space. However, even with her powerful eyesight, she could not see what was on the other end of the chain. As far as she could see, the other end of the chain was shrouded in a dense mist that blocked her vision.
Let's go take a look.
With no other option, she surged her power to wrap around Yang Kai before speeding off in that direction. It took 2 whole hours for them to arrive in front of a behemoth. Standing in the air, the two of them stared blankly at the gargantuan figure before them in stunned surprise. The behemoth had a humanoid figure and a distinctly bald head. Sitting upon the earth, he resembled a great deity. What's more, there were numerous chains penetrating his chest. The chain that Qing Yuan and Yang Kai saw earlier was only one of the chains, and there were actually 15 others. At this moment, many divine spirits had already arrived at this place. Like Qing Yuan and Yang Kai, they had clearly ventured deep into the demon sealing land, noticed one of the 16 chains, and followed it to investigate the situation.
Many of the divine spirits had transformed into their true forms, their large figures ranging from 1,000 meters to over 10,000 meters tall, yet all of them still seemed as insignificant as ants in front of this behemoth.
They flew around the giant like a gathering of flies and mosquitoes.
A giant spirit god?
Yang Kai murmured. The behemoth in front of him was a giant spirit god, but this giant spirit god looked very different from the giant spirit god, Ada, whom he met outside the star boundary in the past. Mainly, this giant spirit god in front of him was as black as ink. Yang Kai did not know much about the giant spirit god clan.
Ada was not this color, but he did not dare to say that there were no such clansmen in the giant spirit god clan.
It was just that. A giant spirit god was sealed in the middle of the demon sealing land. It was truly a shock and discovery. Yang Kai had met a giant spirit god in the past, so he knew just how tyrannical this race could be. The giant spirit gods were among the strongest beings in the world. Even the divine spirits were not their opponents. Fortunately, the heavens were fair in all things, so there were very few giant spirit gods in the 3,000 worlds. Each giant spirit god was an invincible existence, but all of them were very mild-mannered and innocent, almost like little children. The giant spirit god clan fed on dead universe worlds and never caused trouble for others. Even if other people were to provoke or attack them, such actions were akin to a mosquito biting a human to them. In any case, the questions regarding the chains had been answered. The chains turned out to be restraining a giant spirit god. Yang Kai could not imagine just what had happened in the ancestral land back then for the divine spirits to actually restrain a giant spirit god here. This giant spirit god was also clearly dead. So many years had passed after all, so even for an existence as strong as a giant spirit god, it would be impossible to survive under the constant erosion of the omnipresent ancestral strength here. Besides, Yang Kai did not sense the slightest trace of vitality from the giant spirit god. A figure flew over. It was Yuan Chu of the Phoenix clan. Standing beside Qing Yuan's side, she called out, "Big sister." Qing Yuan nodded and asked with a solemn expression, "What is the situation?" Yuan Chu reported, "I only arrived an incense before you. According to my investigation, the giant spirit god's vitality has been completely extinguished, but it would be better to err on the side of caution. We should carry out a more thorough investigation. After all, it would be a disaster for the ancestral land if he turns out to be still alive."
Good.
Qing Yuan nodded. While speaking, she suddenly turned her head to the side. Kuan-Ao was walking over from that direction and came to stand beside her before speaking in a low voice. "The situation in the demon sealing land is rather unexpected indeed." Qing Yuan remained silent. Kuan-Ao thus continued, "Although I don't know what happened in the past, The divine spirits in the ancestral land must have fought a grand battle against this giant spirit god. In the end, they split the ancestral land into two parts. This place was sealed as the demon sealing land, and the ancestral strength was used to restrain this giant spirit god. Cut the nonsense, Qing Wan snapped coldly.
Xueqi grinned. You have always been worried that releasing the seal would bring about undesirable consequences to the ancestral land, and it seems that your worries were not unfounded.
Something amazing was indeed sealed within the demon sealing land. But it would seem that it's not such a big deal after all. The giant spirit god's vitality has been extinguished and he has been dead for countless years. It's still better to be careful. Qing Wan's brow furrowed slightly. The giant spirit gods have tenacious vitality. No matter how many years have passed, as long as they retain the slightest trace of life, they can revive themselves. We do not know why this giant spirit god was sealed here, but we had best act with due caution. Of course. It's better to act carefully. I am planning to enter his body to investigate the situation. Will you come with me, Qing Wan? He suggested. Good. She readily nodded in agreement. The two did not hesitate to gather a few other divine spirits, including Mie Meng, Tao Tai, and Bai En. Then, 8 figures rose into the sky in an impressive manner and entered the giant spirit god's body via his giant nostril. The rest of the divine spirits waited quietly. Meanwhile, Yang Kai stood beside Yuzhua and observed the giant spirit god.
All of a sudden, he narrowed his eyes and looked towards the ends of the chains. The 16 chains penetrated the giant spirit god's body, but there seemed to be something acting as a kind of source or anchor at the end of each chain. These objects attracted the ancestral strength from all over the ancestral land and transformed it into these chains. Among these objects, there was a palace that resembled an illusory and transparent crystal, a big tree burning with a fiery light, and a pearl glimmering with a soft light. Yang Kai's gaze soon fixed on the palace that was as transparent as a crystal. He could sense a resonance with that palace from deep within his bloodline. That is probably the Dragon Clan's Crystal Palace. Yuzhua commented. Crystal Palace? Yang Kai raised a brow curiously. Yuzhua saw his confusion and explained, there are many divine spirit clans living in the ancestral land, and according to the records in the ancient books, each divine spirit clan has their own respective sacred treasure. These sacred treasures contain the inheritance of each clan, so they are of great help to the cultivation of the clansmen. It is just that nobody has ever seen the sacred treasures of their respective clans for generations. We always assumed that the Dragon and the Phoenix clans took the sacred treasures away with them when they left. I can't believe that these sacred treasures have remained here. It would seem that many of the divine spirits in the ancestral land took part in sealing this giant spirit god. The sacred treasures were left here to guide the ancestral strength to suppress and seal the giant spirit god. She then pointed at the large tree burning with a fiery light. That is probably the Phoenix clan's immortal parasol tree. And that is probably the Golden Crow clan's Fu Sang divine tree. Even though she had only heard of these sacred treasures and never seen them before, she named each of them carefully with seemingly great familiarity. Yang Kai silently memorized them all. Unlocking the demon sealing land could be said to be a series of unexpected occurrences. In any case, just seeing so many sacred treasures that only existed in legends made this trip worthwhile to the divine spirits in the ancestral land. The sacred treasures represented the inheritance of each clan. The existence of these sacred treasures meant that their respective inheritances remained unbroken. Not to mention, the abundance of the ancestral strength in the demon sealing land. In the future, the divine spirits in the ancestral land would never need to worry about the continuity of their clans again. 3 days later, Qing Wan, Xueqi, and the others finally reappeared again. Big sister, how is the situation? Yuzhua stepped forward with Yang Kai in tow. Qing Wan replied, he is probably dead. We didn't detect any vitality inside his body. That's good. Yuzhua breathed a sigh of relief. Nobody knew what kind of grudges or hatred existed between this giant spirit god and the divine spirits, but even so, there must have been some kind of dispute between them for the giant spirit god to be suppressed and sealed in this place. If this giant spirit god were still alive, then unlocking the demon sealing land would have been the wrong decision. Fortunately, over countless years of suppression and erosion by the ancestral strength, the giant spirit god's vitality had been completely extinguished.
Qing Wan, I'm taking the Kuan clan's sacred treasure with me. I don't care what the Phoenix clan does. Kuan Ao suddenly turned around to look at Qing Wan. Qing Wan frowned. This giant spirit god might be dead, but the sacred treasures are clearly acting as the sources for its suppression. It would be inappropriate to rashly take them away. Kuan Ao simply sneered. That's what you said when we wanted to unlock the demon sealing land. The sacred treasures of each clan is here. If you wish to stop me, you will have to see if they are willing to agree with you. If they agree with you, then the Kuan clan will have nothing to say. Marshall Peak. Chapter 4712, The Dragon Clan's Crystal Palace. Qing Wan looked around. When she met the gazes of all the divine spirits from various clans, how could she not know that their thoughts were similar to Kuan Ao's? She could not fault them for thinking that way. Not only were the sacred treasures extremely important to their respective clans, but they had also been missing for a long time. Now that the sacred treasures had been found, there was no reason to just leave them lying around in this place. If the giant spirit god still had some remaining vitality in him, the divine spirits in the ancestral land would never have dared to entertain such thoughts. However, it had been confirmed that the suppressed black giant spirit god was as dead as he could possibly be. It would be a waste to leave the sacred treasures here. After a moment of silence, she sighed. It's up to you, but be careful. It was difficult even for the powerful Phoenix clan to go against public opinion. Seeing as they could not stop the people, they could only allow nature to take its course. The divine spirits were overjoyed to hear those words. Rushing to the location where their respective sacred treasures were located, they quickly began researching the method to retrieve them. They had only heard of these sacred treasures in legends but had never seen the genuine articles before, so it was only natural that they did not know the method to retrieve their respective sacred treasures. Be that as it may, they were powerful divine spirits, so figuring out a method should not be too difficult. The Phoenix clan did not move. The immortal parasol tree burned brightly, like the flames of nirvana that were only spoken of in legends. Nonetheless, as long as Qing Wan did not say anything, nobody dared to act rashly. Aren't you going to take a look? Qing Wan suddenly turned to look at Yang Kai. Yang Kai had been staring at the Crystal Palace all this while, so when he heard her question, he couldn't help asking her, "Can I?" Qing Wan smiled lightly. You are the only Dragon Clan member in the ancestral land. If you don't go, who will? Then I'll go have a look. Yang Kai scratched his nose before his figure flashed and he eagerly rushed towards the Crystal Palace. It didn't take long before he arrived in front of the sacred treasure. Looking at the Crystal Palace from afar had given him the impression that it was really carved out of crystal. It was one integrated structure that was extremely beautiful, and it was even more stunning when seen from up close. Although Yang Kai was seeing the Crystal Palace for the first time, he could be certain that the Crystal Palace was related to the Dragon Clan. That was because there was an indescribable connection between his bloodline and the Crystal Palace. He circled around the Crystal Palace a few times, but forget entering, he couldn't even locate an entrance. The conundrum left him scratching his head in confusion for a while. Looking around him, he saw the other divine spirits spewing out their blood essence to refine their respective sacred treasures. Thus, he quickly imitated them. After a whole day, he finally managed to refine a trace of the Crystal Palace. A door immediately appeared from the perfectly seamless Crystal Palace with a slight nudge of his thoughts, and he quickly slipped inside. When he stepped into the Crystal Palace, Yang Kai felt as though his entire body was wrapped in warmth. It was an indescribable feeling of comfort. Moreover, the ancestral strength's intensity inside the Crystal Palace was many times greater than the outside. The sacred treasures of each clan had the effect of attracting the ancestral strength in the ancestral land. If not for that, the divine spirits in ancient times would not have placed these sacred treasures here to gather and transform the ancestral strength into chains to suppress and seal the black giant spirit god. It was precisely because the sacred treasures gathered and attracted the ancestral strength that the 16 huge chains stretching for millions of kilometers could exist. The ends of the chains protruded into the void, connecting the entire demon sealing land as a single whole. It could be said that one's cultivation efficiency would improve greatly if they were to cultivate with the help of a sacred treasure. That was also the biggest reason as to why the divine spirits were so adamant about retrieving them. Yang Kai did not immediately begin cultivating even though he was inside the Crystal Palace. But even so, the rich and abundant ancestral strength continuously poured into his body and integrated with his bloodline to enhance the power of his dragon vein. The Crystal Palace did not look particularly large from the outside, so it was not until Yang Kai entered that he learned how the Crystal Palace had the mysterious effect of containing something enormous despite its small size. The space inside was much larger than it seemed from the outside. Yuan Chu had mentioned that the sacred treasures of each clan contained the inheritance of each divine spirit clan. Yang Kai navigated through the countless halls in the Crystal Palace as he searched for this inheritance. Although he didn't discover any inheritance, Yang Kai did discover some strange crystals. These crystals were condensed on the walls of the halls. Some were large and some were small. The largest were the size of basins, and the smallest were the size of eggs. There were many of them. In the beginning, Yang Kai paid no attention to them, initially thinking that they were mere decorations. It was not until he walked through several of the halls that he realized something was wrong. If they were mere decorations, they would not be so unaesthetically pleasing or randomly placed. Therefore, he tentatively broke off one of the crystals. After a careful examination, he made a shocking discovery. These crystals were pure, condensed ancestral strength. An ancestral spirit crystal. Yang Kai did not know whether ancestral spirit crystals actually existed, but the crystals in front of him were indeed worthy of the name, ancestral spirit crystals. After all, their existence was essentially identical to the chains that suppressed and sealed the giant spirit god outside. For countless years, the Crystal Palace continuously attracted and transformed the ancestral strength in the ancestral land into chains to suppress and seal the giant spirit god. It was just that there were no Dragon Clan members cultivating inside the Crystal Palace, so the ancestral strength gathered inside the Crystal Palace had nowhere to go. Hence, when the ancestral strength in this place became saturated to a certain degree, the energy would transform into ancestral spirit crystals that were left behind. This was the same concept as the birth of spirit or saint crystals. Saint crystals were generally born at places where world energy was extremely abundant. These were great treasures. The ancestral strength was an energy that was unique to the ancestral land, so it was almost impossible to find outside the ancestral land.
Be that as it may, it was impossible for him to remain in the ancestral land forever without leaving.
Yang Kai had been a little worried about how he would further enhance the power of this dragon veins after he left the ancestral land. Fortunately, there was nothing to be worried about with these ancestral spirit crystals. Regardless of where he was, he could enhance his bloodline by relying on these ancestral spirit crystals. Yang Kai was absolutely overjoyed, so much so that he couldn't be bothered to look for the Dragon Clan inheritance anymore. Harvesting the ancestral spirit crystals as soon as possible was far more important. Countless ancestral spirit crystals had condensed along the walls and even the floors of every hall inside the palace. For that reason, Yang Kai was busy for some time. He collected at least 1,000 ancestral spirit crystal of all sizes, the largest among them reaching the size of a big water tank. Thinking about the sacred treasures belonging to the other divine spirits, Yang Kai grinned and laughed. It seemed that only the Dragon Clan's sacred treasure was a palace. In comparison, the sacred treasures of the other divine spirits did not meet the conditions for ancestral spirit crystals to form, no matter the type of sacred treasure. Take the Phoenix Clan's immortal parasol tree for example. There was no way the tree could condense ancestral spirit crystals.
There were countless halls in the Crystal Palace, and as he swept through each and every room, it could be said that he made a fortune in silence.
At the same time, at the place where the Kuan clan was located, known as the Northern Deep, the Kuan clan's sacred treasure was a vast ocean that had been shrunk countless times over. It was rumored to be the place where the Kuan clan originated. As the clan head of the Kuan clan, the retrieval of the sacred treasure would naturally fall on Kuan Ao's shoulders.
It took 10 days of hard work and a large quantity of blood essence before the sea of the Northern Deep suddenly shone brightly and became closely connected with his aura.
Clan head has done it. The masters of the Kuan clan cheered at the sight. Similarly, Kuan Ao laughed happily. He could clearly sense that he had completely refined the Northern Deep. This sacred treasure was connected to him in heart and mind now.
With a wave of his hand, he tried to retrieve the Northern Deep. However, he was extremely surprised to discover that it remained motionless.
Kuan Ao's brow furrowed deeply as he did not know what had gone wrong. Despite trying a few more times, the results remained the same. The smiles of the Kuan clan's masters involuntarily stiffened on their faces. Over the next few days, the various divine spirit clans encountered the same situation. Their respective sacred treasures had been completely refined, and they could sense that the sacred treasures were connected to them, but even so they could not retrieve them. Therefore, the clan heads of each divine spirit clan gathered together to discuss the issue and finally found the source of the problem after some time. The Phoenix clan was gathered not far from the immortal parasol tree, and under the watch of Yuan Chu and the others, Qing Wan continuously forced out her blood essence to refine the immortal parasol tree. Although she originally opposed the idea of retrieving each clan's sacred treasures, the other clans had already begun taking action, so it would be meaningless for the Phoenix clan to insist. The immortal parasol tree was very important to the Phoenix clan, so while she had concerns in her heart, she could only refine the sacred treasure for now. At this point, she had almost finished. Just as she was preparing to retrieve the immortal parasol tree, she encountered something unexpected. She faced the same situation as the other divine spirits. The immortal parasol tree could not be taken away. The 16 sacred treasures have long become one, so they can only be removed as a set. We need to refine them all before we can take them away. Kuan Ao explained as he strolled over from a distance. That was the conclusion he reached after various discussions with the rest of the clan heads. Qing Wan immediately revealed a look of understanding. When she tried to collect the immortal parasol tree earlier, she had a strange feeling. It felt as though there were other forces of resistance coming from all around her, and preventing her from collecting the immortal parasol tree. It would now seem that this resistance did not originate from the immortal parasol tree itself, but rather from the rest of the sacred treasures. "Where is that dragon clan member?" Kuan Ao asked. "Inside the Crystal Palace." While speaking, Qing Wan glanced towards the Crystal Palace. The rest of the sacred treasures have been refined, so the only one left is Crystal Palace. He needs to hurry up. Qing Wan shrugged. "It's useless for you to tell me that. In that case, I'll tell him myself." After saying that, Kuan Ao turned and headed in the direction of the Crystal Palace. He stood outside a short while later and shouted, "Young dragon, come out now." Qing Wan couldn't help feeling worried, so she followed along. When she heard those words, she scowled. Unfortunately, it was not wise to cause a dispute with Kuan Ao over something so trivial. Inside the Crystal Palace, Yang Kai stored all the ancestral spirit crystals in his small universe. It was a pity that he did not find the Dragon Clan's inheritance after he explored the entirety of the Crystal Palace. Thus, he couldn't help wondering whether the rumors were wrong. Nevertheless, the Crystal Palace itself was an incredibly amazing artifact. It was the Dragon Clan's sacred treasure after all. This item was several ranks higher than the Heavenly Sword Palace in terms of quality. Yang Kai had tried to refine the sacred treasure, and his bloodline had received the approval of the Crystal Palace, which allowed him to open its doors. It was just that his strength wasn't sufficient to truly refine the sacred treasure. When he tried to, his progress was extremely slow. Based on his estimation, it would take him several dozen to 100 years to refine the Crystal Palace completely, if he could do so at all. This was related to his bloodline. Although it was pure, it was simply not strong enough. He was just a juvenile dragon, so it was only natural that he would require a long time to refine the sacred treasure. Seeing as he could not refine the sacred treasure for the time being, Yang Kai didn't bother agonizing over the idea. It was not as if the Crystal Palace could go anywhere. It would not be too late for him to come back to refine the sacred treasure once he enhanced his bloodline further. Just as he was about to leave, he heard Kuan Ao's shout. He looked up only to see Kuan Ao and Qing Wan standing outside the Crystal Palace, side by side. The Crystal Palace was extremely mysterious. Standing inside the palace, his vision of the outside was not blocked in any way. He could clearly see everything outside the palace from where he stood. On the other hand, judging by the reactions of Kuan Ao and Qing Wan, they could not see him. Martial Peak. Chapter 47:13. Can you get any more biased? The Crystal Palace had the ability to prevent others from spying on what happened within. On the other hand, the people inside the palace could see everything that was happening outside. Since Qing Wan was here, Kuan-Ao would not be able to do anything. Therefore, Yang Kai strolled out boldly without fear and asked with a frown, "What is it?" Kuan-Ao asked, "Brat, let me ask you this, how far have you gotten with refining the Crystal Palace?" Yang Kai thought to himself, "This guy sure cares about many things. The Crystal Palace is the Dragon Clan's sacred treasure. Why is he asking about this? Is he planning to take the Crystal Palace for himself?" He glanced at Qing Wan questioningly, so she explained, "The 16 sacred treasures have been integrated into one whole after spending countless years together. As long as one of them is not taken away, the rest of the sacred treasures cannot be taken away either. At present, all the clans have refined their respective sacred treasures. Only the Dragon Clan's Crystal Palace remains." After listening to her explanation, Yang Kai immediately understood. He replied honestly, "I can refine the Crystal Palace, but it will take a long time."
How long?
Kuan-Ao asked with raised eyebrows. "Several decades, maybe 100 years, Yang Kai responded.
That long?
Kuan-Ao scowled. "Whatever, it doesn't matter.
You may refine it peacefully. We will wait for you." A span of several decades or even 100 years might not be a short time, but it was nothing to the long-lived divine spirits. Forget 100 years, even if it took several 1,000 years, Kuan-Ao could afford to wait. Waiting for some time was nothing at all if he could retrieve the sacred treasure. "I don't plan to spend so much time refining the sacred treasure." Yang Kai shook his head. Kuan-Ao narrowed his eyes. "What do you mean?" Yang Kai explained, "Coming to the ancestral land was an accident. I still have matters to take care of in the outside world. I can't afford to spend too much time here." This trip had gone on for long enough. There was no need to worry about Void Land as the two divine spirits, Old Man Bai Shi and Zhu Jiuyin, were watching over it.
As long as none of the cave heavens and paradises attacked, there was nobody in the 3,000 worlds who could harm Void Land.
On the contrary, the World Tree and the new great territory in the star boundary required more of his attention. What's more, his two disciples were still in his small universe. Yang Kai needed to bring them back to the star boundary as soon as possible to aid their growth. Not to mention that he had been suppressing Zhao Ya's cultivation for the past many years to prevent her from growing too quickly. The star boundary was the best cradle to produce open heaven realm masters. Compared to growing up in his small universe, growing up there would give her greater future potential and would allow her to ascend higher in the martial Dao. However, the flow of time in his small universe was twice as fast as in the outside world. If he got held up in the ancestral land for several decades or even 100 years, Zhao Ya might already have advanced to the Emperor realm. In that case, she would not receive much benefit from the World Tree even if she entered to the star boundary. That was why he originally planned to rush back to the star boundary once he finished everything in the ancestral land.
That's not up to you.
Kuan-Ao sneered. "Don't think that you can do whatever you want in the ancestral land just because you have the protection of the Phoenix clan. This matter involves the sacred treasures of all the clans. Even the Phoenix clan cannot shield you." Qing Wan frowned slightly, but unfortunately, what Kuan-Ao said was the truth. This matter was indeed related to the interests of all the clans, so if the Phoenix clan insisted on doing things their way, they would only cause public outrage. "Can you speed things up?" she asked. Yang Kai nodded. "Refining the Crystal Palace is related to my bloodline, which is too weak right now. That's why the seniors have finished refining their respective sacred treasures while I am helpless to do so. To speed things up, I would need to improve my bloodline first. If I can enhance my bloodline to the level of a Grand Dragon, I have the confidence to finish refining the Crystal Palace within half a year. However, this is not something that can be done in a short time." Kuan-Ao said, "The ancestral strength in this land is so rich, you can cultivate inside the Crystal Palace with peace of mind and improve your bloodline. You should know that this is something all the juniors in the ancestral land yearn for but cannot get." Yang Kai rolled his eyes and ignored Kuan-Ao. Qing Wan spoke up pensively, "There might be a way to improve your bloodline rapidly." Yang Kai looked at her. "Senior, do you mean?" Qing Wan abruptly turned to face Kuan-Ao and asked, "The Kuan clan probably obtained many ancestral spirit fruits, right?" Kuan-Ao was taken aback for a moment. Then, he immediately came back to his senses and shook his head vigorously. I don't know what you're talking about. Qing Wan simply laughed. The ancestral spirit fruits contain large amounts of pure ancestral strength. If he consumes them, he will be able to improve his bloodline quickly. In the past, we used to hear about how the ancestral land had ancestral spirit fruits, but none of us have actually seen one before. When the demon sealing land opened, each clan probably obtained a certain number of ancestral spirit fruits. If each clan makes a small contribution, it will be enough to fulfill his requirements to become a grand dragon. Kuan-Ao was furious. Qing Wan, even if the dragon and the phoenix clans have always been connected since ancient times, your heart is too crooked. This young dragon may be a divine spirit, but are the other divine spirits in the ancestral land not also divine spirits? It was not easy for us to obtain the ancestral spirit fruits, and which clan does not have juniors that need them? Why should we give them to him? Yang Kai rubbed his chin. If there are enough ancestral spirit fruits, I can give it a try. Kuan-Ao glared at Yang Kai with narrowed eyes. Junior, stop trying to take advantage of the situation. This king strongly wishes to kill you. Yang Kai spread his hands wide. Without the ancestral spirit fruits, I won't be able to become a grand dragon quickly. I'm afraid there's nothing I can do. Do you really think I won't dare to kill you? Kuan-Ao snarled coldly. Yang Kai raised his head to the sky and looked down his nose at Kuan-Ao. He arrogantly said, Kill me and you will never retrieve your sacred treasures. Why don't you ask if the various divine spirit clans will agree with you? Kuan-Ao was absolutely livid. He never imagined that the day would come where he was bullied by a mere young dragon. It felt like the biggest humiliation in all the long years that he spent cultivating. Qing Wan said, Why don't we ask the rest for their opinions? Arguing back and forth is not going to make a difference. While speaking, she cast a secret technique to send out various transmissions. It didn't take long for the representatives of each clan to gather around and for her to explain the current situation to them. The expressions of all the divine spirits became extremely strange when they looked at Yang Kai. It's not like he can't cultivate without the ancestral spirit fruits. We might not know what the intensity of the ancestral strength is like in the Dragon Clan's Crystal Palace, but I'm sure it's extraordinary. It will only take a slightly longer time to cultivate in the Crystal Palace. Why should we waste such precious ancestral spirit fruits on him? One of the divine spirits yelled out. That's right. It was not easy to obtain these ancestral spirit fruits. They should be used in the right place. In my opinion, this brat is trying to scam us. It has always been said that the Dragon Clan is greedy. I've never met one before, but this incident today has proven those sayings right. Who would agree to such ridiculous demands? Just press a blade against his neck if he dares to refuse to cultivate. Let's see if he is willing to cultivate then. The many divine spirits clamored to express their opinions, so Qing Wan suffered a terrible headache just listening to them. Meanwhile, Yang Kai stood in front of the Crystal Palace. His posture seemed to say that he would hide inside the moment the situation turned sour. Clasping his hands behind his back calmly, he waited until everybody finished speaking before he spoke up. You are the ones who want me to refine the Crystal Palace. I don't want to do it. Since you are forcing me to do something I'm not willing to do, then you should offer me some compensation. Otherwise, you can all just sit there and wait. Kuan-Ao sneered. Are you planning to hide in the Crystal Palace for thousands of years? That's hard to say. That will depend on who has more patience between us. Qing Wan said. Enough. I didn't call you here to argue. All of you are adults. What's so fun about squabbling with a junior? Yang Kai is right. If you want him to improve his bloodline, then it's only natural that you should offer him some compensation. I was the one who suggested the ancestral spirit fruits. In that case, the Phoenix clan will make the first move. While speaking, she beckoned with her hand. Hong, who stepped forward, took out 13 ancestral spirit fruits and handed them to her. I'm not asking you to hand over all of your ancestral spirit fruits. Half should be acceptable, right? The Phoenix clan's half is right here. Kuan-Ao rolled his eyes. Qing Wan, can you get any more biased? She replied with a smile. In the matter of releasing the seal, the Phoenix clan went along with your wishes. Likewise, in the matter of retrieving the sacred treasures,
The Phoenix clan bent to public opinion again. The Phoenix clan has taken the lead in this matter, so if you refuse to show respect, then don't ever look to the Phoenix clan for help again if another disaster strikes the ancestral land. The divine spirits looked at each other awkwardly after hearing those words. Qing Wan had already said so much, so it would be bad if they did not express their sincerity in return. Although they were reluctant to part with the ancestral spirit fruits, they had no choice but to do so. One by one, they took out different amounts of the ancestral spirit fruits. Although there was no guarantee that they really took out half of what they had collected, there were almost 200 ancestral spirit fruits in total when all the offerings were gathered together. Qing Wan flicked her wrist and tossed a space ring containing the ancestral spirit fruits to Yang Kai. Yang Kai happily took the space ring and cupped his fist. Please rest assured, seniors. This junior will immediately begin cultivating in seclusion. I will definitely live up to your expectations and become a grand dragon as soon as possible, so that you may all bring your sacred treasures home. Many of the divine spirits secretly ground their teeth when they looked at Yang Kai, but they could only maintain a smile on the surface and pretended to display the friendly demeanor of a senior expert. Yang Kai nodded at Qing Wan and turned to head inside the Crystal Palace, but before he entered, he abruptly recalled something and turned back again. Senior, I have something to ask of you.
Speak.
Qing Wan nodded. The process of advancing to become a grand dragon is not something that can be completed in a short time.
I do not know how long it will take.
My friend is a human cultivator, and now that the demon sealing land is open, the ancestral strength in the ancestral land will become richer. It's not suitable for her to remain here for long. Please arrange for somebody to escort her from this place. The ancestral strength in the ancestral land had been weak previously, so there were no issues for Xia Lin Lang to remain in the ancestral land for a short while. However, the situation was different now. Even Cheng Yang, who was in the 8th Order Open Heaven realm, began showing signs of monster transformation after spending less than an incense stick inside the demon sealing land. How much longer could she resist? Needless to say, Qing Wan knew who he was referring to and nodded at his words. Don't worry, I will arrange for somebody to send her out.
Many thanks, Senior.
Also, please tell her to head to Void Land in the Void Territory if she is willing. Pear Flower Cave Heaven was gone, and Xia Lin Lang no longer had a place in the Shattered Heaven, not unless she found another Universe Paradise or Universe Cave Heaven without a master. Although Yang Kai asked Qing Wan to pass the message, Xia Lin Lang would probably be reluctant to head to Void Land. As a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, she would be forced to act according to the circumstances as soon as she appeared outside the Shattered Heaven. If not for that, she would not have escaped into the depths of the Shattered Heaven with him. She could have left the Shattered Heaven with him instead. In any case, Yang Kai could only do what he was able. Xia Lin Lang was a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, not a child. As for where to go or what to do, she would have her own thoughts on the matter. The Crystal Palace closed once more. Yang Kai entered one of the spacious halls and sat down cross-legged. Although he wanted to hurry back to the Star Boundary to let his 2 disciples settle down properly, things had already come to this point, so he could only improve his bloodline for now. Otherwise, he would not have a reasonable explanation for the divine spirits waiting outside. Marshall Peak. Chapter 47:14, Like a Dream That Was Not a Dream. Yang Kai had obtained 9 ancestral spirit fruits when exploring the demon sealing land with Qing Wan. Combined with the over 200 fruits that the various divine spirit clans gifted to him, he had almost 230 ancestral spirit fruits in total. Even so, he did not know whether these ancestral spirit fruits were enough for him to become a grand dragon. He estimated that they might not be enough as, although the current power of his dragon vein was not bad, he was only a bit over 3,000 meters tall after transforming into his half-dragon form. To become a grand dragon, he would need to grow to 10,000 meters at the very least. Dale Lidgerkeys. The author, a long time ago, intentionally or otherwise, messed with continuity to reduce the size of Yang Kai's dragon form. For a while we attempted to amend it to maintain continuity. Unfortunately, at this point he has made the whole size thing so complex that it would be a nightmare to keep making corrections, especially considering the implications to everyone else's sizes. Please suspend your annoyance and go with it.
Nevertheless, he was not too worried. The ancestral strength in the Dragon Clan's Crystal Palace was extremely rich. Not to mention, he had harvested many ancestral spirit crystals earlier. If the ancestral spirit fruits were not enough, he could use the ancestral spirit crystals to make up the difference. Yang Kai took out an ancestral spirit fruit and an ancestral spirit crystal that was about the same size. Then, he placed them in front of him. He wanted to figure out the differences between them and see which one was more effective. He picked the ancestral spirit fruit first. The fruit was brightly colored and gave off a peculiar aroma that aroused his appetite.
When he bit down on the fruit, it felt as though he had barely used any strength, but the skin of the fruit split open.
The sweet and tart juice immediately flooded his mouth. Before he could react, the entire ancestral spirit fruit had burst, leaving only the skin behind. He swallowed the juice and smacked his lips, enjoying the unforgettable taste. He didn't waste the skin of the fruit either, stuffing it all into his mouth before chewing and swallowing. After waiting in silence for a moment, his expression became strange. There was no obvious change aside from a slight burning feeling in his abdomen. However, his expression changed drastically in the next moment. The slightly burning feeling suddenly became scorching hot.
It felt as though there was a smoldering iron in his belly.
Immediately after that, a huge amount of energy erupted in his abdomen and spread throughout his body at lightning speed. His physique squirmed, and a golden dragon head that manifested behind his back released a deafening dragon roar.
It was followed by a series of cracking sounds that came from all parts of his body as his physique swelled up without warning.
A suppressed growl escaped his throat. The power of the ancestral spirit fruit had caused him to transform into his half-dragon form without his consent.
Bursts of suppressed roars came from his throat as his physique wriggled madly and dragon blood rushed through his meridians with a faint dragon roar.
At the same time, overwhelming dragon pressure permeated the air. By the time everything calmed down again, almost 2 days had passed. The medicinal efficacies of the ancestral spirit fruit Yang Kai consumed had been completely absorbed. He briefly examined his body and raised his eyebrows at the sight. A single ancestral spirit fruit had made him grow nearly 100 meters in just 2 days. The result was a pleasant surprise indeed. Seeing as he about 3,000 meters tall at present, there was a difference of roughly 7,000 meters before he could be considered a mature grand dragon.
This was not a small gap, and it had to be said that he only managed to cultivate to a height of 3,000 meters from the time he obtained his dragon source until now.
Be that as it may, a single ancestral spirit fruit turned out to have such profound effects, so Yang Kai quietly made some calculations. With just 70 to 100 fruits, wouldn't he become a grand dragon? However, Yang Kai knew that these calculations had taken too many things for granted. If any kind of resource or treasure was consumed repeatedly over a long period, its effects would gradually weaken. Fortunately, he had over 200 ancestral spirit fruits in his possession. It might just be enough to satisfy the requirements for him to become a grand dragon. Now that he had confirmed the effects of the ancestral spirit fruit, Yang Kai picked up the ancestral spirit crystal that was about the same size as the ancestral spirit fruit. When he was in his human form, the ancestral spirit crystal had fit perfectly in the palm of his hand. Now that he was in his half-dragon form though, holding the ancestral spirit crystal felt like he was holding a tiny green pea between his claws. He could barely feel the presence of the ancestral spirit crystal in his hand unless he concentrated carefully. Yang Kai focused his mind and silently activated the power of his dragon vein in his body to wrap around the ancestral spirit crystal in his hand. Then, he refined and absorbed the ancestral strength within. Time flowed slowly, and 5 days later, he finally opened his eyes again. When Yang Kai spread open his palm, the ancestral spirit crystal had already been refined cleanly and vanished. He then examined the condition of his body again, and saw that he had grown another 50 meters or so. After some comparisons, the differences between the ancestral spirit fruit and the ancestral spirit crystal became clear to see. The two objects were around the same size. However, he had spent less than 2 days refining an ancestral spirit fruit that made him grow about 100 meters in total, whereas it had taken him 5 days to refine the ancestral spirit crystal even though its effects only made his height increase by 50 meters. Be it in terms of both the time required for refining or overall effect, the ancestral spirit fruit was far better than the ancestral spirit crystal. Still, the ancestral spirit crystal was more durable in a sense. Now that he knew the differences between the two objects, Yang Kai did not continue experimenting, picking up another ancestral spirit fruit to consume and refine. Inside the demon sealing land, the various divine spirit clans sat around their respective sacred treasures and cultivated quietly. To them, a land with such abundant ancestral strength like the demon sealing land was a cultivation paradise that they used to dream about in the past. After unlocking the demon sealing land, the divine spirits couldn't help feeling as though they had gotten rich overnight. It was almost as though a person who was accustomed to living in poverty suddenly found a mountain of gold in their backyard. Inside the Crystal Palace, Yang Kai continuously consumed the ancestral spirit fruit to stimulate the dragon vein in his body. 20 days later, his dragon form reached a height of 4,000 meters. After 3 months, he reached 5,000 meters. After 7 months, he was 6,000 meters. After 1 year, he reached a height of 7,000 meters. Inside the Crystal Palace, Yang Kai's enormous body could no longer stand up straight, so he could only rest on his side while his dragon tail swung side to side without him noticing. With such a large body, he was already more than twice the size he was when he started. His dragon claws were sharper, his dragon scales were tougher, and his golden brilliance shone even brighter and more dazzlingly than before. His dragon pressure was so thick it almost materialized. When he reached out to grab another ancestral spirit fruit, Yang Kai discovered that all the fruits had been consumed and couldn't help being taken aback for a moment. At the beginning, it had taken him approximately 2 days to refine a single ancestral spirit fruit. Following the growth of his bloodline though, the time needed for refinement reduced, but the growth he experienced thanks to an ancestral spirit fruit also weakened accordingly. It had only taken him 1 year to finish consuming all the ancestral spirit fruits. Unfortunately, he did not achieve the expected results of becoming a grand dragon. On the contrary, he was only 7,000 meters tall now. It was still very far from becoming a grand dragon, so he couldn't help feeling a little disappointed, though this result was still within his expectations. He was stuck in a daze for quite a long time before he recalled what he was doing. As the purity of his bloodline increased and the power of the dragon vein grew stronger, continuous bursts of dragon roars resounded in his mind. He initially thought that he was hallucinating, but after listening carefully for a few days, he confirmed that it was not just his imagination. The bursts of dragon roars resounding in his head was the mysterious dragon language and seemed to be the dragon clan's inheritance. It came from the golden divine dragon's source strength and the depths of his bloodline, and it was only when his bloodline had reached a certain level of purity that it emerged from the hidden depths. Yang Kai began studying this newfound inheritance, and his entire mind was practically immersed within it, but he always had the feeling that there was a layer of mist blocking him from getting a clear picture. Even his reactions became slower as a result. The might of his bloodline was not enough. He was faintly aware of this fact. Only by further enhancing his bloodline could he finally tear apart the mist that was blocking his vision. The ancestral spirit fruits had been consumed completely, so Yang Kai immediately placed many ancestral spirit crystals by his side. His enormous dragon form curled up around the ancestral spirit crystals. After that, he fell into a deep sleep. Even in his sleep, the ancestral strength in the ancestral spirit crystals continued to be guided into his dragon vein and continuously flooded his body. From time to time, the sound of crunching bones would reverberate throughout the Crystal Palace. It was his half-dragon form expanding in size. In his dreams, the dragon language resounded softly in his ears without pause. Consequently, Yang Kai's brow would furrow tightly on occasion and relax again at other times. His expressions changed constantly. All of a sudden, a spot of light broke through the mist and a wide world appeared in his field of vision. Yang Kai looked up to see a behemoth towering into the skies. The behemoth was bald and his entire body was completely black in color. He looked like an endless black hole that devoured everything around him. A giant spirit god. Yang Kai stared at the giant spirit god blankly, and only after a long time did he wonder to himself, "Where have I seen this guy before?" Yang Kai felt as though his current state was a little strange. His reactions were particularly slow, almost like he was stuck in a dream that was not a dream. He did not know why he was here, much less recall where he had seen this black giant spirit god before. Nevertheless, he instinctively knew that he was inside a dream. It was just that the feelings he received from his surroundings felt incredibly real. The ink-black giant spirit god was running across the ground. With every step that he took, the ground shuddered violently. Meanwhile, there were numerous divine spirits in their true form surrounding him and attacking him in a frenzy. Each divine spirit was a mature divine spirit who was at least equivalent to a 7th-order open heaven realm master. Yang Kai saw many dragons and phoenix clan members with their wings spread outward. 3-legged golden crows that blazed like great suns in the sky, and Kuan Pungs whose bodies covered the sky. The divine abilities of the divine spirits blasted out, each one containing heaven-destroying and earth-shattering power. All the attacks landed on the giant spirit god, but be that as it may, the ink-black pigment on his skin wriggled like living creatures to form sturdy shields that defended against all the attacks. Suddenly, the black giant spirit god reached out his hand and captured a divine spirit that looked like a Bai Zai. Ignoring the Bai Zai's struggles, he clenched his large hand and crushed the powerful divine spirit in his grip. The blood of the divine spirit splattered across the ground. The ground was covered in countless dead divine spirits, their enormous bodies crushed and mangled beyond recognition. Their deaths were incredibly brutal. The mighty divine spirits were as vulnerable as 3-year-old children in front of this seemingly invincible giant spirit god. Capturing a grand dragon in both hands, the giant spirit god gave a sharp tug and ripped it in two. A beautiful fire phoenix was killed on the spot with a slap of his palm and turned into a phoenix egg only to be crushed under his foot. Despite such a huge disparity in numbers, the divine spirits were suffering a catastrophic defeat in this battle. This scene was extremely shocking. Even so, Yang Kai simply watched quietly. It wasn't that he was willingly being so detached, but rather that his current state did not allow the slightest fluctuation in his emotions. It was an extremely bizarre sensation. He did not know what caused this battle or how long it had lasted. All he knew was that the divine spirits suffered countless casualties. At last, a mighty dragon roar shook the skies and a gigantic golden dragon head protruded from the clouds to look down on the world. The dragon eyes gleamed with a golden radiance that was exceedingly sharp. Beside this enormous dragon stood a pure white ice phoenix that radiated with a bone-chilling cold. She spread her wings wide and threw her head back with a shrill cry. The invincible giant spirit god seemed to sense some sort of danger and finally stopped running to look up at the sky. You're tuning in to the Xueqi's Martial Arts Saga YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.